the chauffeur. Hashiram, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Raka, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'a, Thayosha, Laka, Pasa, Wala'a, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Atazak, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Bakanab, no and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ah, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashiram.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah.
All right. What's good, everybody? It's messing. It's messing with me already. All right. I'm guessing y'all can hear me. Let me see. Let me put this audio on the screen so I can see. I'm glitching and glitching and stuff already, and my Ethernet is connected. So I don't even know what to do. And this live is like video intensive. I'm kind of low. Y'all let me know to turn my audio up, down a little bit later. All right, because I know when I get loud, like this. All right, because I'm going to get a little, it's going to get a little crunk a little bit tonight, I think. All right, so now let me, let me close that. Sorry guys, I'm still getting this live together right now. So it's killing all my bandwidth, so I don't know what's gonna happen. So anyway, we're gonna get through this. So I got some more edits. It's so funny, I'm gonna edit and talk to y'all at the same time because I can chew gum and walk and talk and do stuff at the same time. Now it's spinning. Why is it so? I don't know, bro. I hooked up the Ethernet. That's supposed to be the hard wire. I should have all the bandwidth in the world, but I can't even call it, bro. All right, don't let it stress you out. It just is what it is, right? All right, so I'm gonna have to think of go back to Google another time and think of another way to just have uninterrupted bandwidth so I can do what I gotta do on my lives, bro. Come on, bro. You're killing me right now. All right, now let me put the link. First of all, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. The Sabbath day is the seventh day that the Most High remember. Say remember and keep forever. Tonight's video is going to be very intensive. I think it's going to be a really dope one. Well, live. It's going to be a really dope one. Never I don't give political advice. This is not advice for these politics that's going on, but y'all gonna hear some things tonight. We got some exposing to do. We got some real truth to bring out. Raw, uncut, with no chaser, just like we like it, right? Right? That's why people seem to through the shadow band, they seem to like Unc. I like Unc too. I'm speaking in the third person because when I watch it back, the minister is still me, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm crazy, but not crazy. All right. So anyway, let me. What am I trying to do? Put the. Oh, I gotta go to the comments. I'm like, what? I'm trying to post the link. It's probably really glitching. So y'all gonna have to let me know. I can't see the chat right now. All right. Oh, thank you, Sister Roberta. Shalom, everyone. I'm just looking at the live chat now. And I apologize for the last live that we did. They took the live down after we finished and they cut the movie out. So for those who watch it back, there's a part of the movie The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio where the bear eats Leonardo, tearing him up. And I had it in that live and they cut it out. They made me cut it out. They banned the video worldwide unless I cut that movie out of my, so I had to cut it out. So we lost the live chat. So the live chat is not there. That's why I kind of knew they was gonna mess with me, but I was hoping not. So whenever you cut some piece out of the live video, when YouTube says edit it out for them to free up the band, it cuts off the live chat, which I don't like to do. So anyway, my apologies for that. Oh, it's not glitching. Well, that's good to know. Well, all right. So now let me put. I think I put the. Let me. I don't know. Let me put it again. All right. So they got a link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. And let me, as they join me on the screen, let me finish this last edit. Okay, I got that together. Now I got to get one of these are low. The sound is low. Well, if I do that, it's going to really mess with our bandwidth. And that might take too long. That sound is really low. See, that's annoying. One of them is really loud, the clips. The other one is low. I have to do a lot of editing for my video clips. Then I gotta pull it from into another video editor because I don't think this CapCut got a compressor. I wish they did have an audio compressor. I think I'm gonna pay for the I think I'm gonna pay for CapCut, the professional version. But I need to find out if they have an audio compressor, because if they did, that would be beautiful. They might, and I just don't know it. So let me see something. Let me click that clip. Let me go to audio. I don't see a compressor though. I see fade in, fade out, volume. They got noise reduction, but I don't see a compressor, guys. The compressor is when you compress the audio so it's all one level. That's professional audio. I know y'all don't like it when you're watching a video or something and one part is really low, then you turn it up, then the next part is loud and it busts your ear, you gotta turn it down. That's horrible audio. Right? So yeah, see they got filters, but they don't, well, they might have a compressor. I don't know. They got this professional things. All right, so anyway, what I'm gonna do, we're gonna have to deal with it. So because I'm gonna have to export this from here and then pull it in to my other editing program, put the compressor, then export. So we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to do that. Maybe I'll do this. What I could do, I could probably play the first part, right? And then as I'm breaking down, because I got a part that we gotta break down. As I'm breaking that down, the other one can be exported to finish the rest. Because I think the first part, the audio is pretty decent. Let me check. I think the first part, the audio is pretty decent. Well, yeah, it's loud, but I can bring that down. Let me see. Oh man, it's a bunch of clips. That sucks. That's kind of loud. That's really loud. Well, we might have to deal with that. Yep, and the next one is low. See, that would be horrible. That's bad. I'm definitely not. We're not doing that life. We ain't doing that. And it's a lot of cuts. I wish it was just not a lot of cuts because I could just do one. Or maybe they don't think they allow me to control. See, my other audio joint is dope because I can just control V it all in. So let me get this audio, right? Audio, basic. Let me turn this volume down some. Let me put it over here. Give me 1 second, guys. Because that's not that bad. That one's not that bad. That one's not that bad. All right, but let me bring it down a little bit. All right. All right. So yeah, that's better. And that way, when I finish the video and I talk, it won't be a decrease in the audio. Sorry, guys, I usually have all this done, but the time was ticking and it said 8:39. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta start the live. And I was just finishing the other. So that's negative 2.8. So bang. And then I can just click and do negative 2.8. Okay, then click that one, right? So let's do this. Let me let my brothers and sisters in. This how I can do this one part as I do this part because I can't even see y'all. Let me let my brothers and sisters in and then add to the stage. Shalom, Taj Balaya and Yana Pao in Oakland, California. Shalom Hakyama. Shalom, daughter of Yah. All right, now, and then y'all let me know when y'all should come in the building. Hakyama, could you do me a favor? Could you pull up our house prayer cover this lesson? All right, for everybody, I'm getting there to the thumbnail. Y'all gonna enjoy this one. Y'all give Uncle a second. Let me do my thing. All right. So Hakyama's gonna read us in with a prayer. Y'all all need prayer in your life. even people who come here just to watch for the thumbnail and stuff, for the for the folio stuff, you still need some prayer in your life. Shalom Yasha and Ahavaya and family out there in Canada. All right. We still need some prayer in your life. Yasha, we got some reading to do. We going to Jamaica, man. We're going to Jamaica tonight, man. We're gonna lick pan shot. Yasha, we gonna lick pan shot pan them. We gonna lick some shots pan them. We gonna lick some shots pan them. This man, Mr. Harris. For those who know, Mr. Harris is Kamala's dad. So it's a thing. Is she black? Is Kamala blacky black? Right? Is his dad black? Oh, we're going to expose some stuff tonight. We're going to bring truth to power. Y'all know we don't play. We don't play no games. And unbiased. Ain't no bias in this. All right? We're going to let shot pon them tonight. We're going to Jamaica tonight. We're going to find out, was Mr. Harris, was he blacker than black? Was he a black man? Or was he a cosplay? Because to me, he looked like his daughter's cosplaying. You heard? I ain't gonna look like to me. Now again, we ain't politics, ain't no political advice. I don't give political advice or financial advice. All right. Oh, speaking of financial advice, I know everybody in the investment group. We were right, guys. Now the funny thing is, Ayashia was really right. She kept saying it's going up. And remember she said, sorry guys, I'm getting it. And remember she said, guys, she said, but ain't the other buyers gonna come in later? What we should have thought of, guys, was last night, it was probably like 11 p.m. when we was doing the investment group. We wasn't thinking the news with PopCat, guys, for those in financial space, for those who not, y'all better learn this stuff. So we wasn't thinking, guys, the news for PopCat hitting Binance, it just happened yesterday. So we didn't even wait until the rest of the market wakes up, right? The 6 a.m. when the market opens, Then you got in other countries, they're going to flood in. We should have knew that the price was going to go up. It's the hugest news. So we bought the coin and we should have just waited and did along and just wait until the market. And here we are messing around. That was so funny. It's funny, not funny, right? But again, you learn. You have to learn the space. Go ahead, Hakiyama. And this price then went. We messed around at the price was at 58, guys. For those who don't know, we could have made, well, we could have made as much as we put, we could have made, but we could have made probably about $5,000 to $10,000 yesterday. And for those who don't know, I know people out there in the world like, what? What do you mean five? Yeah. You could have made, it's a thing called margin and leverage, and we could have made $5,000 to $10,000. You could have made more depending on how much money you got in and how much leverage. Yasha in two places, how much money and leverage, right? And I'll teach y'all that. Don't worry about that. We got our investment group on Patreon, cryptopricealerting.com. Yasha, could y'all put the link in the chat for cryptopricealerting.com, guys? All right. So anyway, that's a Patreon, it's separate. That's an investment group. Those who don't want to make money, don't make money. I'm sorry. You go keep working for y'all mess around and Kamala get in there. y'all gonna wish y'all had some doggone digital currency know-how. Y'all gonna wish y'all knew how to trade in these markets. All right. So anyway, yeah, guys, we could have made three to 10, whatever you, depending on what you put and the leverage that you put on it, you can make more. If let's say if we had 2, 3, 5, 3,000, 4,000, well, you can put 50 times leverage. We could have traded 100 G's and made 10,000, 20,000. People be making $100,000 in a day, and y'all don't realize it, right? Stuff we work a whole year, they make it in a couple of hours. But my people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. All right. So anyway, I'm getting to the lesson. I'm getting there 1 second. So and I got you, Hakiyama. So we could have now our Fulio butts. I don't know. It's just the emotion when you're in the space and you got to think. That's why you got to study to show yourself approved. You have to learn. We are fools. We sit up there. We know enough too. Me included. I'm like, guys, we know enough. And everybody knew like it's going to go up. So we all agreed, buy it, go long, it's going to go up. And then as it started to go down, we should have been thinking the markets are going to awaken. And I remember Yasha, I kept saying, ain't the other buyers going to come later? And it's like, yes, guys, later when the markets awaken, it was only 12 o'clock at night at 6 in the morning when all these buyers start to come in from America, they're going to start buying it up. And so we was messing around at the price of 58. It went up to 70, like it's at 70 something now. I don't know where it's at now, but before I started, it was like 70 something. Now, when I first looked at it, it was still messing around in the 40s. So from the 40s to the 70s, guys, in trading, that's like 60% profit, 70%. Right now, just for y'all know, when you go to a bank, right? We go to the bank and you put your money in the bank in the savings account, right? All of us, right? You put your money in the savings account and they try to give you interest rate for your money, right? And they try to give you 0.1% or one. If you get 2% interest rate on your money, oh, you better stay with that bank. 2% for a whole year. You could have made 70% for your money in an hour, half an hour. That's the financial space. All right, enough of that. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
I have a question. Have you seen my messages for today?
No,
Okay.
not yet. I woke up late. The Most High woke me up. My phone was dead, and I almost missed. Oh, that'd be the Most High. So I was really exhausted. I went to rest, and my phone went dead. So my alarm clock didn't go off. So I woke up, you know how you woke up just turning over? I turned over and all of a sudden I was going back to sleep. I was really tired. I'm going back to sleep and then my spirit hit me like, get up. And I turned and looked and I looked, I could still see light coming through the window. I'm like, uh-oh. What? That's why I'm still battling to get the video together for y'all. So I'm like, uh-oh, what time is it? So I was like, oh, and I went to hit my phone. I'm like, oh, my phone dead. I'm like, please don't say it's 7:30. Like, please don't say it's 8 o'clock or something. I'm looking at my phone like, please don't say it's 8 o'clock because I got to get up, wash up, and I had to put these clips together. I had to put the video together. It would have been a whole different lesson tonight. And so I finally plugged my phone in, got to wait till it turned on. It turned on, it said like 6:30 or something. And I'm like, now I got to get up and rush, hurry up, run in the bathroom, try to hurry up and wash up, get dressed, and run in here, turn on the computer, then put the video try. And that's why I'm a little behind. So thank you, Takayama, for that. So anyway, and because of that, I haven't seen nobody messages. I've been
Yeah, Popcat released on L Bank.
on L Bank too. So
Yes,
so
sir.
it
That's what the
released.
spike was.
It wasn't Binance.
I don't
Oh,
think it
so
was
the
just
next,
Binance. I think it was
so
probably
then,
both.
so it released on Binance and then L Bank.
And
So it
then L
released
Bank
on
the
L
next
Bank
day.
after. So today, so we missed two bombs. Oh man, and oh man, bro, it is what it is. We're gonna catch the big lick. We're gonna catch the big lick, pandemon. We're gonna catch it. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna catch it. We're
But
gonna
like you
catch one.
said, the aftermath of people coming in late, so we still have a chance.
Yeah, it's still because it hit L Bank today. So it's probably going to go up even more. And now we should also be looking for the short. We got to pay attention to our short, right? But we got to wait because we don't want to mess up. So after the L Bank, if it don't hit another big exchange, for those who don't know, y'all need to learn this stuff. Then after it calms down then we should be looking for a short, a nice strong. That means the price is going to go down, guys. A short. A long means you're betting the price is going to go up. This is stock market, stock exchange, forex, everything. The short means you're betting that the price is going to go down. So you can make money either way, whether it goes up or down, once you know what you're doing. And this is the future, guys. So all right. So now, and I'll have some stuff coming for you. I know I keep saying it, but trust me, I got some stuff coming, right? Some stuff. Just the basics for y'all to get. But for those, this is going to be your future, man. You better learn this stuff. Learn to be left behind. All right. Now, okay, so let's do, yeah, because it's at 74 cents still now. 74. It's still at 74. My goodness. All right. I would have been a happy day today. I'd have been like, yes, guys, we got 10 G's closer to our homestead. Because, yes, we building a homestead. We building a place. So when they collapse this economy, the Most High's children, we got a place to sojourn together and live and build and grow our food and prepare and have our weapons and security and everything. Y'all better prepare. Woe to those who don't prepare. All right? Now, yeah, the whales definitely knew it was going to happen. Yeah, Zedekiah. So that's 60. When it hit the 60 threshold, if we would have knew that L Bank. So I got to give, this is what we're going to do too, guys, for the investment group. And I'm about to get to the study. We got to agree others need access to the account. So if something happens like this and I'm asleep because I've been teaching the whole night, someone can make a move and execute the trade. Like if y'all know some news like L Bank dropped, that y'all already know it's going to skyrocket. So someone can go in and put a trade in, put a long in, knowing. So then when I wake up, like, we did a long because such and such. We got to, remember last night, we got to work together hard. So we're gonna get it out. We're going to get it together. We're going to get it together. Just keep diligence, right? Study to show yourself approved. All right. So, all right, Akiyama, could you y'all need prayer. Everybody sit down and let the word be prayed over you. Everybody need prayer in your life. I don't give a crap who you are. I don't care if you believe or don't believe. Everybody need prayer in their life. These dark things going over this world. All right. Go ahead, Akiyama, whenever you're ready. And all right, let me get this. So.
Okay. And I did want to give credit where credit is due. Yadan was the first one to find out. So I just
About the L Bank?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good job. And Yadan, that's one of his, I forgot, he was one that, he's one that catch news early, and Zedekiah is too. So, well, thank you. But we're going to hit a lick, guys. We're going to hit one. And I'm going to come tell y'all, I'm going to show y'all too. Well, that's the thing. I'm making the thing so I can show y'all for everybody out there, the receipts of all of the trades that we called. And if you, like all of them, and you see, they all, because you study to show yourself approved. All right, go ahead, Hakim. Sorry. Let me let you do what you got to do.
Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High Yah from the Shemayim, heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels, all his malayaks. Praise him, all his hosts, all his sabayats. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye Shemayams of Shemayams, heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the Shemayim, heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He hath also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep. Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his word. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the heavens. He has also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharal, a people near to him. Praise ye the Most High Yah Yah.
All praise to the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. Praise ye him. Everybody, y'all need that prayer over y'all. Everybody, I don't care what you believe. I don't care who you are. You better believe in something. Everybody believes in something. Even the belief in nothing is believing something, because you believe in nothing, so you still believe. Sure. So everybody need prayer over them for something. Yeah. I never refused prayer, even when I was thought I was atheist, but agnostic. When I didn't believe in no higher power than me, if someone offered to pray over me, I wouldn't reject it. I'm like, yeah, I can use anything. I use any good as long as it's good. I don't pray nothing bad. All right. So anyway, but now I'm a little different. Now I'll be rebuking these. Somebody don't put your hands on me no more. I ain't allowed nobody touch me no more. I don't know what you're praying for. I don't know what God you're praying to. A little different. All right. So now I did that, right? So what I did was I exported that. Let me find it. There we go. Right? And then I'm going to pull that up in here. Give me 1 second, guys. So we multitasking. Multitasking. I'm going to pull that up in here. Oh, did I open? Oh,
I can say another prayer.
You got another prayer? Come on. Pray over the people. Pray over the people. All right. And we about to get started. It's going to be a good one. So y'all hold your horses. Get some prayer over your life. Get prayer in your life. A lot of people, we all got problems. We need some spiritual warfare. Higher powers, some spirits, malaks, angels. Come fight on my behalf. Guardian angels, whatever. I need all I can get. I know the darkness. There's so much darkness. All right. So I'm going to take this. Where is it?
Okay.
Here.
Shabbat Shalom Yah Yah. Shalom to all your righteousness. Your children are gathered here together for you. We come from all places, from all walks, even from many nationalities. There is your natural branch, and you're grafted in. There is the original root, and children that are not of this fold here together with you. And we all love you, and we are all here to worship you. We are all here to be a part of you this day. We are all here to be one. In your name we come. In your image we come. And the walk of the path that we take is your name. May you be pleased and may you be satisfied with today, your day, this day, and all days. Your name shall be in our mouths, and we shall praise you. May it bring joy to you. May you be, in finite words, happy as your children are assembled here, and here to speak so much love, that grace is with us and mercy has covered us, and that your name is inside us, that we plow in the field and we sow and toil, not just with the works of our hands, but within ourselves. We build our temple, we build a garden, we make ourselves a place that you can dwell. So may our inside be beautiful, the inside man. May there be waters of life and trees of good fruit. May the waters be sweet and the fruit be like the honeycomb. May it be a beautiful place of rest and a glorious throne for you. May we be used for your righteousness' sake, but all in all, may your will be done. We are your children, and we acknowledge the such. Therefore, we work for you as your laborers. We decrease ourselves so that you may increase, and we look for you daily. Whenever we cry out, my Father, you say, here I am. We do not run away within our gardens like our forefather did, Adam. We will not hide our faces from you. We will not cover our shame from you. We shall come to you, my Aliyah, the way that we are, so that you may use us in the furnace of affliction and fortify ourselves to the way that you please. May we be new vessels. May we be new temples. May we be renewed children. May we be baptized with fire and water. Because if you baptize a substance with fire and water, the craftsman makes a sword. May we be your sword. Use us to your desires. All praises and glory and honor to the Most High Yah. Your name alone is excellent. Shabbat Shalom. Yaman or Amanya.
Shabbat Shalom. Thank you for that prayer, Hakim.
Praise yeah.
Hey, Yasha, can you give me one too? I know it's on the spot, but you're a strong prayer warrior
That's
as
okay.
well.
Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh Shah Mashiach, who they call Jesus Christ. Shabbat Shalom to the Rayat Hayakadash, who they call the Holy Spirit. Shabbat Shalom to Yahya Sabayat, who they call the Lord of Hosts. Shabbat Shalom to the Malaks, Rayats, and Sabayats of the Shamayam that does the will of Abaya, the angels, spirits, and hosts of heaven that does the will of Abaya. Shabbat Shalom to you, the Most High Yah, creator of all things, the Aliyah, the one true Aliyah, the only Aliyah, he who created all that others worship, the creator of gods, the creator of the heavens and the earth, he whose will is to be done. Abaya, we come before you today to say thank you for another day, for another seventh day in which you have given us to rest and to worship and give praise to you. We thank you, Abaya, for this house that you provided for us in a live space, in a public space. Abaya, that you've given us to sojourn and to bear witness to you and show others who you are, the true you, so they can understand your actual character, Abaya, so that we could come back into your will, into your favor, grace, and mercy. Your word says that your name is a strong tower, that the righteous runneth into and are safe. We thank you for the safety of your name, Abaya, Yahaya, for those that receive. We know, Abaya, that we are called and chosen, and that choice that you made to call us and to choose us should make us feel grateful and blessed. You are a blessing. We thank you for your blessings, all your blessings, Abba Yah. We thank you for the fruit of the garden, which you have given us for meat. We thank you, Abba Yah, for everything that you have given us, for those you have given us to cover and for those you have given to cover us. We thank you for leading us back down the narrow path, Abba Yah. We thank you for having a will for us and for making it so easy to understand once you're given the ears to hear and the eyes to see. We thank you for not hardening our hearts, Abba Yah. So we come before you today and ask that your will be done ultimately. And we ask this in the name of your son, Yahweh Shah Mashiach, who comes in your name. And in your most excellent set apart name of Yah, we pray and say Shalayah, Halalaya, and Daman Yah.
Shalayah means Selah. Aman Yah means amen. And Hallelujah Yah means hallelujah to the Most High in his Hebraic Habara Yah name, his tongue. All right. So now y'all got prayers over you. Let me let my thing, I'm closing this tab. So that's closing. That's a bunch of tab. It should free up a little space. Okay. So that closed over there. Now let me cancel that. Everything's still moving slow, but it's okay. So that's an end point. That's in. Oh, let me do another in. And then make it small. Make it smaller. Get to the ending. There go out ending. Bang. Go up. Control V. Uh-oh. That was a mistake. Control Z. that was a mistake. I meant to say O for out. I didn't mean no control. Okay. So now I should be up and make sure I'm at the same spot. Go back. Press O for out. All right. Now export. Okay. I'm gonna name this. What am I doing? Kamala cat cut now. Kamala cap cut now. Somebody remember that I named it that. Export. Because once that finishes, I'm gonna have to pull it into the other one. But I can do that while we breaking down what we have to break down. All right. So that's exporting. It will let me know once it finished. All right. So now let's get this part started. Again, I apologize. I'm never this oh, it's a troll in here. Y'all handle it. I'm glad I didn't get to see none of the stuff he wrote. He or she. Serpents in here. All right, so I'm much more organized than this for those who just find us. But I woke late. My phone wasn't charged, and I almost that would have been horrible. I woke up at 8:30. All right, so let's here we go. So let me do here. I can close that. I can close that. Right? Okay, 5 gigs. That's enough. Then I can close that one. Double click. Bang. All right. Now, sorry for those who have to bear witness to whatever these trolls be writing. They ain't got nothing better to do. These serpents, they ain't got a life. All right, bang, shit. So this is the thumbnail. Let me see what y'all see. All right, there you go. Y'all see it in full and living color. So the thumbnail says, "Is Mr. Harris black?" Now, this is a picture of, I got that from that Callaway dude's, his channel. He's he all over the place. But anyway, this ain't about that. So anyway, so he did this. I guess he used AI to make this picture or something. And this is a picture of her with the Joker. That's why she got purple like the Joker makeup on, cosplay. So, right? Because she cosplaying. That's one thing I say. Again, not political advice or nothing like that. I ain't dealing with no politics telling y'all to vote for nobody. But I'm just going to expose what I know. Now, um, what word am I looking for? Anyway, so I'm doing 2 and 3 things in my mind at once. So she's cosplaying because she acts, she wants to pull the black card whenever it's convenient, right? So because she's multi-ethnic, which is cool. I mean, you know, if she is Indian and Jamaican, right? East Indian from India, right? Her mom's is Brahmin, right? Which is a higher caste class of the East Indians from India, right? The Brahmins. So her mom's family was money, sent her to college and all that stuff. So she wasn't from the lower caste system in India. Okay. So now the now the she so this is like a Joker costume, like the tricks on all us that she want to be acting, right? So now this on the left side and on the right side, this is her dad, right? Now on this side, that's her dad and that's her when she was a little baby, right? So the thumbnail, hold on, give me a second. It took away my thumbnail. So the thumbnail is this dude, is he blackity black, right? Because it says that his lineage is from Jamaica, right? So we know that she was never really claiming to be black. She was claiming, y'all find out anyway, she was claiming to be Indian, her mother's lineage, which is cool. I mean, I'm not saying nothing's wrong. I mean, if you, whatever it is, if you black and whatever, then you can say I'm black and this, or I'm this and this, or I'm that and that. It just is what it is. But don't shun one part of your ethnicity, but then when you want to use it, that's a user, that's a manipulator, and we ain't with that. The so-called blacks, right? Because we know we're not black, but the so-called blacks, we ain't with that. We ain't with all that. That Judas face, that lukewarm crap. You're gonna have to definitely miss us with all that, right? So now she definitely pulling a black card now, right? Oh, I mean, that was supposed to be my image. That's funny. I had another image I was going to use for the thumbnail. I don't know if I could find it now. I know where it's at. It's in my what's the name. I'll find it. It's in my email. All right. So let me my video already downloaded. I mean, this one did. Let me make sure it plays. There it go. It should play. So I'm gonna pull that as 1 gig. That's not too bad. I'm gonna pull that into my other program. So let me close it. Let me make sure it's everything is good before I close this program. Make sure everything is working. Workity works. Everything moving so slow. I'm taking up a lot of bandwidth. But anyway, so okay, and then let me see the end. Yep, there we go. There we go. It's gonna be a funny one tonight. We got a good one. We got a good one tonight, guys. We usually have good ones. All right, good. Everything played. All right. So now I'm gonna close this program. Close that. Cancel. Close this. I know it's gonna take a long time to close because I got a lot of bandwidth going on. So anyway, now and then the other one's probably gonna really pull up a lot of stuff. So now we're going to find out and break down and expose. I was going to do a video before, which I'm glad I didn't, because someone else put out a video about her dad, and his name is Dr. Harris. Very smart man, an economist, very smart man from Jamaica, from the island of Jamaica, in the Caribbean. And I was going to do a video on him, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad the Mossad stopped me because I didn't have the full understanding. So if I would have put out that video, I would have to now recount some of this stuff. So I'm glad the Mossad didn't allow me to put that video out until I knew a little more, until I studied to show myself approved a little more. All right? Always do that, guys. Always. We're held accountable for the things that we say. I mean, we could repent and, apologize for making errors, but try to do diligence and learn the things before you speak. Be slow to speak, right? Quick to hear, slow to speak, so that you can discern and decipher the information that you received before you relay it to someone else. A lot of people relay in false information. Okay? All right. So now, okay, so I'm going to close this one too. So I'm going to close that because I know that's taking up bandwidth. All right. And then the other thing is going to close in a second. Let me come back to y'all. All right. So now let's get, what I'm going to do, we're going to do this first part, and then we got some breaking down to do. And then after we do that, then we got the second part that should be finished. It should be finished as we're because we got some things to do, some reading to do and stuff too. We got some breaking down to do. All right. Is Mr. Harris a black man? So that's him on both sides. So that's him over to the left here, and he has an afro. That's interesting. He got an afro. Okay? Y'all see him. You got a fro over here. Then over here on the other side, on the right side, sorry guys, it's messing with me because I got all these clips open. But right here, let me see if this is going to allow me to close it yet. Not yet. You ain't happy yet? Well, I just click it anyway. So right here, that's him again. And if I look at that, it looks like, to me, it looks like a so-called black man. I know doggone well, this right here is in the 60s. I can tell you for a fact, if this man walked down any streets of America in the 60s looking like this, I don't care what he thought he was. I don't care what he claimed. He could have said all out of his mouth, "Me not black man, me Jamaican man." You'd have been Jamaican stew. them racists, them serpent seed white people in the 60s, boy. They weren't playing with nobody. They had a work to do from the serpent, and they was definitely about that serpent's business. They weren't playing. So he could have said whatever he wanted to say. They would have been like, you know what them racist country whites, y'all know they used to talk all country, what did they say, them niggers. They was called niggers. They would say, this nigger speak another language. They'd have been like, Becky Sue, come here. Listen to this nigger. Where you say you from, nigga? He like, me not black, man. Me from Jamaica, man. Me not black. We from Jamaica. They were like, well, we gonna have some curry, nigga. They were like, fire up the flame, fire up the grill. We gonna have curry, nigga, tonight. This nigga say he from Jamaica, right? So I don't know that. Right? So I don't care what he claimed at that time. All I know is in the 60s, with this dude right here, That's her when she was a baby. Now, he was a Negro in America. I don't know what he was in Jamaica, but in America, he was a Negro in the 60s. That's what they called it, right? All right. Now, over here, that's in the 60s too, or probably the 70s or something, because that's when the Afro, see, the 60s was a little more clean cut, right? But the 70s, that's when they was on this revolution. That's when they was trying to fight. They was trying to, that's the next generation. They was doing the afros, right? So he was definitely a nigger. if he wasn't a nigger right here, then on this one on the left with this afro, he ain't. You gonna have to miss all parts of. I don't care what you think you are. All right, now, all right, here we go. So let's get started. Let's play this clip. We're gonna open up with this clip. Y'all let me know if it glitches. Hopefully it doesn't glitch. All right. And all right, so should I play? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll open. I ain't scared of you niggas. Let me open my Premiere now. This CapCut still ain't closed? Bro. Okay, there it go. Now it closed. All right. Now that's gonna be a doozy here when I open up this clip. So hopefully it plays. We'll see. Let's make it do what it do. Gotta do what it do. So now I'm gonna open up my Premiere so that once that get all set and open, hopefully by the time we finish this, I can pull that in. I can equalize the sound, compress it all, export it, and hopefully it lines up, and hopefully this works. All right. If not, I try. All right. Well, but again, like I said, this one was it was a shout out to the unbothered son. It was a rush because I overslept. My alarm clock, my phone was dead. That never happened. I'm a professional. I treat your time for everyone who's watching, for everyone who watches on a replay. I treat your time as valuable. So I work very hard to put these lessons together, the teachings together, the videos, very hard for no pay. You understand? I'm not getting paid from YouTube views. I'm shadow banned, right? So and I'm monetized, but this month I made 75 cents off YouTube. So if y'all want to call that pay, then call it pay, right? Because they give me a red and a yellow check for every video I put out. Every once in a blue, they'll give me a green check. That means it's fully monetized, and they still shadow ban my views. So again, but I respect your time. So I work diligently hard. So I apologize. It was my alarm. My phone was dead. So that never. I've been teaching live for over a year now, live, and that never happened. All right, this is the first time I've been teaching ministry for about 3-4 years now. On YouTube. All right, so Premiere's opening. Now let me go back to let's get started. So I'm gonna go to this clip, this window over here. Now you know what I'm doing? Let me let Premiere open first. Let's let it fully open. Let it fully open so it can do its thing. So now I'm gonna explain something why it's opening. Her mom is from India, Brahmin. Her dad, who's on the screen with the afro, is from Jamaica. We don't know. Me not know if he black man. me not know if he Yachty boy or Yankee boy, right? But I'm just joking, right? But me not know. me want to find out if he Batty boy. Yeah, for those who don't know, you don't need to know. Me not know if he Yachty man or he Batty boy, right? All right. So now that open, let me click on it. Bang. That's opening. Everything's running. It's going good. So now we're going to find out a little history. Now, he's from Jamaica, and as you see, he looks like a black man, so-called black. Her mom's is from India, and she has some melanin, right? a kind of brownish Indian woman, not the real dark East Indians, but she got some melanin to her, right? So she come from two people. This Kamala lady, she's descended from two people that has some melanin in their skin, right? Uh, the higher concentrations, brownish skin, right? All right. So now her mom, when you go back to the ancient descriptions, now you got all these races and lands. Her mom is descended from Ishmael, for those who don't know. These are Abraham's sons in the Bible. So her mom is what you call these East Indians, these Arabs or whatever. These are Ishmaelites. And the dad, coming from Jamaica, depending on where his dad came from, he could be from a Yasharalite, from Jacob, right? From Isaac. So Ishmael and Isaac were brothers, Abraham, two sons. Ishmaelites are the Muslims. That's why a lot of the so-called blacks, we closely adopt. It's easy to adopt to their cultures because it's in our DNA is similar to our own, okay? To our original, what was stolen from us. Now, we're not all the same, just like all white people, all the races, nations, the people ain't the same. So all blacks ain't. If you another black, like I ain't, I was never this, and my people was never in the transatlantic slave trade, or my people was this, whatever. I ain't talking to you. Then we ain't talking to you. Mind your business. All right. Now, but pardon me, excuse me. But there are we know in our and Bible is a manuscript, and some of us are awakening to our identities that were stolen. Okay. So now this is working. Let me try to pull this in. This is working, guys. Praise the Most High. It's coming. We're doing this thing good. That pulled in. Dang. Okay, this is working better than I thought. Okay, hopefully this might work, guys. Okay, so now I'm saying this because just because let's just hypothetically say her dad was from a so-called black lineage, right? You can see he's clearly a so-called black man. But how can I say this? Just because we have sellouts, we have Sambos, we have coons, we have those who hate their own lineage. You have people that hate their own skin, their own selves. You have people that want to be another nationality. People have no righteous pride, because there's righteous and unrighteous pride. It ain't the pride that's wicked, it's the spirit over your pride. You heard? Right? It ain't money that's evil, it's the spirit over the money, the love of money. Right? Now, the love of your pride. Now, for those, some people don't have any righteous pride in the accomplishments and the lineage of their ancestors. Now, yeah, I can be ashamed and disgusted by these Pookie and Ray Rays and stuff out there, Dub and little baby Dub and them, you know what I mean, with the pants sagging and talking all they can't even speak, smelling like weed, looking all crazy, doing a bunch of devilishment. But that's in every nation of people. You understand? Go to any country, any land, and you're going to have the Pookie and Ray Ray of that nationality. You see? So it ain't just only the so-called black so-called race of people. So yes, I'm not proud of our Pookie and Ray Rays and they foolish antics, right? They foolishness. No, I'm not proud of that, right? But it doesn't stop me from being proud of my other ancestors who didn't act like Pookie and Ray Ray, those who fought for equality for all people, those who fought for justice, those who sacrificed their lives for for the advancement of all people and even their own nationality of people, right? I'm not, right? So there's good and bad in all. So I'm not a fool, okay? So now let me find this low clip. Which one of these are low? One of these clips are low. That's the one I need to bring up. All right, so with that, there are people who will act like they are another people. Oh, some people want to be another people, right? And cool, you can want to be and be what you want, right? Just miss me. Don't try to use me. Don't try to use my people when it's convenient for you. Don't try to pull this card when it's convenient, because we ain't having it. All right? It's not. It's you, and that's what she's doing. So I'm just saying this because we're gonna find out tonight whether her dad is actually black, or whether he is not, or whether he claimed it, or whether he didn't claim it, like his daughter, right? And but one thing I do know for sure is she didn't claim it, right? She claims some of it now because she's trying to use it for an agenda. But I ain't falling for that, right? We ain't falling for that. Now, some are. You got a lot are of the so-called black people who are falling for it, okay? And that's their fault. That just is what it is, right? I cannot find this clip. I'm trying to find this one low clip. It's one of these clips that's low, and I can't find it. So I'm gonna just have to raise all of it up. It is what it is. I'll just raise it up to like 10, 15, and that should take care of the low one. Is it here? Because I see it look like a real low spot right there. Let me make that big. No, that can't be it, because she's that girl is really loud. All right, so I'm gonna just have to. I can't find it, so I'm gonna just have to raise the whole thing and then get to exporting. And this is, praise the Most High for this. Let me put a denoiser on it first. That'll take care of the noise. This is editing, guys. Learn a skill set. A lot of work comes into doing these videos and stuff. Most people who have these bigger channels who make money, they hire editors and stuff. I don't have that that luxury because I'm not monetized. Well, they don't. I'm shadow banned, so I got to do all of it myself. Now let me put a hard limiter, so the denoiser will cancel out all that hiss noise. So when I compress and raise the sound so it's equal, limit the sound, you won't hear a lot of hiss noise. This is learn a skill set. You can go on YouTube and you can learn all this. That's how I learned. Taught myself all this, how to edit. Study and show yourself approved, guys. You can learn anything in this age. All right? So now let me do my max peak at -5, right? So what that's going to do is keep all of the sound so it won't go up 6 decibels. So when I'm speaking at about 6 decibels, so it won't be too far from where I'm speaking the rest of the clips. So it won't be too, I won't be low and the clips will be loud. See, this is professionalism. I'm teaching y'all something for those who might want to find a career and do some of this stuff. All right. And the sound is more important than your visuals. One thing, if the sound is bad in any capacity, it's a bad experience for the audience, the listeners. Okay. So now let me see. I'm gonna turn that input up to like 11 dB. So that should take care of the low part. All right. So now that's done. We straight. Now I gotta set an endpoint for this. Let me do. Let that move. It's moving slow. I for N. These are shortcuts when you learn how to do these. When you learn editing, you'll learn all your shortcuts. Then I'm gonna go back. Then do O for out. Then I'm gonna do Control M, and that's gonna bring up my export. I'm in Premiere Pro now. It's gonna be my export panel. Sorry, teaching as I go. It just is what it is. All right. Now, there we go. Let me name it. YouTube 1080p 4 HD. Let me name it. I'm gonna name it Kamala Premiere Pro, this one. So that means I know it's this one, the one that I want. And where's it going? It's going to my 25 to life folder. Somebody write that down. It's going to my 25 to life folder. Save. Okay, and export. That's going to take a minute though. Well, anyway, let's go. Export. It is what it is, right? All right, we rocking. We're cooking with olive oil. Now that's doing that. Now I can come back to y'all. Go to there. Come back to here. Go to StreamYard there. Make this one small. Make this one small. Pull it over here. Now I can see the chat and I could see this tab. Yasha, if you can, I'm gonna need you to help me read later. Oh, he's still here. All right. So here we go. Yeah, Bob Marley's dad was, I didn't know he was Wish. That's interesting. He was Wish? I didn't know that, Yana. I know he was a so-called white man. All right, but Bob Marley was, see, that's what I'm saying. Depends on, all right, that's where we going. That's where we going, right? So now, the point I'm making is, in this thumbnail, right? Let's say, even if her dad, we find out that her dad is so-called black and her mom is so-called Indian. Well, she is. It doesn't matter. You know why? Because it's what does she identify as. Her dad could be blackety black, blue black. Her dad could be the blacketest, blackety black CB4 character. He could be running around, right? But she still don't claim it. So it doesn't matter. You know them by their fruit, right? All skin folk ain't kinfolk. The scriptures say all Yasharal ain't Yasharal. All Israel ain't Israel. It's saying the enemy come from those in your own household too, your own lineage. Pookie and Ray Ray is blacker than black. You understand? When Pookie and them trying to bust in your house and shoot you and steal all your stuff, they black, what you gonna do? But I'm black, you black. Miss us. It don't matter. None of that matters. You know them by their fruit. All right, so let's get started. This first clip. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own the rights to these clips and videos for reaction purposes only. Let's go. Here we go. Hope much. All right. So I need to go here. Then I need to stop share that. Present. Share screen. Why is it not showing? Not window. I'm not looking for a window. I'm looking for the Chrome tab. Oh, because it's in a different. Okay, so let me just pull it over here then. I'm not about to do that with y'all. We ain't about to play that with y'all tonight. Copy. Go to new tab. Because I'm in another Chrome session over there. But it's okay. Control V. Let that load in. Enter. There we go. All right, so here we go. So now, copyright disclaimers in effect for educational purposes only. We're not owners and rights to these videos, just for reaction purposes. All right. Now, come back to y'all. There we go. Now it showed up. Share. Here we go. First clip of the night. Make this full. Let me see what y'all see. I'm guessing that looks kind of full. So I can't see. I can't see them both because I'm sharing this. Yasha, which one is bigger on your screen? This one looks bigger or this one looks bigger on the screen?
The second one.
This one? The one that's on now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your assistance. All right, here we go. There go.
Well, I'd like to go into Kamala Harris's background because it's frightening, to put it mildly. Now, Kamala Harris is the daughter of Don Harris, a Jamaican.
Okay, so you heard what he said. He said he's going to go into Kamala Harris' background because it's frightening, quite literally.
Well, I'd like to go into Kamala Harris's background because it's frightening, to put it mildly.
It's frightening, to put it mildly. So that means he's scared to death. He's shook. So her background is scaring him to death. He's shaking in his boots. Some might give him a dog because he's scared. It's frightening. Okay? I'm doing that because I want y'all gonna find out why he's so frightened. Why he's frightening. Okay? All right. He's frightened, right? He's scared to death. All right. So let's hear. What's scaring you so much? What does say you? Why are you so frightened of Kamala Harris's background?
Now, Kamala Harris is the daughter of Don Harris, a Jamaican economist, and Shyamala Gopalan, who was a cancer researcher from India. She died in 2009, I believe it was. These two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s as...
Okay, I'm going to have to do this because I can't see the chat. I can't see y'all, so we're going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this another way. I'm gonna have to open up another tab. I ain't got no choice. Open a new window, bang, and then because I need to be able to see y'all in the comments, I need to be able to rock with y'all. Can't rock with y'all like this. So then I'm gonna grab this and pull it over here. So let me grab this from here. No, that's YouTube Studio. Don't grab that. That's the wrong one. Grab this. Are you gonna let me grab you? There you go. Pull you over here. Bang. There we go. Now we playing. And then, so now, hold on. Now I can see y'all. Let me move this over. I can see the chat. I can see y'all. And I can still rock with my video clip. Y'all know, I'm going to make it a little smaller. Well, it's not showing that one anyway. So view, oh, it is showing that. All right. So he said, all right, now I can rock out. Here we go. I can see the chat. So he said, here we go.
These two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s.
So now remember, he said he's, what did he say? What word he used? He's horrified something. Hold on, let me put it back. I'm going to bring it back forward. What did he say?
Well, I'd like to go into Kamala Harris's background because it's frightening, to put it mildly. Now, Kamala Harris is...
Shout out to brother Dickie McFadden over on Facebook. He frightened, Dickie. He's scared. You need to come to the project. You need to come to Crown Heights in Hempstead. Strong Island, you scared. Get a dog. He frightened to death of her background. Why are you frightened? Why are you so frightened? What's scaring you?
Of Don Harris, a Jamaican economist.
So she's the daughter of Don Harris. He's a Jamaican economist. An economist is an illustrious career in America that he went to school. He got a master's degree and a PhD. He's a doctor. He has a doctorate. But you're frightened from an economist? Let me explain something to you, little so-called white man. This dude on the screen, shout out to my so-called white brothers and sisters, the righteous ones. Nah, to the unrighteous ones, kick rocks like the unrighteous, all other nations of people. Yo, brother Dickie, he fighting. Let me explain something to him. This dude, if you're fighting of a PhD, master degree, college-educated economist, he's a financial economist, then you definitely ain't ready for what's coming. You frightened. Okay. So now her dad is an economist from Jamaica. Here we go.
The daughter of Don Harris, a Jamaican economist, and Shyamala Gopalan, who was a cancer researcher from India. She died in 2009.
So her mom was a cancer researcher and her dad was a economist.
I believe it was. These two people met together in Berkeley.
That's them two. Handsome, looks like a black man to me, so-called. That looks like a so-called black man, right? And a handsome East Indian woman, a beautiful, handsome man and a beautiful woman, okay? They look like they're gonna make some pretty, pretty babies, right? They got, got the same amount of melanin in both of them, right? All right, no, it just is what it is, okay? So, all right, so now, let's continue, right?
In the 1960s as students. They got married and they had Kamala and her younger sister, I believe it was.
So
these two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s.
So Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley campus in the 1960s was the most radical young youth place in the whole of America. The 60s was very turbulent and violent. There was the Vietnam War and all that type of stuff. There was a lot of Jim Crow. It was coming out of segregation and free rights, and there was a generation of the youth that was coming up, and they were not following the protocol of the just go along to get along. They wanted equality. They wanted, equal, to be treated as humanity for all people. It wasn't just for so-called blacks. It was for all people. But the so-called blacks had their own separate civil rights movement. There was a movement for rights to be a civilian's rights, to be treated just equal as everyone else is treated. Civilian rights, okay? Now, those young youth from this Berkeley campus, and it was throughout America, but Berkeley was a hot spot. Sister Roberta said that campus was all about the wild, wild west, crazy, hit everything. Now, in this campus was the place that sparked. This is where the so-called, well, not so-called, the organization that came about was the Black Panthers. And they were students. These are college students at this university. So that means these are young adults trying to further their education, but also fighting for equality rights. But it just wasn't for only Americans, right? This ain't political advice or none of this. Y'all can study, show yourself approved. They was fighting for the rights of those in apartheid in South Africa, for those being, for the freedom of those, they call it colonization, colonizers. That's real. I'm gonna call it slavery. Okay, ain't no colonizing. It's enslaving these countries. For the Congo, okay, for Cuba, okay, for India, for any group of people in any land, Vietnam, all of it, in any land that was being oppressed and colonized by whatever system that was doing it, the youth in America was marching and protesting on behalf of the freedom of all people, of all poor people, no matter what color, skin, nationality. Muhammad Ali did not want to go to fight in Vietnam War because he said, they ain't never did nothing to me. Y'all want to go oppress those people, right? Now, this is a so-called Black American movement started it. Sorry, not sorry. They, the youth, these 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, they started where their generation over them started to be coons. Listen clearly. The generation over them was yes sir, no sir, massa. We're going to go along to get along. You all need to be in church and Jesus, 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 and all this stuff. They was selling out. The generation under them was like, I ain't doing no sir, yes sir. Ain't nobody my massa. I'm a massa over my own temple. I'm a king over my own house and kingdom. And I don't want to harm nobody, but I'm not about to let nobody harm me. I need to be treated like a man. So they would march and said, they had signs that said, I am a man. They were fighting and marching for the rights to be civilized, to be treated civilized like every other people should be treated civilized. And it was called civil rights. All right. It was a movement. And it was spurred by these young so-called blacks, because that was at the so-called black people were at the bottom of oppression of them all. I don't care what land you came from, the so-called black was at the bottom of, in America, of it all. In other lands, their people certain was at the bottom. So in India, they had a caste system where they had a group of people that were at the bottom. And her mama didn't come from that. She was at the top in that caste system in their country because they got their own country. But our country, which was America, was invaded and enslaved, not colonized. You understand? Not founded. It was taken over, but it is what it was. You lose a fight, you lost, right? That's it, right? I'm not saying that these pilgrims and these people, these Europeans who came over here and enslaved and conquered this country and took it. Guys, I'm from the street. I used to be from the streets. If someone come and take your stuff, then they took it, right? You wasn't strong enough to handle it, then it is what it was. Go back, you're strong enough, get it back or something. If not, then it's just a reality. It's a reality check. Now, I understand why they was able to take it, because our ancestors transgressed the Most High. See, it's a spiritual reason, because they wouldn't have been able to take it no other way, because they weren't stronger, they weren't faster, they weren't smarter, they weren't more resilient. It was a spiritual curse over them, so they was able to take it. But it just is what it was, right? So they took it. Cool. So now they own it, right? Someone came and took your car. They got it. Like, it's my car now. Y'all remember when we was little, I had something taken from me. Someone took my sneakers before. A bigger boy, I was little, beat me up, took my sneakers. It was his sneakers then. I ain't get those sneakers back. When I got a little older, I wanted to put it on him. But by then it didn't matter. He was scared, right? Lucky I had a good heart. Otherwise, that's when you traumatize and you want to get back. By then, I ain't need to get no get back. It was. And then I did a bunch of stuff. By the time I got older, I'm like, man, I done beat up people and took their stuff too, right? Trauma, hurt people, right? So anyway, so in the 60s in California, shout out to Cali, shout out to Oakland, California and all that. You heard? Berkeley was a hotbed. Those young youths that was going to that college, white, black, and whatever, they was about equal rights, and they was willing to march and protest and go against the status quo, the system. They wasn't just going along to get along. They wasn't laying down. So now, this man from Jamaica, whether his mom, now y'all see what he looks like. Whether his mom was, I don't know, whatever, right? Because I got another video that breaks down more of his lineage. Whether his dad was Asian and his mom was so-called black, sent to Jamaica, dropped off their lineage. There's some black in there somewhere, okay, in him somewhere. All right, whether it's the dad, the mom, somewhere. It's some blackity black in there somewhere. Whether you got some Asian in there, whatever, right? He came from Jamaica, right? He got an afro. I showed you the other pictures. His afro. In the 60s, this was a black man. I'm sorry to inform you, whether he came his little butt from Jamaica and was like, "Man, I'm black, man, I'm black." You know when them cops was coming with the dogs and those when they were sick in the fire hoses, he could be standing there, "No, man, I'm black, man, I'm black, man, man, Jamaican man." They would just shh. They would have just shushed it. He would have went flying. He'd have been black after that water hose smashed his butt. I bet she would have got back up and said, "Well, I guess in here I am black." In America. Okay. Now I'm just walking this down, right? So now you see what he looks like. So in the 60s in America, no matter what he thought when he came over, he was black. Now her mom, that's the difference. Because you could see she's not a so-called black because of the texture of the hair. Now, imagine if this mom had more woolly hair. What does she look like to you? See, that's Ishmael. Ishmael is our DNA genealogical cousins. Now, they don't receive us, we don't receive them. It is what it is. But I'm just speaking facts. If you put woolly hair on this woman, what does she look like? Straight black woman. That's what I see. I see a pretty black woman, right? But that shiny straight hair shows a little, her lamb's wool is a little more goatish. It's a little more too woolly. All right, so now you see. All right, so anyway, so with her in the 60s, they wouldn't have, the system in America wouldn't have classified her as black. The funny thing is they wouldn't have classified him as black either. I'm going to explain. I'm about to show y'all. I got a receipt. Where is it? There it go. Let me show y'all. Y'all know we bring receipts in this ministry. So let me stop sharing that. Bang. Y'all know we bring receipts. I do my homework. Present, share screen, window. Where you at? Where you at, buddy? Oh, I didn't double tap you. Let me double tap him over here. There we go. Where you at? That ain't you. Where you at? Let me cancel. Let's try it again. Present. Share screen. Window. There we go. Bang. Share. This is a receipt to what I'm talking about. This is Kamala Harris' birth certificate. It says Kamala Harris, October 1964. Her hospital, Kaiser Foundation Hospital, Oakland, California. Shout out to Taj Balaya and Yana Pa. They out in Oakland, California right now. All right? I know they like, she ain't representing Oakland. We don't receive her. But anyway, so now, I want y'all to see this birth certificate. Now, on the birth certificate, it says Oakland, Alameda, her mama's name, maiden name of the mother. First thing I want to show y'all is in America, you see they put the mother's name first. America is a matriarchal society from Canaanite, from Egyptian, Mitzrayim. It's Canaanitish. So it's matriarchal. So they put the mother first. All right? Just point that out. All right? See, it says mother of the child. They got the mother's name. She was 26. Her birthplace, India. Look at the color or race of the mother. Y'all see? What'd that say? Caucasian. Ty said she was born right down the street. So now, Now, her mother is written down as Caucasian. Now, the dad. Then it goes to the father. The dad, Donald Jasper Harris. They were both 26. His birthplace, Jamaica, the Caribbean. Look what it says for his color or race. Jamaican. Thank you, Dayat. How is Jamaican a color or a race? See, this was the structure system. Still like that. Some Africans right now that come over, they can write Caucasian. They can fill the box for Caucasian, and the system allows them to do it because the system ain't against them. It's against the so-called Black American. We going somewhere. So it didn't say black for his race. It didn't say African, Jamaican. It didn't say, it says color is Jamaican. I didn't know Jamaican was a color, and I didn't know Jamaican was a race. That's a new one to me. Okay. Hers say Caucasian, but his say Jamaican. What? Right? Now, this is what they would do. I showed y'all that sister with her melanin looks just like a black sister to me if you just look at her, but with if you put woolly hair on her, right? But what did it say? She was able to be classified as Caucasian. All right. Now, let me get back to where we're going. I'm still walking down, right? But let me explain. His classification on her birth certificate, they said he's Jamaican. So him and her went to Berkeley College and University in California in the 60s. All right, here we go.
2009, I believe it was. These two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s as students. They got married and they had Kamala and her younger sister, Maya.
So that's her mom. Again, that's her mom's dad, Brahmin, East Indian, and a mom. They from India. And that's Kamala and her little sister. So this is her mom. Let me see. Do I want to explain it now? No, I'll wait.
But both of them were very active in a group called in Berkeley in the 2009, I believe it was. These two people met together in Berkeley in the 1960s as students. They got married and they had Kamala and her younger sister, Maya. But both of them were very active in a group called the Afro-American Association.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Now, y'all listening? What I want y'all to understand, this person said at the beginning, he's terrified. He's afraid. What word did he use? He said something else. It wasn't terrified. I forgot what word he used. He is scared to death of her upbringing. All right? Now, you saw the picture of that Jamaican man. You saw that birth certificate. All right? Frightened. Thank you, Abraya. He's frightened. He's shaking in his boots. Okay? He's scared to death of her upbringing, of her parents. Uh-oh. Let me explain something. That white dude right there, he's a racist. And I'm going to show, we bring receipts. So this racist so-called white man, shout out to the so-called whites who ain't racist, right? No disrespect. We just bringing truth to power. Now, he said he is frightened. He's scared to death of her parents' upbringing. I mean, her upbringing, meaning what her parents. Now, why is this racist scared? Now, let me explain. I'm walking this down. Whether y'all think they did put Jamaican on their birth certificate. Y'all don't understand, in the 60s, these people were immigrants trying to come. Most people in America don't understand the immigration stuff. Back then, they wasn't that man trying to get from Jamaica to get his green card to go to college was not about to argue in that registrar's office to put black for his race on that thing. I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to bring reality, because a lot of people have a warped perception, and you take your own, you actually project your own thing, right? So let's walk it down. Let's see. Remember, you know them by their fruit. Let's see what the fruit was. Now, I know Kamala. I know her by her fruit. She ain't claiming black at all. Now she want to play it. I ain't with it. Sorry, not buying your cosplay. But let's find out what was her dad. What's today's thumbnail? Was Dr. Harris from Jamaica, was he black? Was he a black man? So, her mama from East India, little 5 foot, little brown skin, little light brown melanated Brahmin woman, and her dad from Jamaica, a light brown Jamaican man. They went to Berkeley, and this dude said he is frightened by what frightened him. Let's see what frightened this dude.
Both of them were very active in a group called the Afro-American Association.
Uh-oh. Both of them were very active in a group called the Afro-American Association. Remember, guys, you know them by their fruit. So, this little East Indian woman and this man from Jamaica, they were very active in this group called the Afro-American or so. Hold on, bro. We gotta make the math. Gotta make and it scared this dude. He's frightened of this. Now look what it says in this image right here. It says substandard housing. I'm gonna point out what's on this image. And there's a picture of a rat. That's a big rat over the house. So the Afro-American Association, they had these organizations that was, now I'm not Marxist, communist, no-ness. I am a child of the Most High Yah. I'm a child of the creator of all things. And my history book is the Bible. So that's a New York City rat right there. So I ain't supporting none of these Leninism, Marxism, none of that. But you know people by their fruit. Now listen. So this young Jamaican and this young East Indian woman from India, out of all the organizations in college, they decided, now they don't know each other, just so y'all know. We're gonna get there in a second. They don't know each other. She joined it first. Uh-oh. Let me explain. The mama, that little East Indian woman, she was already part of it by the time, that's where he met her at. The Jamaican dude. So out of all the organizations that was going on, okay, all right? Quickly, I left without buying anything. Wow, okay, sorry. I can't read that. I got to stay focused. So out of all the things that was going on, this little East Indian Brahmin woman chose to join the Afro-American Association. We're going to find out why in a second. She chose. Now, just understand, this wasn't a popular thing to do. This was going against your green card status, your visa, your education visa. This is going against school, American everything. This ain't her fight. She ain't black. She ain't African American. She ain't, and she just got there. So they both joined this Afro-American association. Shalom, Fatima, y'all. And in this image right here, it says substandard housing. They got down at the bottom here, it's 3 images of a man, a woman, and a child holding hands. Right? Let me see. I think I took a screenshot. I think to make it, yep, I did. But it's not that clear, but it's better than what I got. Let's do it. Let me do this correctly. Y'all know I bring receipts. All right. So let me double click it. Double click it. Thank the Most High. He's allowing this thing to work because our thing is exporting. Thank you, y'all. We humbly appreciate it. Our thing is exporting and everything as we doing this. Present, share screen. This is multitasking at its best, guys. Learn to multitask. Okay? I'm teaching, exporting, editing, all this at one time. Multitask. You're going to have to be at the end time. You're going to have to do multiple things to survive. All right, now let me make it bigger. Yeah, this is better. So now y'all can see what's on there. So what's on that flyer for the Afro-American Association, that person was shook. Remember, he said he's frightened. He's frightened of this. It says right here, substandard housing. That's a big rat over the house. I know it's blurry. And a family holding hands. Over here, that's a picture of Uncle Sam. That's an image with the striped pants, the red, white, and blue. That's a symbol of the system. It has a hand and an arm with a shackle on its wrist. Slavery, jail, prison, shackle on its wrist. And the arm, the hand says Black Power. All right, now I'm not promoting no, what you call that? What do they call? Supremacy of anybody. All right? Now, we'll wait till we get to this part. So the hand said, it's a hand that's grabbing Uncle Sam and I guess shaking him up. And I guess he's shook with the things coming off his head, right? And it got a shackle on his wrist, and it says substandard housing with a rat. And then down here, it says police brutality. Y'all see that? And it has a so-called white cop with a billy club beating a so-called black man. So the image that he's so frightened of is saying that it wants substandard housing and it wants police brutality to stop. Now, again, I'm not supporting, they believe in, I'm just showing what this image says, what this says, right? So this was the image. All right, now I broke that down so now y'all can see it. All right, stop share, bang, present, share screen, bang, share. Now here go the video. Now he said he's frightened to death of this. So I guess he's frightened by anybody that want to stop police brutality and want to stop substandard housing. Okay? Now remember, this little East Indian lady joined this organization in the school. Soon as she got there, I know her story because I read up. So guys, I'm a person that study to show myself approved. I'm not going to teach something and show y'all clips if I didn't find keep continuously read and find out. So I know how she came over. This was the first organization and the only one she joined. And she was a lifelong member of friends this got broken up along with all the other groups in the 60s, right? But they remained friends forever. Now, so that little East Indian woman joined this, and it wasn't her fight. This ain't her cause. All right, let's continue.
Both of them were very active in a group called and her younger sister Maya, but both of them were very active in a group called the Afro-American Association. This was one of the far left sort of black power groups operating at the time, and it was, these people openly supported Fidel Castro.
These people, y'all know that statement. These people. So this is a picture of this Afro-American Association. This was in the 60s. We're not supporting none of we're just breaking this video down, right? It says, these are members of the Afro-American Council in session at St. Paul. I guess that's Minnesota. I'm not sure. All right. So they took a picture. All right. Now, at the bottom of the picture, it got some of the names. It says, to the right, Reverend Alexander Walter of New Jersey. In the center of the front row is Booker T. Washington. So some of y'all who know history, y'all might have heard of Booker T. Washington. So Booker T. Washington was in this group, and standing to his right is, standing to his right was Mrs. Ida B. Wells. Google her. Mrs. Ida B. Wells. And standing is at President Walter's left. It's somebody else that's there. Sorry, I can't see it. But Ida B. Wells, Booker T. Washington is in this group. All right?
These people openly supported Fidel Castro. They supported Che Guevara. It was a Marxist group. Two members of the Afro-American Association, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, would leave and go off to...
So, he said also in this group association was Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, for those who know who the Black Panther Party was. So this is blackity black stuff. Now, I need y'all to understand, in the 60s, all right? Yes, definitely Du Bois was definitely for the boule. Exactly. You know, Roberta. I know, and that's coming. So I got Sister Yadasa. I still got to edit her video. So that's coming. The continuation of the boule and the Greek sorority fraternity stuff is coming. All right? Now, I want y'all to understand. Taj Bala, y'all know this. This is blackity black stuff. This ain't Sambo stuff. This ain't Coonan stuff. Taj was there at this time. For you to be in one of these organizations fighting, you are risking your life. The police was killing you, bro. They was beating you, killing you, sicking dogs on you. This is super black stuff. This ain't scary black stuff. So that little, let me explain. Now remember, this is not about Kamala. What we about to find out from the thumbnail, was her dad a black man? Here we go. Because all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Everybody who say they so-called black miss me. You got Coons. His daughter's Conan. Listen, I'm a man of the Most High. I'm standing in spirit and truth for my Abba Yah and my history book, which is the Bible. My little genealogical sons and daughters choose with their free will to serve another God. They could choose to be whatever they want to be. Does that reflect on me? Does that make me a sellout? No, because they have the free will choice to choose what they want. I'm going to show tonight that woman, the calm woman, she chose with her free will not to be blackety black. Because guess what? Her mama, her little East Indian mama, was instilling blackety black in her. See, we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge, and we have been, because we haven't studied to show ourselves approved. And I didn't know this. I almost made a video disrespecting him and the mama. Not disrespecting, but, thinking that they were like she is. Just because your children, someone has children, they went on, that doesn't mean that's what the parents was about. You understand? In my sin and transgression, and I did the time for all the crimes I committed in the 80s, I was a drug dealer. I went to jail and prison for this stuff, right? I did my time. My children, my daughter has never sold drugs a day in her life. She's a college graduate. So because I got this life in this testimony TV channel, my daughter is learning from the channel stuff that I did. I know she's shocked, like, my goodness, Dad, I didn't know you went through all that, because she was shielded from it. By the time she came up, I gave her a better life, and she had a choice with her free will to choose to be negative or positive. So I foolishly was going along the bandwagon with everybody else, thinking because Kamala is a sellout, I thought, and people got videos calling her dad a sellout. Ooh, oh yeah. Y'all know, that's why I put in the title, I said unbiased, exposed. And I'm so glad the Most High didn't let me. I almost put a video out. I almost made a video calling him Chinese and he ain't black and he ain't. Now listen, this little East Indian lady came over here, went to college at Berkeley, and she joined immediately the Afro-American Association, where Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Booker T. Washington, Ida B. Wells, you talk about blackety black. This during the 60s, guys. This stuff would get you killed during the 60s. They got killed in prison, all of it. So this person, this white dude said he was afraid. Okay? Now, it says this association. Now, I'm not promoting no Marxism, none of that stuff. It says this association. Yeah, you can't choose your parents, and you definitely can't choose you, because I sure enough wouldn't have chose my parents. They abandoned me. They left me for dead. I would have definitely chose some better parents. Somebody that at least would be there to raise me and love me. My goodness. Right? I wouldn't have chose neither one of them, the dad or my mom. All right? Now, this is let me explain. Now, I'm not promoting none of this, but history is written and rewritten by the victors. So you got these racists with this dude who's talking about it is, right? He was he's frightened, shaking in his boots, right? What they do is they rewrite the history, and they'll make some of these organizations, I'm quite sure they have some dark organizations too, but some of these organizations, they were about equality and freedom for people all over the world. The governments, what they call colonizers, were enslavers. They were in India, they were in Africa, they were in Central America, South America, they were all over enslaving and colonizing people. So they'll make statements like they were promoters of Fidel Castro, right? But won't give the full understanding is that some of the people were against the oppression that was happening to the Cuban people. See, they will say that they were for Che Guevara, but they're saying, but what some of them were fighting for was the oppression of the South American, Central American people, not all the ideologies of whatever. So some of these blacks who were fighting for equal rights, one of them is Tupac Shakur's auntie. What's her name? Can't think of, I got her in one of my videos on 25 to Life. I can't think of her name now. She had the bigger, she escaped. They let her, she still now have asylum in Cuba. If they got her out of America and she was able to have asylum in Cuba. I forgot her name now. Assata Shakur, that's her name. Thank you, Roberta. Yes, Assata Shakur. Now, yeah, she fraudulent in the plant. We going there. You're going to see in a second. Now, so in Cuba, they allowed her to be exiled there, and they wouldn't extradite her because we ain't supporting none of no communists, no Marxists, I ain't none of that crap. I'm a child of the Most High. I'm just speaking, all right? Yes, she's still in there now, and they still want her. That's one day, I'm guess they gonna get her when she an old body, and they Bimmy. Y'all know what Bimmy mean. The U.S. their system is petty. That's the word, petty. We used to call it Bimmy. That's old slang. They are petty as all outdoors. They'll wait till she die and bring her dead body back. You think they won't? They petty. They don't play. That's why you don't want to mess with the United States government. Do not mess with the United States government. You want to pay your taxes. You want to pay for the IRS. Do not mess with the United States. They don't play. And they petty as all outdoors, meaning they ain't never going to let it ride. I guarantee you, when she die, watch what I tell you. I bet you they drag her dead corpse when she die and lock her dead corpse up and be like, we got her. They petty. It's all outdoors. All right. So now, she said, Roberta said Bush Jr. still had on America's Most Wanted in 2001. Now, these people was just fighting for equality and equal rights and just wanted to vote, and they got them on America's Most Wanted. And the dude who was orchestrating it, J. Edgar Hoover, gay Edgar Hoover, no disrespect to rainbows or whatever. Oh, well, they rainbow to the letter community. It is what it is. Y'all do what y'all, just stay out of my way. I don't mess with you, don't mess with me, right? Now, this dude, cross-dressing, this dude was, oh my goodness. But anyway, so it's illegal, them doing, remember I did the COINTELPRO thing last week. Illegal tactics, why breaking the law to get people who are not breaking the law. They literally breaking the law to arrest and kill and lock up people using illegal tactics for people who are trying to follow the laws. And they're saying, I got the right to freedom of speech. I got the right to bear arms. They trying to use the Constitution and they breaking the law. Now, let's go back. So I'm saying it because we're not supporting Castro. We're not supporting Che Guevara, none of that. So anyway, now let's go. Let's continue this. So this dude is shaking in his boots because Kamala's parents were part of the Afro-American Association. So her little mom, she's little. She's only 5 foot tall. That's why I'm calling her little. Little Hindu Brahmin woman, East Indian woman. She went to Berkeley College and she joined this association to fight on behalf of so-called Black Americans. All right. She already did more than her daughter did. I'm sorry. All right. Now, let's see what the dad do. All right. And now she's there with Huey Newton, Bobby Seale. She there with the This is the black of the black stuff, all right? That's what I'm pointing it out because I want y'all to know they outside. That little Hindu lady was outside. This is what you call outside to my young kids today, young adults today. This is outside. This is about that life. She was about that freedom for black people life. So little Hindu lady or little Brahma lady, okay. I can rock with that. I ain't rocking with a daughter though, but I can rock with that. So let's continue. Let's see how this plays out.
This was one of the far left sort of black power groups operating at the time. And it was, these people openly supported Fidel Castro. They supported Che Guevara. It was a Marxist group. Two members of the Afro-American Association, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, would leave and go off to form the Black Panther Party, the pro-China, militant, Maoist, terrorist Black Panthers who really serve as the...
Did you? See what I mean? Y'all hear that? Pro-Maoist China... He was named everything but fighting for black people rights. He went to Tao in China, red communists. He went to everything. And what did the flyer say? The flyer said police brutality and substandard housing. You see? But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is how they rewrite history. This is the serpent. This is serpent. He's talking with a forked tongue. Okay? Now, he talking about all this red, this and that. But yes, Roberta, but that's what they called them back then. So remember, and we ain't rocking with a new Black Panther Party. Again, we are a ministry and I'm a follower of the Bible. I'm a child of the Most High. I don't identify with none of this stuff. No religious, none of that crap. So we don't support no new Black Panther Party. I don't even know what that is. All right. Now, but listen, Sister Roberta, that's what they was calling the original Black Panthers back then. That's how they was using the media to make the regular masses be against them. Right? This is that forked tongue. All right. So now y'all hear, you can hear. Now the point I'm trying to make is, this is the point I'm trying to make. You know everybody by their fruit, right? This man right here, who's a serpent, right? Y'all could hear how right? He's talking about he's frightened of her upbringing, what her parents were. They were part of the Afro-American Association. He said these people, right? Booker T. all them, Ida B. Wells and all that, right? He says he's frightened. So he's vehemently against them, right? So remember, guys, you know them by their fruit. He's saying this. He's telling what her mama and her dad was really doing. Now, if he was pro Kamala or pro, such and such, then I would take it with a grain of salt because then he would probably got in it. But remember, he's speaking like this is why he's speaking to his racist set of people. That's what this is. This ain't to us. This ain't to the so-called black and everything, right? He's speaking to his conservative set of people that's out there so that they can tell her that her parents were actually pro-black. All right. Now remember, the thumbnail was Dr. Harris, a black man. All right, Yasha. I think you might be proud of this one, Yasha. Lick 2 shots for Jamaica Mondem. All right? Now, and shout out to any East Indians who are not racist towards the so-called blacks. You might be proud of that little her mama, not her. Sorry, y'all, but they want to prove her mama. Shout out to that little brown lady. She dead now. Shout out to her. Right? I know stuff by their fruit. You want to fight for our cause? Okay, we need all the help we can get. All right. So now, all right, let's go. Let's hear about the dad.
and Huey Newton would leave and go off to form the Black Panther Party, the pro-China, militant, Maoist, terrorist Black Panthers who really serve as a model for today's Black Lives Matter.
Did you see? See, this is the manipulation. He just called them terrorists, all this stuff, speed bumps in the neighborhood so the kids don't get ran over. A breakfast program for the kids so they can be able to eat, for starving kids to be able to eat, for the housing, free rights, freedom of speech. These things, nothing that they were marching and fighting for was illegal. It was all in the Constitution. But he called them terrorists. And what he say? This is where what's that? The black, what they call that stupid movement, that old hijack, Black Lives Matter. See, this is the indoctrination. But I don't want us to lose focus. I want us to lose focus. The focus is Dr. Harris a black man? Now we just found out her mama, that little East Indian lady, she might get I think she gets a black card to the barbecue. I think she got a pass to the barbecue, right? She was rocking out with our people, fighting for the rights of our people, okay? So now, listen what he said. This is how they indoctrinate people with these lies. These are all lies from the lake of fire.
Association, Bobby Seale and Huey Newton would leave and go off to form the Black Panther Party, the pro-China, militant, Maoist, terrorist Black Panthers who really serve as a model for today's Black Lives Matter. So Don Harris was later appointed as an affirmative action Marxist professor.
Okay, now we're going to break him down more. I'm going to get this clip to end because I need this clip to end, and we're going to get back to him. Okay? Now, no, her daughter is a Sambo coon, right? Shout out to her mama. R.I.P. to her. She definitely get to the cookout, not her mama. Now, we're going to find out about the dad, and we're going to find out more in a second. Let me get through this clip. Praise, good timing. The other clip finished. Now we're going to move on to the brother from Jamaica, Dr. Donald J. Harris, right? So now we know the mama, she joined the Afro Association with Huey Newton and them, right? The little East Indian lady. Now, it says a Stanford Department of Economics. This man is brilliant, just so y'all know, first of all. He was an economics a professor, but he taught, they called him a radical economist. Now, what they meant, he was going against the economy of the system of the day. He was saying that the way that the economy and the hiring wages and all of it and the interest rates, all that, was economically disadvantaged. It was putting the other melanated people, black people, at a disadvantage in America economically. He went on to write books. He went on to change. That man was amazing, because I did my research and I heard this one on YouTube, his study. Brilliant mind, brilliant man. But he was fighting against the system for the poor and the black. Okay, here go with the thumbnail again. Was Donald J. Harris, this Jamaican, was he black? And I almost did a disservice to this brother. I almost did, following what YouTube put out. That's why the scripture says, study to show yourself approved. Now look what this racist just called him. An affirmative action Marxist professor. But look, they're going to call you communist, Marxist. They call us whatever, right? They call you a hate group. Anytime you try to stand up for the rights of people, they're going to label you something, right? So, All right, so they can miss me with their racist labels that they try to tie you. They'll say we tied to some Chinese, something like, what? I don't even know a Chinese person. They've been tied you to some mess. So I say you got to be careful messing around with the system, guys. They'll tie you up in some stuff. Be very wise in who you associate yourself with. That's why I tell people in this awakening, fakening, y'all keep identifying with this Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite stuff. I know y'all want to awaken to your identity. They gonna label y'all a hate group and tie y'all later. Watch what I'm telling you. Mark my words. They gonna tie them little plants that's out there because they always plant. They plant a agent within, and they're gonna commit something like they did the Black Lives Matter. They're gonna commit a crime, and then they're gonna be able to label you, and you already identified yourself. All right, now. Yes, come on, it's going down, Sister Roberta. Watch, it's gonna be you're gonna enjoy this. Now, this man, affirmative action was a program, guys, that was trying to get equal jobs. It was black people were redlined out of housing, where the real estate and all that stuff, where the property values would depreciate, so they couldn't get into communities, and when they would devalue the property values of the black households so that they couldn't transfer any wealth. There was no equity in the houses. So, and then they would raise the price of the houses in these black line, so-called red line communities where the blacks would get houses, so the blacks couldn't afford the mortgage, so they would have to rent. And rent will be forever a debtor, and they couldn't leave wealth. But then they gave the low-income housing to the whites. They redlined the blacks, and they gave them government grants and loans and lowered their interest rate to like 0% for one time. And they raised the property values so that they can have generational wealth and equity and be transferred over. They made a wealth gap. This is economy. So this man right here, shout to my Jamaican man, them. Donald J. Harris used his understanding and education. He didn't come to America and just fight for Jamaicans and Caribbeans. He came to America, went to Berkeley, and found out, my goodness, they're destroying the so-called black people here. I got to do something about it. So they called him a radical economist. So now when you see this affirmative action on the screen, forget that Marxist crap. They're going to label you whatever, right? I don't even know what Marxism is. It's some crap. I ain't no Marxist. I ain't none of that. All right. I'm an American and I follow the laws of America. I don't break no laws. I pay my taxes. I just want freedom to the people and follow the laws of the land you in. And I'm a child of the Most High. As long as those laws don't go against the laws of the Most High, I'm all rocking. You heard? Now, Now they created something called affirmative action back in the 60s, 70s, right? And that was a program that was set to try to make companies have to hire at least a black person. Because you would go into a company or corporation and it'd be 500 white people and not one black. They might have an Asian, they might have a such and such, but not one black American. So affirmative action was a program that they used that said that they marched, and he fought for it too, that they made it a law that the companies had to hire at least one or two black. Like you got to have a little bit of pepper in your salt. We need to see a drop or two of pepper in this salt shaker. Okay. And so because of it, now of course they complain because they just wanted all the job. They're like, nah. And so it allowed some of the blacks to be able to get jobs now, to be able to get jobs. It was a program, right? Of course they was against it. It stopped now, right? And then it got manipulated by the other nations of people who came over and of course because they didn't want it to happen anyway. But this is about Brother Donald J. Harris tonight. Now, what it says, he was affirmative action professor. He was one that was on the ground floor to fight for affirmative action. All right. Now, let's get to the brother Donald J. Harris, and then we're going to get understanding of both of them in a second. All right. And that right there, that still looks like another black man to me too. You know what I mean? He's still looking a little, but now you're starting to see the fruit. Now, I don't give a crap what he looked like. You know them by the fruit. What are you fighting for? Who, like, what are you? All right. Now, here we go. Let's let this racist dude tell his stuff. He's afraid. He's frightened by this. He's frightened of what they're doing.
For today's Black Lives Matter. So Don Harris was later appointed as an affirmative action Marxist professor at Stanford University. And they chose Don Harris as the most appropriate candidate. And after a several month long, I think it was a year-long campaign, he was appointed.
See him again? Look what this says a little bit. In my paper, I offered a system such and such of the idea offered in Tabb's book that the black ghettos, statues an internal colony in American society as appropriate dialectical character of such a critique. My paper up. This man is, hold on, guys. Hold on, Taj. Now, I don't play no games. I ain't no Sambo. I know people by the fruit. This man is not playing. He's talking about the black ghettos that they're talking about. He's talking about, yo, this man ain't no joke. I did the history on him. This man, yeah, his book is no joke. Why it said written in the 1800s as a critique of industrial capitalism. Oh, he's talking about Marxists. All right, so anyway. Now, but this man, all right? So he's fighting against the oppression of the black people in America. You see, it says the black ghetto. Now remember, he ain't from America. He ain't have to come over here. He could have been a whole tether. He could have came over here and be like, listen, man, me not black, man, me not my fight, man, me Jamaican, me come get me education and take it back. Me not black, me identify with you, man. Oh no. All right? Now, let's continue. Now, this man is frightened of this, right?
And after a several month long, I think it was a year-long campaign, he was appointed there in 1975, basically as an affirmative action Marxist. The Rainbow Coalition of Jesse Jackson, he ran for president in 1984 and 1988. And he did very, very well, far better than most people expected, because he drew an idea from a Black Panther who died in a hail of police bullets in 1970 in Chicago. The police raided his home, he shot back, and he came out the worst in that fight.
He is a liar. You are a snake and a serpent. And may the Most High do his will over your life, you snake serpent. He started talking about Jesse Jackson, Rainbow Coalition. I'll explain what he's talking about in a second. He said he got his idea, Jesse Jackson, about the Rainbow Coalition from a racist, all this stuff, he says, group, the Black Panthers, from this young 21-year-old on the screen called Fred Hampton. Shout out to young Tyler in the building. And he said the police came to arrest him and he shot back and they killed him and it didn't work out good for him. Let me explain something to y'all guys. That is a lie. It was proven in the court of law. No one shot. He was asleep in the bed with his child and his girlfriend, this 21-year-old young man on the screen. He was asleep. So this serpent that just said that, know that that's a bold-faced lie. He did not shoot at it was a assassination. They killed him in his sleep, in his bed. Okay? Yeah, they drugged him. Come on, Don. An agent. They sent a black agent to be a part of the Panthers, and they drugged him so he would be asleep. Okay? So you hear? So this forked tongue. All right? Now, so that's what he's talking about. Oh, so then the Rainbow Coalition he's talking about, he's right. He said Jesse Jackson got his idea when he ran, and Jesse was a sellout too. I don't play the coon train. We don't do that. We don't do the boule. Just it's that boule. We're going to get back to that another time. We ain't doing the boule club here. We regular folk for the people. You heard? Now, he's right. Jesse Jackson stole the idea from Fred Hampton. The idea that Jesse had, he called it a Rainbow Coalition when he ran for president. And then Barack Obama used the same thing. Now, let me explain. This Rainbow Coalition that Jesse Jackson came up with, he took it from Fred Hampton after they done killed him and stuff. Fred Hampton's ideology was power to all the people, as the Constitution says. And he says, power to the white people, power to the brown people, power to the black people, power to the yellow people, power to whatever you call, power to the people, the rights of the people. The system is supposed to serve the people, like the police cars say, to protect and to serve. That's what it says. So the people's supposed to have the rights, right? Now, they're supposed to follow the laws of the land, and if the laws are unjust, then they can vote the politicians and stuff out to change, right? They can amend laws. This is the Constitution. So, what's his name? Fred Hampton, these young 21-year-olds. This is Donald J. Harris and her mama, young 26 years old. That's the youngs in the 60s, that youth I was talking about. Now, Fred Hampton, they brought all of the races together. They call them, what do they call them? Progressive. See, they give you these titles. They call them progressives. He says they put the progressive whites together, the progressive blacks. They used, I don't know, somebody can, Hakiyama, if you can, look up this definition for this word progressive, because I see progress in that word. I don't know what other defining terms is in this word, but I'm like, progressive, I see a root word of progress in that word. So I don't know how they can make that a bad thing, but they said that he gathered the white progressives, the black progressives, the Asian, all the progressives. And he said power to them because all of the classes of people were being marginalized and people were substandard housing and poor and stuff, right? So that's what Fred Hampton, that's what they weren't separatists. They weren't against, they were fighting for Hispanics too, right? The appellation of whites and stuff, the poor. Now, all right, let me know when you find that definition. All right. She says, Psalms 82:3, defend the poor and the fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and the needy. Come on, the scriptures. All right. So now, the Fred Hampton, that's what his what you call that? What do they call that? His movement was about. That was the foundation of his movement. Okay, progressive, a group or person favoring and implementing social reform or new liberal ideas, favoring or promoting a change, or promoting change or innovation. I mean, I don't know why that sounds so negative to me. I don't see the negative, right? I guess, well, I don't know. Well, anyway, that's why I know. I'm like, the root word is progress. So I'm like, I don't see. But anyway, y'all see what I'm talking about in a minute. So anyway, so Fred Hampton, that was his the core of his teachings about bringing all the poor people together and have each individual so-called race of people fight for the rights of the poor people, the needy in your communities. Jesse Jackson, after they killed him, they stole that. And Jesse said, I'm going to run, but I'm going to make it a committee called the Rainbow Coalition. And I'm going to bring the whites, the poor blacks, the poor Hispanics, the poor, and put them all on a rainbow chart. The red, the yellow, and called it the Rainbow Coalition. But this little serpent snake dude is right. He took it from Fred Hampton. And then when Obama ran, he did the same thing. He used that and he that's how Obama won the election. He used the marginalized and brought all of them together. Now, let's go back. I just wanted to break that down. So this dude, the point, the reason why I put him saying this lie about Fred Hampton, this we talking, he was scared to death and he's so frightened about Donald J. Harris, her parents, and their what they was into. All right, now listen.
1984 and 1988. And he did very, very well, far better than most people expected, because he drew an idea from a Black Panther who died in a hail of police bullets in 1970 in Chicago. The police raided his home, he shot back, and he came out the worst in that fight. The Black Panther, Fred Hampton, had the idea of the original Rainbow Coalition. You get the progressive whites, the progressive Latinos, and the progressive African Americans, and you meld them together into one force.
So you get those who want to progress of the whites, well, those who want progress of the Latinos, those who want ain't progress supposed to be a good thing? Boy, these wordings, right? So now, yeah, they use these cold words. That's how they do it. It's that forked tongue. That's that serpent tongue. That's why I call you a serpent seed snake. And the people who don't study, show themselves approved, they receive this. So you got people who are like, yeah. He said he went down in a hail of police bullets. You got that right. It was assassination. They slaughtered them in there. Not one shot was fired against. That's been proven from they went there and showed all of the bullets was going into. There was no bullets coming, every bullet because there's bullet ridden walls and holes, they slaughtered them in there. And they did examine, what they call that CGI and stuff, not CGI, what they call that on the crime network channel and stuff, when they do the investigation and stuff, and they showed every bullet was going in. They have not one bullet come out, ain't nobody shot out at them. All right, they just slaughtered them. So now, let me see just a little more, and then we're going to get
progressive whites, the progressive Latinos, and the progressive African Americans, and you meld them together into one force to give you more political influence. But the idea was you get all the radicals together in one organization, and that gives you a chance to win elections.
You see them? That's Puerto Ricans, whites. You see they got guitars.
Well, in those days, minorities were maybe 12 to 15% of the population. Today, they are well over 30%. So the idea was really before its time.
Shout out R.I.P. to Fred Hampton. R.I.P. to that Kamala's mama. Shout out that little brown lady, that little East Indian lady. Shout out to that little lady and my brother Fred Hampton. These were people who they wanted the rights for all people, not just. That's why I don't like the way that they try to paint so-called black people, these little young tethers and these little young snakes coming up talking about we ain't got no culture, we ain't got no history. When they was marching and fighting for all people, the Congo, Ethiopia, South Africa, all those things, they got free. These things got conquered because of our people here. And shout out to that little brown lady who fought, her mama. Now her daughter a sellout. Now, all right, so now that part is done. So let me, Yasha, Hopefully he ain't go to sleep. Hopefully Yasha, he with me, because I want him to read it only because it's about Jamaican. All right, good. Shout out to Yasha and Ahavaya. All right. I read about your Jamaican brother, man, by them, Yasha. Shout out to Dr. J. Harris. Was he black? I don't know. I think he got his ex-wife got the card because they got divorced, guy. His ex-wife got a card. She sure enough got a black barbecue pass. Let's see if he got one. So far, so good. So now it's unfortunate that the other one I had for y'all was even better, but New York Times won't allow me to show it now. I'm like, crap, bro. I had it open. I should have screenshot. I didn't know they wasn't gonna allow me to show it. So I had it open, and just now when I try to start, they told me I gotta pay to show that article. I'm like, but I had it opened already. That was a real good one. But so we just gonna do this first one because I'm not about to pay them. I'm thinking, should I try to do another email and see if I can sneak in through the back door? I'm gonna send Yasha. I'm gonna send you this. I'm gonna send you this link. And if you just open it right here, they might allow you to be able to see it without paying, because they allow you to, when you first visit it, they allow you to see it, and then they'll block you if you keep trying to watch stuff and try to make you pay. So anyway, let me send this. I'm gonna send it in the private chat to you, right? Private chat, bang, Control V, and see if it allows you to open it and read, because that would be good. But if not, we just do this one and move on. All right. So, but this one allowed me to open it. Good. All right. So let me share this tab instead. This is the New York Times. Kamala Harris' father, a footnote in her speeches, is he is a prominent economist. That's his picture. That's him and her in 1965. Is this a black man? Let's see. Yasha, would you mind reading this? Daughter Yah, could somebody bring me something to drink, please? Y'all been slacking on my drinking, guys. They used to help me out and bring me drink. Now they got me up here. A white cotton mouth and everything, lips all chapped. Go ahead, Yasha.
Kamala Harris's father, a footnote in her speeches, is a prominent economist. Donald J. Harris, a Jamaican-born economics professor, has expressed regret that a custody battle brought his close contact with his daughters to an abrupt halt.
Pause. Now here we go. Let's play. Y'all know, Unc, I ain't playing. I ain't playing with these niggas. Now we about to find out. Is she black or not? Now, he showed regret. He went through a custody battle. Him and his wife, the little East Indian lady, they got a divorce. Kamala said that she think it was because they was too young. I probably agree. He was strong. Y'all know Jamaicans. Jamaicans are very proud. They can be a strong-willed, bullheaded, just is what it is, right? Because they come from the Ashantis we know we did that lesson. A lot of them come from the Ashantis, strong warrior tribe, right? Very stern, right? Right? So just a generality. And then she come from the Brahmin East Indian Ishmaelite people. Another very proud, very strong, stern. So thank you, though, yeah. So you must ain't like that comment. She got an attitude. she just had a whole attitude. Do you know, boy, these women. I'm glad I'm talking about women right now. This is a perfect time she handed me the thing, and I almost didn't get a full grab on it. They let it go. I'm like, yo, this thing would have made a mess. This cranberry juice would have been a mess. You'd have been cleaning all that stuff up off this carpet too. You've been really scrubbing all getting off this beige carpet. I don't know why she got no attitude. I ain't say nothing bad. I just said you slapped, she had a yeah, she had a real attitude. She gave me the thing, right? Almost dropped it, right? And then turned around and walked out of the door. I'm like, boy, you better repent later. mess with a man of Yah. And I've been teaching the word of the Most High too. That's a dangerous space. You better get out that space spiritually. All right. So anyway, it's funny because I'm talking about a woman. Now listen. So now this this brother, now we know the Jamaicans are strong, it could be bullheaded, and so is the East Indians, right? Those people, if you know some of their generalities of some of their attributes. So this is kind of a bad combination. Somebody gonna have to give. This is one of those relationships. You know what I mean? You got two bulls strong. I was like that, me and my Hawaiian ex. Oh my goodness. That's why it didn't work. I was like, we've been to killed each other. Like, this ain't gonna work. Because she ain't giving out. It's like we both would have had aneurysm. We used to argue so loud. I mean, it was like two warriors, lions. Yeah, it's a clash of the islands, right? So this is kind of destined for failure. So now, what he's saying is he was a Jamaican-born economics professor. He expressed regret. So now he's not happy that he lost close contact with his daughters. So he didn't raise Kamala. We're getting somewhere now. Now listen clearly. So Kamala don't identify as Black. She identified as Indian because she was raised by her mama. Her Black, well, I'm going to call him Black for now. Y'all see in a minute. Her Black Jamaican daddy, and I'm calling him Black because Black ain't a color thing. The so-called Black was an American invention thing. They called us Black, and it was a struggle and it's a meaning. Everybody that so-called Black ain't so-called. That's why you got people now want to tether, come over here and act like they Black and do all this la from the lake of fire. But this Jamaican, he came over to fight for the so-called Black Americans' rights as well as other people around the world. Shout out, lick 2 shots for Donald J. Harris, my Jamaican brother them. Lick 2 shots for Donald J. Harris. Now, he regret that he didn't have close contact. He didn't raise Kamala, right? They broke up, you're going to see in a minute, when she was young, like this age. This is probably his last picture with her. And him being bullheaded Jamaican and her being bullheaded East Indian, they didn't get along. Now, so he says they had a custody battle. So he we about to get there, Taj. He wanted his daughters. This dispels that the so-called Black man don't raise their kids. They were in a custody battle. He wanted his daughters. So apparently, they're getting a divorce. They're fighting for custody. He lost the war. Let's let him explain. Let's let them explain what happened. Go ahead, Taj. Go ahead, Yasha.
In a warm encyclopedic tribute to her family Wednesday night, as she formally accepted the vice presidential nomination, Senator Kamala Harris skimmed past any discussion of her father, Donald J. Harris, a Jamaican-born professor of economics at Stanford University. The reason is common to many of Mrs. Harris's generation, of Miss Harris's generation. She is a child of divorce, raised by a single mother who became her most profound influence.
Pause. So when she was running for senator and all this, she wasn't doing the blackety black thing. Just so y'all know, she wasn't pro-black when she was running for senator. She was saying, I'm an Indian. You heard? She wasn't saying nothing about black. Y'all gonna see that in a minute. I got a clip coming. Let's get through this. We got some, this gonna be good. This gonna be a good one, right? We got some stuff coming, right? Now, she never discussed him. She always bigged up her mom. And it says the reason is common to her generation, which is true because they gave authority to the children, to the mother. That's why it's common to her generation. You got that right. Because that's when they gave the matriarchal rights of the child to the mother. So if there was a divorce, everything, the dad lost custody. He couldn't, you heard? So now, she says she is a child of divorce raised by a single mother who became her most profound influence. Now, what y'all don't know, and this is going to bring up, the other one would have really brought it up. The one, I don't know if it let Yasha open it or not. The one I tried to get open, it didn't, right? I want you to pay, right? it got another thing where it'll say sign up. If you could look on the side, it'll say sign up and then it'll let you open it. So what I did was I just used my email address and signed and it let me open it. So you could try that. And so that's how I opened this one. And I had them both open, but then when I just came in here, it closed one now. I'm like, oh crap. So I had them both open. I would have screenshotted it if I knew it was going to close it. So anyway, so now it says she was raised by a single mother. I thought, that's what I thought from my lack of understanding, that her East Indian mother only raised her as East Indian, Taj. Guess what, Taj? She raised her both. She never left the Afro Association. She was babysitted, I think it's, well, if it don't come up in this one, I'll bring, because I read the other one, so I'll be able to, I could fill in the parts. I was going to show y'all, because it talks about her mother. So if it doesn't open for Yasha, I remember it opened. I knew that would work. Great job, young king. Just don't go away from it. If you go away from it, it'll close. All right. So now, her mama didn't just raise her Indian. Shalom, Naya. Shalom, Yana. Shalom, Yarel, Yarma, Yaha. Shalom, family. Girl, getting big. They getting big. So now, I would have thought, by the way Kamala's out here acting, I would have thought that her East Indian mother, shout out to brother Leon Newman over there on Facebook. Yo, Leon, I would have thought that her East Indian mother only raised her to know her East Indian. That's how Kamala was acting. But guess what? Her mama didn't. Her mama was in the civil rights movement the whole time. When she was divorced, she was still part of the Afro. She was with Huey Newton and them. She was marching in all of the Panther stuff and all of it. And Kamala said that she was in a stroller. She saw the civil rights from the viewpoint of a stroller from her mother. She was fighting for yes, she was in all of it. She lived in Oakland. She kept her part of, you're going to see the people in a minute. Let me not go ahead. So, no, she raised her with both. She kept her black card. Now, Kamala, with her free will, she chose to come out and promote the Indian side, but now she want to use the black side when it's convenient, but we ain't having that. All right, but anyway, it's going somewhere. It's going to be good. Let's get through this. I got some funny clips that's coming. I got some stuff coming in a second. It's really good. Y'all going to enjoy this. All right, so now, as Miss Harris stepped in the spotlight, Dr. Harris now has made most of these. Okay. Yasha, go ahead. You can read this. As Miss Harris
stepped into the national spotlight, Dr. Harris, now 81, and long retired from teaching, has remained mostly silent. His only recent comments about her, published on a Jamaican website run by an acquaintance, express a combination of pride in his daughter and bitterness over their estrangement. He scolded her in a letter, which has since been removed from the site, for joking in an interview that growing up in a Jamaican family, it was natural that she had smoked marijuana. Speaking for myself.
Pause. He scolded her in a letter that she put up, which she said in an interview, growing up in a Jamaican family, it was natural that she had smoked marijuana. But guess what, guys? She ain't never grew up in a Jamaican family. He left. When they got the custody, he lost custody, they were estranged. He didn't see them. He didn't raise them. She didn't get raised with no Jamaican family. See, using the card and talking about it was natural that she smoked marijuana. So he said in his interview, he said, speaking for myself, this is Dr. Harris. He said, speaking for myself and my immediate Jamaican family, we wish to categorically disassociate ourselves from this travesty, what she wrote. So she trying to tether off the Jamaican too. But using, I had another picture. I didn't have it. Because somebody found me. I got it somewhere. I don't want to do it right now because I'm in the midst of the study. I wish I would have had it open. I had a picture of her with a hot sauce bottle and a Timberlands. Y'all Google it. Google it and copy it for me so I could put it up. I had it. She tethering for that. She got a hot sauce bottle and a pair of Timberlands in her hand. This sellout. This coon. So she did the same thing to the Jamaican, talking about she smoked marijuana because growing up in a Jamaican family, when she ain't never grow up in a Jamaican family. She grew up in her mother's East Indian household who taught her both the Black American culture and the East Indian culture. She never grew up in the Jamaican culture. Now she went to Jamaica as a baby. I could show y'all a picture before her mom and dad got divorced. So I got a picture. Oh, I think it's on here too. So I got a picture of her. Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Of her and her Jamaican grandma, her dad's mom. All right? But she's lying. Like she's lying at everything else, trying to play the race card. Right? Present, share screen, window, bang. This is her. It's probably the last time she ever been to. That's her Jamaican grandma. And that's her. That look like a black woman to me. That's Dr. Harris' mama. All right? All right. So, again, lying. She's doing her Timberland hot sauce moment. Talking about blaming her smoking weed on some Jamaicans. When she ain't got nothing to do. Ain't got nothing to do with her foolishness. Okay? Oh man, now I just lost my tab. So I got to do it this way. So share this. I learned how to navigate it now. And then go over here. I learned something new just that quick. And then share this tab instead. Bingo. All right. I learned something new. All right. So he scolded her and said that he wished to categorically disassociate his family from this travesty that she wrote. Disrespectful to the so-called Jamaican people. Dr. Harris did not respond to requests for comments for this article. Despite his low profile in the election cycle, Dr. Harris is not an obscure figure. He was the first black scholar, the first black, and I'm going to call him black because he fought for the rights of the so-called blacks. He was the first Black scholar to receive tenure in Stanford's economic department and a prominent critic of mainstream economic theory. They talk about from the left, whatever. Mainstream economic theory, the mainstream, he was fighting against it. The Stanford Daily Reporter in 1976 described him as a Marxist scholar and said there was some opposition to granting him tenure to the Stanford College because he was too charismatic. So that meant he was outspoken fighting for civil rights. Okay? So he wasn't on the sidelines. He wasn't quiet. Remember, you know them by their fruit. He was too charismatic, a Pied Piper leading students astray. This is what the Stanford Daily Reporter wrote about him. Leading students astray from neoclassical economics, from the old go along, get along economic system. He was leading students away from it. Yeah, he didn't bite his tongue. He was no joke. Shout out to Dr. Harris. He's still alive. The mother is dead. R.I.P. to the mom. Now, this fool come from good stock. But again, the enemy come from those of your own household. You better know the scripture. So this fool should be ashamed of herself. She should really be ashamed of herself. But whatever, the children, they got a right. She got a right to do whatever she wants. She could serve. She could say she ain't Indian or Black. She could be whatever she wants, right? Free will. But don't put it on the parents. This don't fall on them. And I almost, listening to YouTube, put out something calling him, because Judge Joe Brown said all this stuff that he don't know. Right? Now, they called him too charismatic. I mean, he was too outwardly spoken. And he was leading the students away from teaching them the new economics of helping the poor. It says one of his former students at Stanford University, Robert A. Blecker, which is now a professor of economics at American University, said Dr. Harris's work questioned the orthodox assumptions about growth. For instance, that lower wages would increase employment rates. And so they were saying that lower wages, they would lower the money that they were paying people. Talking about it's going to give more jobs. So pay people less like they doing now. We can't even afford the groceries right now. Like, my goodness, right? So that lower rates would increase unemployment, or that lower interest rates would result in increased investment. So he was thinking outside the box with this economic system, saying that ain't working. All right. Now, it said he was certainly, I'm gonna ask you to help me again, Yasha, in a second. He was certainly very outspoken and prominent in the profession at one time, but not in a public way. Dr. Blecker said he was certainly not shy. He said when he saw Kamala grill Kavanaugh, he seen the echoes of a father in him. Dr. Harris, there we go. Yasha, could you read this? Dr. Harris was raised.
Dr. Harris was raised in a landowning family on the north coast of Jamaica by a paternal grandmother whom he described as reserved and stern in look, firm with the strap, but capable of the most endearing and genuine acts of love, affection, and care.
Pause right there. So Dr. Harris said he was raised in a family, they own land on the north coast of Jamaica. He was raised by his grandmother, like me. So where was his mom and dad? See? That sound like my struggle. He was raised by his paternal grandmother, whom he describes as reserved, quiet to herself, and stern. And look, she ain't playing no game. Sound blacker black to me. Don't this sound blacker black to the so-called blacker black? Now we ain't doing, quote unquote. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Now, it says She was stern in look, reserved, and firm with the strap. Spare the rod, spoil the child. She was whooping that butt, you get out of line. Sound like my upbringing to me. But capable also of the most endearing and genuine acts of love, affection, and care. She was reserved and highly intelligent. He was more cut out for academia than activism, some contemporaries said. Now, what he's saying is these contemporaries, these are these trigger words. They're saying that these writers, these contemporary people are saying he shouldn't have been in activism. He's too smart. He was cut out more for academia. You should be an academic. Stay away from the civil rights. Stay away from helping you making money. You're a Stanford professor. You're a book writer. But he was an activist fighting for the people. Shout out to Dr. Harris. I know he got to be ashamed of this coon, this coon daughter stuff she got going on. Now, all right. It says, Yasha, could you continue? He arrived at the University of California, Berkeley.
He arrived at the University of California, Berkeley, as a graduate student in 1961. There, he met Shyamala Gopalan, an Indian graduate student his age, who was pursuing a PhD in nutrition and endocrinology. Miss Harris, their elder daughter, has written that the two fell in love at Berkeley while participating in the civil rights movement.
Pause. So her dad and her mom, that little East Indian lady, met each other both fighting for civil rights. I don't know. They both, boy, they got a ticket to the barbecue if I ain't ever. She don't, but they sure enough do. Now, both of them at Berkeley participating in the civil rights movement. And she described learning about protests from a stroller's eye view when the children were very young. Dr. Harris got a series of teaching jobs at colleges in Illinois and Wisconsin. This is the dad. He got jobs teaching at Illinois and Wisconsin, Chicago and Wisconsin. And he was moving the family repeatedly because this is what happens to you in academia. They're switching him, he getting jobs all around. The couple separated in 1969 when Kamala Harris was 5 years old, and they divorced 2 years later. So they separated when she was 5. That's when they got estranged. Now, it says he was moving the family around. I'm guessing the mother didn't want to move around. Right? This is when the two become one. That's why marriage is something that got to be worked on. It's really hard. Somebody might have to compromise. You know what I mean? You like, man, I like it here. Apparently the mother liked it in Oakland, California. She liked it. That's where the association was. All right? So this is the 60s, guys. The funny thing is, I could see why that little brown lady wouldn't want to be going to Wisconsin in the 60s. This the 60s. Y'all better know this ain't America now. Okay? This fool going to teach college Wisconsin. I know she like, listen, bro, I'm good with moving all around. It's dangerous. You moving us all around to these neighborhoods because I'm good in Oak. So I can see as I start to, at first I was like, well, she should have followed, her husband, right? At first I'm like, listen, she should have. But once I read more, I was like, man, this is like the 67s, 65s. And this, you don't want to be in nobody's Idaho and Wisconsin and parts of Illinois and all that. You tripping, bro. You going to get yourself strung up. I'm good. I'm staying right here in the hood. Okay? Right? So they separated in 1969. And Miss Harris, Kamala wrote a book in 2018 And she said that had they been a little older and had they been a little more emotionally mature, maybe their marriage could have survived. But she said, but they were so young. She said, my father was my mother's first boyfriend, which makes sense, her coming from India like that. She said the divorce was bitter. Remember, too strong-willed. The divorce didn't go well. She recalls inviting both her parents to a high school graduation, even though she knew that they wouldn't speak to one another. So they never spoke to one another since 1969. Okay? She said, even though I knew they wouldn't speak to one another and initially fearing that her mother wouldn't show up to her graduation, she said, but her mother did in a very bright red dress and heels. Y'all know what that means. Y'all already know when a woman put on all that red, she tried to show him this what you missed out on. You already know what spirit that is, right? So after my putting it together, I seen that the mother was really mad that he chose to just leave. And he was mad that she chose, no, you need to come do what I do. I think it's two strong-willed parents, all right? Yeah, it's too strong-willed. Now, it says, Dr. Harris, okay, so Dr. Harris said in his essay, 2018 essay, said his early close contact with his daughters came to an abrupt halt after a contentious custody battle. So they went through a rough custody battle. He said the divorce settlement had been based on the false assumption
Here we go. Yours will be done. Hakyama, are you there? Okay, Psalm 148 it is.
Wow,
Okay.
it let me back in. I'm glad it let me back in. I was hoping it did. They get mad at this. Shout out to my brother Dewan Brown. Shout out to Big D. Shout out to Dewan. Dewan, on my 25 to life, I got a story when I go back in the days. I think you in one of my stories. Shout out to Dewan Brown over on Facebook. All right. So now, listen to what this man said. This man said his close contact with his daughters came to an abrupt halt after a contentious custody battle. Oh, I gotta share. I'm not sharing it no more. Present, share screen. Now I gotta do this one first, share, and then go. I learned how to navigate this. Go back here, bang, share this tab instead. There we go. So it says, now listen what he said. He said the divorce settlement had been based on the false assumption by the state of California that fathers cannot handle parenting. Y'all hear me? This is the beginning of this child support, this matriarchal, give the children to the mother. A father can't handle parenting. That's my seed. I can handle parenting my seed just as much as the mother could. We can co-parent, we can whatever, but don't. Now listen, no disrespect to either or. Now, he said the divorce settlement was based on the false assumption by the state of California that fathers cannot handle parenting. He said, especially in the case of this father. Look what he wrote. A Negro from the islands was the Yankee stereotype. And they said, who might just end up eating his children for breakfast. Uh-oh. Yasha, Was this rude boy? Is this rude boy? This rude boy black. Do he get a pass to the black cookout, Yasha? I think I think Dr. Harris got a pass to the cookout. All right? Because he said, now this is his words. Yasha, did he just do Patra? Did he just say, he said, yeah. He said, Negro from the islands, a Yankee stereotype. Man, I know I ain't doing it that good. You see, he said, especially in the case of this father, he said, a Negro from the islands, right, was the Yankee stereotype. He said, they said we might just end up eating, he might just end up eating his children for breakfast. Yeah, that's how they thought about us. Oh, shout out to Dr. Harris. Oh, she should be ashamed of herself. This woman comes from good stock. Shout out to Dr. Harris. Now, yeah, now, he said this friction did not slow Dr. Harris' professional rise, and he was granted tenure first at the University of Wisconsin and then at Stanford. His book called Capital Accumulation and Income Distribution was dedicated to his daughters, Kamala and Maya. It says his work was followed closely in Jamaica. They followed his work on the Jamaica Island on them, said Renee Ann Shirley, who was an advisor to Jamaica's prime minister in the early 2000s, a period when Dr. Harris served as an economic consultant to the Jamaican government. So he didn't front on his Jamaica mind damn Yasha. He ain't front on Jamaica pine damn either. He ain't front on Black America. He ain't front on Jamaica. He ain't front on nobody. I like this dude right here. Salute to brother Dr. Harris. Oh, I like a strong man, a woman that fight for the oppressed, that fight for the downtrodden, that fight for the rights of people and ain't scared. Now, we ain't all perfect. So they two, he bullheaded, she bullheaded, and the kids suffer in the middle. Now, should she have followed her husband? Yeah. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. She should have followed her husband. But they both strong-willed, strong-minded, young. As Kamala said, she wasn't trying to be going all around America, which I could see in the 60s. So it just was what it was. Now, it says, he worked closely in Jamaica. He served as an economic consultant to the Jamaican government. Kamala Harris the lady, Renee Ann Shirley, she recalled reading Dr. Harris dispatches his works from the United States as far back as 1965 when he published a lengthy article about Malcolm X in the Sunday Gleaner. Oh, this man is a... Yo, Sister Roberta, somebody done lost their mind. I'm so glad the Most High stopped me. I almost listened to this foolishness they putting out on YouTube about this man without studying to show myself approved, and almost took a clip and I would have ate those words. And y'all know me, I ain't scared to say what I'm wrong, but I'm glad the Most High stopped me from doing that, because this man don't need no dirt on his name. Yeah, we all make mistakes. Yeah, he's probably bullheaded and arguing with his wife and didn't get to see his children, raise his children. But this man fought. This man published a lengthy article about Malcolm X in 1965. Do y'all not know that stuff will get you killed? It was no joke. Boy, this man, you know him by their fruit. Okay? Now, that sister Renee Ann Shirley, she said she remembered his letters and stuff from the United States as far back as 1965 when he published a lengthy article about Malcolm X. She said in 3 years he got tenure. She said, think about this. A black man. Uh-oh. So is he black? The sister saying he black. I'm saying he black. He got a black card to me, so-called black. Right? He blacker than black. This dude is more than black. He blacker than some of us. Shout out to you, Borak. So it says, in 3 years, he got his tenure. Think about it. A black man. And then he left and went to go to Stanford University. He is a big thing for us, Miss Shirley said. That's a Jamaican woman. She said he pushed the boundaries. He was way ahead of his time. Students described him as an attentive mentor. Lisa Cook, this is a black woman, now a professor of economics and international relations at Michigan State University, recalled visiting him at Stanford in the 1980s when she was weighing whether to pursue a doctorate in economics. She said he treated her with an unusual deference, inviting her to join him for a meal in the faculty club. Treated her with unusual respect. She said, I went to each one of the top 10 programs in the country, in the United States, the top 10 college programs, and nobody else took me to the faculty club, Dr. Cook said. Dr. Harris also stood out because he had a deep knowledge of the historically black college she had attended. Perhaps, she said, this was because his daughter Kamala had enrolled at Howard University to study economics. She said, everybody wants the best for their children, she said. I'm sure he was hoping someone at Howard University was taking Kamala under their wing. So she wasn't raised with a dad. So she wasn't raised Jamaican, but her mom raised her black and Indian. Yasha, I can't share your screen. So they ain't gonna be able to see.
I sent it to you in your email.
Yasha, you are the man. Yeah, you be thinking, young king be thinking, boy. Thinking like a Jamaican man should. Thinking like a Hebrew would. Like a Hebrew should. Habariyah. All right. So let me hold on. What is my Yahoo doing? What in the world? Oh, there we go. Let me make sure y'all not seeing. They can't see my email, right, Yasha?
No.
I can't see. Okay, thank you. I'm like, let me make sure, because I open it up. I got people email. I'm a minister, so I got people email me their personal, testimonies and stuff. Here's the article. Click it, and then double click. Thank you, man. Pandem, man. Pandem. Thank you, my Jamaican brother, man. Pandem. What are they doing? Change account. Okay. All right. Well,
I sent you, I think the photos that you wanted of Kamala in the Timbs and her putting hot sauce on greens.
Oh, good. Good. I need that. Where'd you send it to?
Let me look what email.
You sent it to, you text me it? She realized.
No, it's an email.
Oh, it's an email? Okay.
Yes.
So let me download that while I'm right here. Inbox. Kamala hot sauce and green. You sent two. Which one? They both the same?
It's the newest one.
Okay. Oh, that's a different picture. No, so I had one. So what is this one? She putting hot sauce on the chicken? Oh, so no.
On the collards.
Okay, no, I got a picture where she's walking down the hall and she's carrying hot sauce and she got a pair of Timbs in her hand. Like literally like this. That was the one. But anyway, I'm gonna still download that one. And what is this one? You sent two, so I'm gonna download them both. All right. So I'll get to those in a second. All right, so now let me get, how do I find, now I just lost my thing. Where is it? How do I get back to the thing, Yasha? Oh, there we go. All right, so now, how do I share that tab? Close this, stop share. Bang. Oh, I need to pull this over there. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what, I shouldn't have stopped share. Let me pull this over here. Pull that over there. That didn't work. Let me try it again. Pull that. All right. It's okay. Just copy it. Copy. Sorry, guys. This is, when I get to these videos, it's going to be really good. Control V. I just want to get past this part. Open that. There we go. That opened over there. Now I can come back and see y'all. Bang. There you go. Everybody's over there. Hello, everybody. And then come back. Present. Share screen. Share. What did I just, oh, I shared the wrong one. Okay, and then come over here. Bang. Share this tab instead. There we go. Come back over here. There we go. Now we're cooking with olive oil. All right. So it says, how Kamala Harris immigrant parents found a home in each other in a Black study group. All right. It says Donald Harris and Shyamala Gopalan, they both grew up under British colonial rule on different sides of the planet. Now, what that means is Donald Harris, her mom and her dad, both grew up under British slavery rule. I don't play the colonial stuff. I don't play colonizers. That's a semantical way of covering over slavery. I don't play that. So every time y'all read somewhere they say, well, it was colonized, something was it was enslaved. Always replace that. Okay? Now, it says Donald Harris and Shyamala grew up under British slavery rule on different sides of the planet. They were each drawn to Berkeley University and became part of an intellectual circle that shaped the rest of their lives. Yasha, could you read that? At an off-campus.
At an off-campus space at the University of California at Berkeley in the fall of 1962, a tall, thin Jamaican PhD student addressed a small crowd, drawing parallels between his native country and the United States. He told the group, a room full of Black students, that he had grown up observing British colonial power, British enslavement power in Jamaica, the way a small number of whites had cultivated a native Black elite in order to mask extreme social inequality. At 24, Donald J. Harris was already professorial, as reserved as the Anglican acolyte he had once been. But his ideas were edgy. One member of the audience found them so compelling that she came up to him after the speech and introduced herself. She was a tiny Indian scientist wearing a sari and sandals, the only foreign student to show up for a talk on race in America. She was, he recalled, a standout in appearance relative to everybody else in the group of both men and women. Shyamala Gopalan had been born the same year as Mr. Harris in another British enslaved colony on the other side of the planet. But her view of the enslavement system was more sheltered. The view of a senior civil servant's daughter, she told him. His speech had raised questions for her. She wanted to hear more. This was all very interesting to me, and I dare say a bit charming, recalled Mr. Harris, now 82 and an emeritus professor of economics at Stanford, in written answers to questions. At a subsequent meeting, we talked again, and at the one after that, the rest is now history. Senator Kamala Harris often tells the story of her parents' romance. They were idealistic foreign graduate students who were swept up in the U.S. civil rights movement, a variation of the classic American immigration story of huddled masses welcomed on its shores. That description, however, barely scratches the surface of Berkeley in the early 1960s. The community where they met was a crucible of radical politics as the trade union left overlapped with early Black nationalist thinkers. It brought a wave of Black undergraduates, many the descendants of sharecroppers or enslaved people who had migrated from Texas and Louisiana, in conversation with students from countries that had fought off colonial enslavement powers.
Good word.
Members of the study group that drew them together in 1962, known as the Afro-American Association, would help build the discipline of Black studies, introduce the holiday of Kwanzaa, and establish the Black Panther Party.
Pause. Right there. There's an agent in this organization. On our last study, the dude who created Kwanzaa, he was an agent for the FBI. Remember the dude? Look what it says. The Afro-American Association would help build the discipline of Black studies, introduce the holiday of Kwanzaa, and establish the Black Panther Party. The creator of this Kwanzaa thing was an agent for the system. They always put an agent in. Huey Newton was there. Oh, you see? Eldridge Cleaver was there. Now, this 1962, her mom and dad was there, and that's where they met. It says, long after the particular intensity of the 1960s passed, the community it created endured. So after the 1960s was going into the 70s and 80s, the community of the Afro-American Association, they stayed together. Okay? Miss Harris declined to comment for this story. Kamala Harris was one of the more forget her. Forget her. We're talking about her parents. Forget her. She said, I'm not trying to restructure society. She said, I'm just trying to forget her. Including when she accepted advice, she has noted parents. Okay, she has noted the lasting influence of her parents' circle at Berkeley. Okay, so Kamala Harris has stated the lasting influence of her parents' circle at Berkeley, the Afro-American. This is going to show that her mom kept her in the Black loop. She chose. Now, it says, for Shamila Gopalan and Donald Harris, those friendships that was created in the Afro-American Association, it says would change those friendships would change everything. Okay, would change everything. All right. So it says, for decades, the brightest students from British colonial slavery colonies like Jamaica and India. So Jamaica and India was enslaved. They call it colonized by the British. They own it. All right. It says for decades, the brightest students from British colonies like Jamaica and India had been sent by just reflex to study in Great Britain to pursue their degrees in college. So if you were from Jamaica in the 60s or from India, you were supposed to go to Britain to go to college, not United States. But Donald Harris and Shamila Gopalan were different. each had a compelling reason to want to come to America. All right? Now, this picture here shows Queen Elizabeth II in New Delhi, India in 1961. She visited her mom's college, Lady Irwin College, where Miss Gopin received a degree in home science. This right here is all these East Indian women lined up at this women's college. And this is Queen Elizabeth. Boy, these people trip me out. They just walk around. They just walk around and and just go to these countries that and they are just, everybody just bow down to them. These serpents is no joke, right? So that's her, Queen Elizabeth, and them walking through this country, right? Where everybody's got to stand and salute and clap and they walk around, right? Now that's her walking through India in 1961, which is a British colonial enslaved colony. And this is them. This is Mr. Harris. He was born in Jamaica in St. Anne's Parish while it was still under British slavery colonial rule. The Queen, this is the Queen, visiting Jamaica in 1953 while all the people on the sideline. So at one thing, you can see what they have in common, right? That's one commonality. They both come from a British colonial enslaved society. But another thing they had in common, they both came to America, to Berkeley, and seen a whole new colonized, enslaved American system. All right? So now let me paraphrase, because we need to keep this moving. I don't want to read this whole thing because I read it. So she wanted to be a biochemist, right? Now she was the oldest child of a family. She wanted to be a biochemist. This college, Lady Irwin College, was founded by the British to provide education and science to Indian women. But she had been forced to settle for a degree in home science. Now listen, she wanted to be a biochemist, right? But she had been forced, because the British allowed this college, because they run it, these enslavers in India, but they took it over. I gotta give, it is what it is. They own India, right? So they made a women's college, but she couldn't get a degree in biochemistry, only in home science. And she said her brother and her father thought that this was hilarious. She said, her brother said, my father and I used to tease her like nobody's business. He said that she would go on to earn her PhD in computer science and economics. And he said, we would say that, what do you study in home science? Do they teach you how to set up plates for dinner? Right? So they snapping on her. She used to get angry and laugh, he said, and she would say, you don't know what I'm studying, whatever. So, all right. So he said she must have been really frustrated. He said, but she had a plan. She said, in America, unlike in India or the United Kingdom, it was still possible to apply for a degree in biochemistry, her brother said.
Gone again.
Is this spinning?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was me. Okay.
Yeah.
I can read Psalms again if you'd like me to.
Yeah, go ahead. That's what
Okay.
I was going to do the last time. Or the no weapon one. I think she started with the Psalms today, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you remember what scripture it is?
Let me check.
Okay.
Isaiah 54.
Okay. Start from what? Oh,
I knew it.
Oh.
I'm like, one of these times they ain't gonna let me back in. So I need to hurry up and get to it. I need to get to these videos. One of these times they ain't gonna let me back in. All right. So anyway, let me get to it. Because we need to get to the videos. I just want you. All right. So anyway, she came to America. She found in America, like United Kingdom, was able for her to get a degree in biochemistry. Her brother said she presented her father with a thing he paid for it. So okay. So all right. So it says 8,000 miles away in 1961, something similar occurred with Mr. Harris, who was seeking a doctorate degree in economics. Let me present. Let me hurry up because I want to get to the videos. Share screen. I know this stuff can be boring for some people. Bang, share. One of these times they ain't gonna let me back. You already know it. Share. View tab on StreamYard. There we go. All right. So he said Mr. Harris didn't want to go to Britain because it was assumed in Jamaica at that time that if you went to college, you had to go to college in Britain. He didn't want to go to college in Britain. His early education had marinated him in British culture and all those obedient choruses of Rule Britannia. He said, read the words, you'll be astonished, he said, if you read the words. He began to see, he said, how Britain's static rigidity or pomp, ceremony, and class have been transplanted onto plantation society in Jamaica. So he was drawn to the United States. All right, so he went there. He said, as a teenager, he had listened to big band jazz music broadcast from the U.S. Naval Base in Guantanamo and stumbled onto late night R&B broadcasts from WLAC in Nashville. To him, the United States looked from a distance, perhaps naively, he said, like a lively and involving dynamic of racially, ethically complex society. All right. U.S. Berkeley campus had come to his attention when he saw a news story about student activists traveling to the South to campaign for civil rights. So he knew when he was coming over. Shout out to shout out to Dr. Harris. All right? All right. And he said once he investigated about what was happening in America with civil rights, further investigation of information about the university convinced me I had to go there. All right. So there it go. So then he said he was overjoyed. He got to there. This is a campus, Berkeley campus. He said, this is go. Her mother, Smiley, she fell into important friendships at Berkeley College right away. As she stood in line to register for classes, this little Indian lady from India in the fall of 1959, a person standing behind her was Cedric Robinson. He was a black teenager from Oakland, California. She was in line to register for classes. This little Indian lady. In 1960, there was fewer than 100 black students in a student body of 220,000 on Berkeley College. Only fewer than 100 black students. The historian named Donna March writes in her book, Living for the City, the Migration, Education, and Rise of the Black Panther Party. She wrote, Mr. Robinson, this dude, Cedric Robinson, who was behind what's her name's mama, the little Indian lady online. His grandfather had fled Alabama in the 1920s to escape a lynching. He was the first in his family to enroll in college. He said as a black kid from Oakland, California, he didn't even know what one did to get into a university. He said the woman in front of him made an impression. This little Indian lady, Miss Gopalin, she was older than him by 2 years. She often wore a sari in those days. An acquaintance said they thought that she came from royalty, just how she carried herself. When Mr. Robinson stepped up to the desk, the registrar at the college assumed that he was a graduate student from Africa. This explains a lot. When this little black boy from Oakland went up to register in 1950, whatever, to the register assumed that he was a student from Africa and asked politely if his country was also paying for his tuition because blacks weren't used to going to college. So they had Africans coming over. You hear what I'm telling y'all? They had all these people from other nations, but a black American was foreign for them. So they thought he was from Africa. Mr. Robinson, who died in 2016, thought that was hilarious, said the historian Robin D.G. Kelly. He would tell that story over the years, Mr. Robinson, as he went on to earn his master's and a PhD. Shout out to those who got their education, right? And I know about the degrees and all that stuff, but let's keep focused and understand what's going on at this time in this age. So he would tell a story over years. He went on to get his master's, PhD, and he went on to write 5 books. Along the way, he and Miss Gopalin would form a lifelong friendship. Y'all hear that, Sister Roberta? That little in her mama and that little black dude formed a lifelong friendship. When he wrote his best-known book called Black Marxism, The Making of Black Radical Tradition in 1983, he listed the old friends who had helped him formulate his ideas. Every friend he listed, they were all black except for Miss Gopalin. So she didn't lose her black card after her, right? Well, even after a divorce. He said they would both become part of the Black Intellectual Study Group that met in the off-campus house of Mary Agnes Lewis, an anthropology student. So this group, the Afro Association, will meet in the off-campus house of Mary Agnes Lewis. The group, later known as the Afro-American Association, was the most foundational institution in the Black Power movement. So this Kamala need to be ashamed of herself, guys. Honestly. Now, Just Dawn said, why isn't this all over CNN? They would love for this, right? Y'all know, I find the truth. You heard? Now, listen, and then we're going to get to some crazy clips in a minute. Now, exposing Kamala, foolish stuff. Now, listen, the group was later, this was one of the most powerful foundational institutions in Black Power movement. I agree. Huey Newton was there, Eldridge Cleaver was there, Booker T. Like, that's why I said she in the blackity black. This little Indian lady was not playing. She went blue black. This ain't no watered down stuff. Okay? Now, he said this was no casual book club. He said reading was an assignment. They had to read. He said, and if you failed to keep up with the reading, you would have to pay a fine. He said at one of the discussions that they had on existentialism, a community college student named Huey Newton, for those who know, one of the founders of the Black Panther Party, this brother said at one of their meetings, a community college student named Huey Newton, who would later become the future co-founder of Black Panther Party, he was chastised for not doing the required reading. Recalled Margaret Dashiell, 78 years old black woman who went on to become a sociology professor at Laney College. These are black professionals. These black so-called black people in this, they went on to become collegiates. She said Huey Newton came back the next time and he was fully prepared. Okay? Now, it says those bare bones gatherings, there was a lot of floor sitting, she recalled. They were sitting on the floor. She said This is where her first exposure to the idea that American Black culture had its origins in Africa. Okay? Because Atheist said, this is mad annoying. We're going to get to something. Now, this is where, because for our ancestors in Black America, we didn't have the attachment to Africa because they taught us that Africa was just a bunch of savages in the woods and stuff. We lost the connection. He said that's when they first got the connection. All right? She said we were getting a new language. We were inventing a new language. The first new word that they invented was Afro-American. The Afro-American word is a word that evolved from the word Afro-Asiatic. The Afro-Asiatic peoples. But it evolved from the term Afro-Asiatic. Okay? Oh, he said, no, just politics. I mean, okay. Afro-Asiatics. So the Afro, the O is just a later addition. It was Afro-Asiatics is what we were called. In ancient times, we were an Asiatic people. Africa and Asia was one body land. They taught y'all wrong. Again, we were Afro-Asiatic people. So they came with this Afro-Asiatic term. So he said this is where they started it. They created this word language in this group that her mama and later her dad were a part of. Miss Dashiell explained that they had all been raised to be integrationists, to fight for admission to white institutions. So she said they were raised to be integrated, to fight for admission into these white institutions. She said this was a revolutionary turn of thought. She said that we have a difference, but the differences are not that bad. She said the group would later limit its membership to only Black people of African descent. She said the group actually refused a white partner of a Black member. So a Black member wanted his white girlfriend or something to join the group. And she said later they limited the group to only people of African descent. But she said, but as a former colonial slavery subject and as a person of color, there was no question that Shamila Gapalan belonged. Other members said this in interviews. So she stayed. Her mama stayed. It says she was a part of the real brotherhood and sisterhood, and there was never an issue, said Aubrey LeBrie, who went on to teach courses on Black nationalism at San Francisco State University. She was just accepted as part of the group. Her mama was blackity black, Taj. This woman in soul out. This woman run around here with Timberlands and hot sauce. This woman in soul out, run around talking about she Indian when her mama was trying to teach her, still keep her roots, her so-called Black roots intact. It says, as part of the group, Miss Gopalin sometimes joked about the vastly different world she had left behind in India. Miss Dashiell remembered her laughing with Mr. Robinson about a suitor who had approached her family about arranging a marriage for her, sending relatives scrambling to consult in their astrological charts. That's that Ishmael religion. Someone wanted to arrange a marriage, and they went to find the astrological charts. They said foreign students were arriving in increasing numbers, representatives of newly independent states with non-white elites. The group found each other naturally. There were people from somewhere else who had a broader... In 1961, when Mr. Harris arrived on campus, he too fell in with the study group right away. So she was a part of it first. Ain't that something? And when he came to the campus, he joined the group too. And she saw him speaking at the group. And that's when she approached it. It says, on one of Dr. Harris' first days at Berkeley, he said he spotted a Black architecture student holding a hand-painted sign staging a one-man demonstration against apartheid in South Africa. This ties into my other teachings where these people talk about Black Americans have no culture, so-called. We ain't never did nothing. When we fought, we were fighting for the rights of all people. This is Dr. Harris coming from Jamaica. When he first got to Berkeley College, he saw a Black person who was an architecture student holding a hand-painted sign staging a one-man demonstration against apartheid in South Africa. Not just fighting for Black American rights. Now, Dr. Harris went and introduced himself to him. The student who was carrying the sign turns out to be Kenneth Simmons, a guiding light in the Afro-American Association. So he was a part of the this is how Dr. Harris joined it, along with Miss Lewis and Mr. Robinson. Mr. Harris described the study group as an oasis, his introduction to the realities of African American life in its truest and rawest form, its richness and its complexity, its wealth and its poverty, its hope and its despair. Shout out to Dr. Harris. We're about to close this and get to the video now. I'm glad you found this, Yasha, because I wanted to nail this home. She had two powerful parents fighting for rights of poor people all over, but clung on. They was blackity black. That little Indian lady and this Jamaican brother, oh, they blackity black. Oh, it's hit different, Sister Roberta. It's hit different. It says it was in that company in the fall of 1962 that he met his future wife. It says we talked, then we continued to talk at subsequent meetings at another and another, and the following year they were married. It says until then, Miss Copeland was expected to return to India. She was supposed to just come get an education and go back to India. She never left. She still laid in Oakland till she died. It says she reflected years later, I never came to stay in America. She said, it's the old story. I fell in love with a guy, we got married, and pretty soon kids came. This is members of the Black Panther Party outside of a courthouse in Oakland, California in 1968. This picture right here. This blackity black stuff. All right? And they weren't fighting they weren't fighting to be Black supremacists. They was fighting for justice for all people. Shout out to Sister June in the building. They were fighting for justice to all people. I forgot to acknowledge you on the last one, Sister June. And you had questions. I'm sorry, Sister June. I didn't see your questions last time. I'm going to answer them on next Q&A. I didn't see it till afterwards. All right. Now, it says, they said he was I'm gonna skip through. He was reserved and he had an academic in his presentation, and she was warm and charming. She said as a couple, they stood out with their upper crust and their air of intellectual confidence. Their contemporaries said, this is Ann Williams, 76, these people. It said, you could tell that she was for the people, quote unquote, her mama. Even though she had an aura of royalty about her, she said, here was a woman deeply brown, her skin, and yet she could have flowed from one set to another in terms of race, right? It says she could have mixed in with the other and said she didn't want to be Black. It says, he said, in those days, we were argumentative a lot. We would argue about politics in many countries. So he's talking about her character, her friend, her Indian friend. It says she was a passionate debater. She was fiery and radical, but she was not a Marxist in any sense. Her husband, he recalled, did take a serious interest in radical political economy, but he was calm and patient. He was a calm and patient arguer. So they were two. She was fiery and radical, and he was a calm and patient, but they both were arguers. That relationship was doomed. There was no doubt about that. They were very much together, very much in love. All right. So it talks about in those days, colonial slavery powers were crumbling in all directions. In 1960, 17 African nations gained their independence. The same year, Fidel Castro was received with open arms when he visited Harlem, New York, where he met with Malcolm X. See, this is where they get this Castro stuff, mixing it in. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev and Prime Minister, he met with them in Nehru of India. It said, we did think all sorts of possibilities. Governments were falling and left-wing governments were taking over. It's really moving and shaking stuff. That's her. That's her mama, Miss Gopalin, at a civil rights protest in Berkeley. RIP. Look what's on this sign behind her. It says, protest Birmingham atrocities. You see the sign? It says, protest Birmingham atrocities on the sign. Oh, they in the paint. This blackity black stuff. Kamala need to be ashamed of herself. She come from some real strong people. Now let me close out with this one, because you got these other children from the Congo and Ethiopia, these children from in these African countries and in Britain talking about Black America. We got no culture. We ain't did nothing to nobody. Look what this says. It was just a seamless, many in their circles saw a link between the civil rights struggle and the independence movements outside of the country. They saw a semblance, fighting for the civil rights of us here and for others outside of the United States. Said Miss Labrie, a member of the study group who became a lifelong friend, for her mama. It was just kind of a seamless flow between civil rights and those who supported the Cuban Revolution. The Congolese independence leader, Patrice Lumumba. You see how this is tying into our other live, that Congo dude talking his crap? And I talked about this, but I couldn't remember Patrice Lumumba's name. Look what it says. They fought for the Congolese independence movement, the independence of Patrice Lumumba, and the Algerian Revolution, Miss Labrie said. There was an easy flow. People weren't labeling themselves one thing. They were helping any nation that the people were suffering. It says in 1963 and 64, 5 members of the group joined a trip to Cuba organized by the Student Committee for Travel in defiance of the State Department travel ban. They went to see how the Afro-Cubans lived under Fidel Castro's government. Y'all see that? These people was about their business. All right? Now, let me get to the end of this. Protests around civil rights, however, were a big part of the young couple's life. Her mom and her dad. It says in her speech, forget her speech. She said her parents fell in love, foreign students, whatever. There you go. That's his picture. And then he talks about the things he saw and growing up. He said by the time the couple's first child, Kamala, was born, the political ties had begun to shift. White students had jumped into the protests with both feet. Shout out to the white brothers and sisters who joined the civil rights movement. The ones, they joined in too. White students had jumped into protests with both feet, rejecting the establishment and the old-fashioned mores in the 1950s. Support for third world liberation around the world was given way gradually to demands for political right of free speech in 1966. All right, let's move on, because I don't want to read all this. Because it's getting late. Let me get to the video. All right, so anyway, that's the story of her mama and her daddy. All right? They were blackity black. I don't know where she get the sellout from, but she chose, right? Stop sharing. Present. Share. Yeah, forget her speech. Ain't nobody trying to hear her mess. She gonna miss us with anything she say. This is a picture of her dad in Jamaica, man, Pondem. That's the Jamaican family in Jamaica back in, I guess, the 60s or something. All right? That's his family in Jamaica, man, Pondem. Shout out to Dr. Harris. So was he a black man? Oh, my goodness. He was more than black. He was blacker than black. Taj Baliyah, that's a super black. Okay? Yeah, she fell in that serpent seed agenda. And her mama, that one blew my mind. Her little Indian mama was black too. Whoa. Okay, y'all know I bring all receipts. Thank you. Someone said, nice picture. Y'all know I bring receipts. All right, now let's see what Kamala's mess. So now y'all know her daddy and her mama was blacker than black. So her mama instilled it. Oh, a part of that article, sorry, I glanced over it. Let me paraphrase it real quick. Her lifelong, her mama stayed with the blacks. Her Indian mama never left Oakland and never went like to join like the Indian community. Her mama stayed with the people from the Afro-American Association for life. Her mother, the lady who wrote the article, talked about the book and stuff, said that the one of the leaders of the Afro-American Association was the babysitter Kamala and her daughter, because the mother was a single parent after her and him divorced in Oakland. So she had to work. So Kamala and her little sister was raised with the babysitter in Oakland, a black lady. Okay? And the lady, they helped her get her first apartment. This was the lady, her mama said this Indian woman said all this. This Indian woman was pro-black. No disrespect. I'm just saying this. So she said, the lady said, Kamala, they were raised to know the civil rights struggle, and they were raised with us. They were raised everything. So she's choosing to put down her culture. Kamala, she's choosing to put it down. In that article, I should have found it. I know I was reading a lot. I know, because it said it in that article. Let me see if I can find really quick so I don't, it says, recall a childhood friend, Shamala didn't play. So this is the lady. She said, Shamala, she didn't play. She said being an immigrant, she was 5 foot tall and she had an accent. And she said, Shamala said, when things like this happen to you, you become tough. She said, but there was always a snack. So her mother, Shamala, didn't play with Kamala and them. She was stern. But there was always a snack and a hug at Mrs. Shelton's house, where that was babysitting the black woman. She said, if it got too late, then the sleepy children, Kamala and her sister, would go to bed at Miss Shelton's house. Or Miss Shelton would send her daughters to tuck them in at home. If they was at home, and then Miss Shelton would send her black daughters to tuck them in. One of Senator Harris's favorite stories from her childhood was her preparing a batch of lemon squares. Miss Shelton preparing a batch of lemon squares that were made with salt instead of sugar. Kamala said Mrs. Shelton, her face puckered and said they were delicious. On Sunday mornings, Miss Shelton, this black woman from the African American, would take Kamala and her little sister to the 23rd Avenue Church of God in Oakland, California. Taj probably know what that is, 23rd Avenue. And it's a black Baptist church. This, Miss Porter said, was what Shamala wanted for them. So Shamala, her mother, her Indian mother, sent her with the black lady to go to the black church. She wanted it for them. I'm glad I'm reading this part. Okay. And they bearing false witness. We are bearing false witness, not knowing the mama and the dad. This woman chose to sell us out herself. All right? It says, listen, this woman says she raised both of them to be black women, Miss Porter said. It says Shayamala really wanted them to have both. Hold on, I'm not going to do this like this. I want to show it. Because we don't do this here. Because people be like, hey, you just saying that. Let me show it. Share this tab instead. There it goes. It's on the screen. Right here. It said on Sunday mornings, Miss Shelton would take the girls to 23rd Avenue Church of God, a Black Baptist church. This, Miss Porter said, was what Shia Mala wanted for them. She raised them to be Black women, Miss Porter said. Shia Mala really wanted them to have both. Miss Dashiell said she was certain that some influence of the African American Study Group had to survive in the Harris children. Well, it didn't. She said, the thinking within the association was deep. She said, you will look at what the underlying causes of the problems that we find ourselves in as Black people, and that is something that would have translated through these families to Kamala. It should have, but it didn't. It says, in the years since Kamala has often reflected that her immigrant mother's chosen family. All right. So anyway, that's part I wanted to show y'all and read. That she raised them. Miss LeBrie introduced her mother, Miss Gopalyn Harris, to his aunt, Regina Shelton, who ran a daycare center in West Berkeley. Mrs. Shelton, who had been born in Louisiana, became a pillar of the young family's life, eventually renting them an apartment upstairs from the daycare center. Miss Gopalyn Harris often worked late, recalled Carol Porter, 56, a childhood friend of Kamala Harris, and had high expectations of her daughters. She said Shia Mala didn't play. Okay? Now y'all know. This woman right here in the middle, her mama was raising her with both of their cultures. R.I.P. to Shayamala Gopalan, that East Indian woman that fought for oppression of all people and the so-called Black people, lifelong. And to Dr. Harris from Jamaica, lifelong. Now let's see what Kamala. Did the fruits of the labor, did it work? Because, the enemy come from your household. You could try to teach these kids all you want, but they ain't got to receive. They got free will to choose whatever they want. Do what thy wilt. They can choose whatever they want, right? So let's see. What did Kamala choose? Did she choose one side of her nationality, or does she represent both? All right? Hold on. I'm opening up something. Now, we don't own the rights to these clips for educational purposes only, for reaction purposes only. Here we go. Let's see. That took longer than I thought. It's already 12:30, but it is what it is. All right, where is my Kamala Premiere Pro, this one? Open file location. Where are you? Kamala, it's under the K's. Let me go down to the K's. Kamala Premiere Pro, this one. Pull it up. I can't see it if I pull it there. Let me pull it over here. Pull it over here. Go to that one. Go to this one. Go to downloads. Go to here. Move this to the right. And then pull it. Oh, not down. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Go to 25 to Life videos and pull it up here. Bang. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now, this is not political advice. We are a ministry giving a reaction video. We ain't telling y'all to vote for nobody. Don't vote for nobody. We ain't telling y'all nothing. We just exposing truth. That's what we do here on this channel and this ministry. All right? We bring truth to power. All right, here we go. Present, share screen. This one here gonna be a trip. I gotta open that, share, then go over here, move that out the way, and then share this tab instead. There we go. I learned how to work that. Now come back to y'all. There we go. There we go. Now make it full screen. Bang. Share. Here we go.
Well, I'd like to go into Kamala Harris's background because it's frightening.
I did that part. All right, let me get past that part. Somebody, it's frightening. Uh-oh. I didn't want y'all to see what's coming. We got some stuff coming. It's going to be a trip. I should have started this earlier. Look at old Donald. We got old orange man. Donald Trump is a trip, just so y'all know. Donald Trump makes me laugh. All right, here we go.
Population. Today, they are well over 30%. So the idea was really before its time.
Thank you.
So Donald Trump takes questions from journalists at the National Association of Black Journalists. So he's at the National Association. Now remember what this says. National Association of Black Journalists. All right.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing
the first point I want to point out. This is the National Association of Black Journalists. Can anybody tell me what do y'all see on the screen? No disrespect or nothing. I see 3 black women. So this is the National Association of Black, so ain't no black men or black journalists? Where's the man at? Why do I see 3 black women on the screen? And this is the National Association of Black Journalists. Let me explain something. We're going somewhere. This is the matriarchal, this is the system that's telling y'all vote for Kamala. This is the system that is pro-Kamala. Talking about this black woman is running for president. All right? You see, 3 black sisters is representing the National Association of Black Journalists to interview this white, so-called white man, these so-called black sisters. Something's off right there, right from the rip. All right, so let's let this go. Let's see what does say you.
elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much. And, you know, and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing and nobody else was doing it. I think
I do want to state this, not political advice. You know them by the fruit. I don't care what's been said, past, future. Look at the work that people do. Because these other people, they promise you all this stuff, but look at the work. What he just said was a fact. He gave the money to HBCUs, historically black. He did that. They weren't giving them nothing. They were broke, all of them. He released that money to them. He did that. That is a fact. But anyway, let's let him go.
It's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was wrong.
Mr. President, I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered the
black voters
question.
should trust you with another
I
4
have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights
And
Act?
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
Give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir,
of
I'm
that.
asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black.
I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent.
Our dear friend will be the first Indian American vice president in the history of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket?
Well, I put those clips in there. Usually I do the, but I was rushing to get this live done. You see, he said she was Indian, then all of a sudden she turned Black. And I put the clip right there where she said, I stand before you of Indian descent.
Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black.
I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent.
Our dear
Y'all heard the words from the mouth. You know them by their fruit. She didn't say of Jamaican, South Asian descent.
friend will be the first Indian American vice president in the history of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She is always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a
First of all, Trump is hilarious. Trump just makes me laugh because he said, and all of a sudden she became Black. She's just Black. I don't know. He said, Trump is stupid. He said somebody should look into that. If anything, Trump makes me laugh. If anything. He is so funny. He said, somebody should look into that. How she just became Black. No, I didn't know. Oh, I love it. That's all. Like, I love truth, man. I don't care. I just love truth. All right. So anyway, hold on.
And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She is always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
Black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and She became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really
have
don't know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well,
interview.
you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country.
I stand before you as the first candidate for Vice President of the United States of South Asian descent.
Our dear friend will be the first Indian American vice president in the history of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
As many of you know, generations of my family come from India. My mother was born and raised in India, and I have family members who live in India today.
Asian Americans are the fastest growing population here in North Carolina, and among that, Indian Americans are driving a lot of that growth right here in the Triangle, drawn to the tech, science, and medical fields. Now, some are hoping to see Kamala Harris make history as the first South Asian in the highest office in the country.
Senator Kamala Harris will be the first person of Indian heritage to be nominated for vice president on a major party ticket.
The first Indian American woman to be nominated as a vice presidential candidate in America.
All right, Vivek, I want to give you a chance to react to that. No doubt it's going to get attention. It already is.
Yeah, so look, on a very personal level, my parents were immigrants to this country, legal immigrants.
Let me get past them. Who cares? No disrespect. But again, all y'all hear from her all the time, that's what Trump was talking about. See? So that's why I found, I find stuff, right? So I'm like, all you hear her is India, 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 India. No disrespect, right? Now Trump said, now all of a sudden, she's black. Like, no, she's black. Right? But that's why I like Trump. That's why I said, I'd rather take the snake I can see in the grass than the one that's hiding. You see? I can take Trump with his faults. One thing I do like is he just tells it like it is. I can receive that. Whether I agree with this or don't agree with this or this, I'll take a person who's just upfront over a person who's hiding their hand anytime. All right? So now, as Trump said, now she want to be black all of a sudden. Now watch this. Here come the cooning. Now we got some cooning coming in a second. Look at these these boule coons. Let me get past this dude. All right, there we go. Let me get to this. What are you talking about?
To me, that shouldn't be how this election is decided one way or another. It should be decided on our own identity as Americans and what our vision is for the future of the country. And the number one thing missing in Kamala Harris's candidacy is that she lacks that vision for the country. That's what we got to focus on.
You see that? California's Kamala Harris becomes the first Indian American U.S. Senator. Y'all ain't see no black nowhere. I ain't see no black Air Force One nowhere near all this whole campaign.
For Kamala Harris, I'm just sick of the black people on the internet talking about I'm not with her. Okay, so if you're not with her, that means you with Trump. And y'all need to block every last one of their asses on Facebook and on Instagram and social media and stop. Like, that's just garbage.
Yeah.
It's just garbage.
Can
Everybody
we be
got to
united
find,
on anything?
Yeah. Can't agree on a damn bucket of chicken. One person want a hot dog.
Hold up, Ricky. Criticizing this non-black cackling.
So now you got this coon, Ricky Smiley. See, these are these paid agents that come in. He want to shame so-called black America. And we want to tell us we should be shaming ourselves because we ain't all backing Kamala. Now, the Aetherian dude said Kamala's long identified as black. So show me, Aetherian. I show receipts. So as you're here on this live, go on Google, find me some clips and stuff where she says I'm a black American senator and I'm running, or show me some clips where she's identifying as a black Senator, besides the new ones. I'm talking about the old ones, not now. Not when you're trying to get votes. All right? Because I can show you a million clips where she just talks about the Indian side. All right? So I don't know. Well, I don't know. It don't matter if you black or not. Because look, this dude black. So I don't give a crap what you say or nobody else say. I know them by their fruit. So if you are so-called black and you rocking and thinking she identified all the time as black, because as Taj Baliyah said, the most dangerous person to see in a courtroom as a black man would have been her face. You better know what she did when she was running. What did she say? She said, when they asked her, they said, what are your policies you going to do? She said, I'm doing nothing for the black community. She literally said it. So I could give a crap if she was, I couldn't care less if her mama was black and her daddy was black. It don't matter. You know them by their fruit. All right? So I'm just bringing you a little understanding because this, as I said in the title, non-biased. I'm just speaking truth to power. Her grandmama could have been from the darkest part of Mississippi, and her daddy could have been from the countryest part of Alabama. She'd be a sold-out coon then, like this dude. Don't matter. You know them by their fruit. So I don't give a crap what she goes in and out. She ain't identifying with nothing. She's using it. So we ain't playing that. No, none of us. Now, listen to this coon. Do y'all not know this fool is going to cry? He's going to cry tears, shaming us. He want to shame me because I won't back her. This fool. Listen.
Cosplay chameleon doesn't mean you're voting for Trump. Trump and Kamala are not the only two candidates running. People have the right to make their own decisions. They can vote for Kamala if they want. They can vote for Trump if they want. They can vote for Kennedy if they want. They can vote for Cornel West if they want. They can vote for Jill Stein if they want. I hear some people saying they're voting for the couch. Whatever the case, they can vote for whoever or whatever they want.
What does that mean? Well, I'm glad we got somebody here. That's what a good debates are very, very good for understanding. What do you call poison in the well? Aetherian, Aether vein, just that name anyway. What do you call poison in the well? Break that down. What does that mean? What's poison in the well? Oh, maybe he wrote it up here somewhere. No, he didn't. He was talking about what I said, I guess. What's poison in the well? What well? I'll wait. So y'all let me know when he answers that, when he writes that. And then I'll come back to that. But I want to know what well is being poisoned.
And this whole shaming tactic that the Black Boule is so used to using to control us isn't as effective as it used to be. Sure, you can still control a lot of baby boomers, but there are a lot of black people in Generation X, Gen Y, Gen Z that's not listening to none of y'all. We don't want to hear about how popular somebody is. We want policies.
I always complain. Black folks get on my damn nerves, man. Why everybody making all these celebrities making all these videos going off on Kamala Harris and stuff, and then the black men, Kamala Harris didn't prosecute you and treated you bad in court. I got treated bad in court too, but I'm with her.
Yeah, Ricky, you're with her, but a lot of people, they're not. Now, what you gonna do about it? You gonna come beat us all up? You gonna whip us with a switch, Grandma Bernice? If Ricky don't sit down somewhere, y'all don't control the plantation no more. The slaves revolted. We tried to tell y'all for years, but you've been playing dumb. We told y'all we had a problem with your grandma Hillary. Then we told y'all we had a problem with your granddaddy Biden. And now for at least the last 5 years, we told y'all we had a problem with your Indian mama Kabama Obama Harris, the cackling cosplaying chameleon. Yeah, we told y'all we had a problem with that Indian lady 5 years ago. Y'all weren't trying to hear it, just like now. And stop lying saying Kamala didn't lock up black men in California. She did, and you know it.
She said to come up there. I took and let her rock. I didn't even got to answer. I can just let her rock. Hold on, let me see. He answered me. I see Agyama. It says poison. He wrote, poison in the well is an old hominin saying that one thing or one mistake invalidates the entire argument. What are you talking about, bro? Also presupposing that they have bad motives instead of demonstrate such a claim. All right, well, anyway. The one thing I do on this channel is it's not about you have to agree on sides. right? So I won't. He has a like you will have a Republican or a Democrat or what they call that other liberal, or you might have, because I'm not a politician at all, or we could agree to disagree, right? So I won't speak bad about. That's just how he I guess he's likes Kamala, and I guess he thinks she's but I have a different fruit. I know that she illegally her court record of California as a DA and what she was doing to the black men and the record. Her and Biden did more destruction to the black men before they were in office than almost throughout the history of the United States. So what you was talking about is that so then just be careful. One thing I'm not gonna do, brother Aetherium, because he said he doesn't, what do you say? I don't like any of them. All right. But so I know by the fruit, okay? Her works, her record. I'm not going by what she's saying and anything. She's jumping up with fried chicken and Timberlands, and you talking about I ain't poisoning no well. She poisoned the well, and I'm not drinking her Kool-Aid. You hear me, Ethereum? And no disrespect, not yours either. And that's what this sister talked about. She said these old boule coons and these babies, we ain't receiving that no more. Y'all got us before. We ain't falling for it again. I ain't drinking her Jim Jones juice. You understand? We know by their fruit, their actions, her policies, her deeds. She said, I ain't doing nothing for the black community. She spoke these things and she showed. You saw the fruit of what happened when they got in office and what happened. All right. That was a different sense of the phrase, but I get that. All right. So we probably have a misunderstanding of what you mean. So, all right, we'll agree to disagree. And let me move on with this thing, because we probably have a different understanding of what you actually mean. Because it's hard it's easier when someone communicates. Like if you were speaking, then I can understand. But when somebody writes something, it could be, translated wrong. All right. So anyway, let me, thanks for your input too, King. All right. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but thanks for your input. All right. So let's let this continue. So Ricky Smiley is going to shame every black person in the world. We should be ashamed of ourselves. All right, listen.
Because a vote for her, if you sit at home and you don't support her, you are definitely supporting Donald Trump. You can vote for who you want to, but don't be trying to encourage other people and sit up there and put bad stuff. Where's that same energy for Donald Trump?
Ricky's still up here trying to make us vote for Kamala and said if you don't vote for her, you're voting for Trump. Again, why are you trying to make Kamala the only option for black people? She's not the only option. And somebody voting for the couch, that's not voting for Trump, is voting for nobody. You're just automatically assuming that every black vote is a vote for Kamala. Who said that every black person that showed up is going to vote for her? There are some people that may want to vote for Trump too. Whatever they choose is their decision, not yours. And as far as I'm saying people are not criticizing Trump, where? Everybody criticizes Trump. Trump.
I know that's right. Trump is a fool. I take a honest fool, an open fool over a wise deceiver any day, liar. Pick your poison. Best of the worst or something, right? Go ahead, Yasha.
It's funny. He says he tells them not to, influence people to vote for Trump, but he's sitting there trying to influence every black person to vote for Kamala.
Everybody, right? Instead of giving them the free right to choose for the fruit that the people do. I ain't saying vote for anybody, right? I'm just saying make sure you weigh and judge them by the actions they did. You understand the policies? What did they do? I actually watched his track record and what he did when he was there, and I watched theirs. If you look logically and you put them both out, and you weigh and judge them for the so-called black community, he did. I can't even imagine. I can't even say how much more. It doesn't even equate to the level of what they did. Nothing. We actually lost. I mean, we even lost the freedom. We lost our right to even they were saying if you don't wear a mask and stuff, you're gonna lose your job. People lost careers and jobs and stuff. Y'all better understand. Go ahead, Hakyama.
Atheist said he's Yohanada.
Oh, that's Yohanada. That would make sense. All right, that would make sense. Well, thank you for letting me know. Athea. All right, here we go. Let's continue.
Has been the #1 most criticized politician for 8 years. Every possible thing about him has been exposed. Everything. It's nothing we don't know at this point. But your audience and most black people, they know nothing about Kamala. They didn't even know she was cosplaying as a black American woman all this time.
Yeah. Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just like, don't vote for him. It is what it is.
They're not even doing, y'all not even out here doing real research to look at her record. If you do the research or whatever, stop believing everything you read and do real research, you can see what a record is. You can see what she have done. I think you can Google what have Kamala Harris done for the black community or things that black people benefit from a lot.
Kamala did nothing for black people as the DA of San Francisco. She did nothing for black people as the AG of California. And she's done nothing for black people as the VP. On top of all of that, she already told us she wasn't going to do nothing for black people as president. Nothing.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No.
We've been researching Kamala on the national stage for over 5 years. You're the one who didn't do your research. You saw somewhere she had on the black woman costume. She went to Howard and pledged AKA. That's all y'all riding on. Black people are not the only students at HBCUs. You have white people, Hispanics, Asians. It's not like they solely accept black people. The same thing for the sororities and the fraternities. Stop acting like you've never seen a Hispanic or an Indian AKA. And see, we already know AKA is what sealed the deal for you because you're also a part of a Greek organization.
We need to stand with her. We need to stand with her. She's great. She will make a great president. And what a blessing to be living in the time where a black woman can become president of the United States of America. In our time, we get a black man and a black woman become president. That's unheard of.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Messy. Be on the right side of history. Be on the right side of history.
Here we go with this emotional BS. Ricky, we already told you this woman wasn't black. Her mama is Indian and her dad is Indian mixed with Irish. Born in Jamaica.
Yeah, that's why I did the beginning. You see, because of her mess, her parents are getting a stain on their legacy. But we do complete research on this. Neither they fought. See, that's the stain. She's actually putting a stain on the work that they suffered and toiled for. They were standing. If she did that, it didn't matter. I didn't give a crap if your skin was purple. If you stood and supported and fought for the rights of poor people or so-called black people, whatever I identify your accomplishment in your work, and you be my brother, he who keeps my father's commandments, right? So this fool up there crying, talking about, we don't see a black woman in the president. Because that's this whole effeminate matriarchal crap. He gonna cry in a minute. You understand? But we ain't falling for that. I ain't in the matriarchal zone. And no disrespect to no sister, no woman, no nothing. But I'm not too sold out. I'm still in a huge gray area with, I don't care if she's black, white, whatever, with a woman being president. Now, the only reason, sisters, don't beat me up. Don't y'all jump on up. Just let me explain. The only reason is because women are very temperamental, right? They're very emotional. And there's a certain time in the month where their emotions and stuff get out of whack. I'm not too sure we need someone running a whole country and like can like start when they can be emotionally unstable at a certain time. You get what I'm saying? Most women who know what I'm talking about, y'all know what I'm talking about. Most women, I know a lot of women who be like, nah, I'm kind of good too. All right? Now, I'm just being truthful. I'm not really too, now her, man, you gonna miss me with her. I I wouldn't give her a crap if she was a man. Listen, if Kamala was a man with her same genealogy, lineage, her same selling out, coon self, her same politics and stance that her track record, she wouldn't get mad. I wouldn't want her president anyway if it was a man. More or less a woman. Oh my goodness, she a mess. All right? So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Being black is irrelevant. You feel me? It's what are you going to do for our people? What are you going to do? Every nation of people are what's the naming for the candidates to say, what are you going to do for my region? Like if you were in New York, New Yorkers are going to say, what are you going to do for the state of New York? If you're in the Bronx is going to say, what are you going to do for the borough of the Bronx? If you're from, you see, if you're from 17th Street, then you're going down to the city council. What are you going to do for 17th Street? It breaks all the way down to your individual neighborhoods and blocks. That's how the political thing is ran. That's how you vote and stuff. So they're Todd said they're going to have Eve in the White House. You got that right, Adam and Eve. Because this ain't nothing but the serpents, which I'm like, they already put the doggone, that dude, I ain't going to speak. He was a whole, what you call them things that they make, those things, clone. They had a clone in there, right? Now, again, as Just Darling said, it doesn't matter about the color of the skin. It matters about the works, the fruit, right? So I don't give a crap what it is. What are you going to do for, whatever nationality, my people, whatever neighborhood, my city, my block, right? My county, that's how we are a tribal people, and we have villages, and you have to sustain your village. You have community leaders, the people who lead and guide and do the best that they can for the village. The Most High has given me a village. My village is here. It's the people who receive me in spirit and in truth, and they watch Unc on YouTube and Facebook, and they become, okay, I see who he is, transparent. I know him by his fruit, his track record, and I know Unc is going to bring me the truth, unbiased, whether he's not biased or neither way. He's just going to stay truth to power, and he's going to do the research and try to bring us the truth. And when he makes a mistake, he's going to correct his mistake and own it. That's what that is. That's what people, any leaders are supposed to have, these qualities. Okay, so that's what we look for. So Just Dawn is correct. It don't matter. So but that's why I said I'm not too sure yet. Like because I ain't got nothing against women. Women are very, very smart. Women are very strong. Women are very resilient. Women are dope in every aspect, but they do have an emotional part. There is a weakness there. Men, we have a weakness too, and our weakness is women. That's the funny part. I'm talking about straight men. All men. Our weakness is women. You think I'm lying? Go to the Bible and look at Adam and Eve. Look at the fall of man. Go to any kingdom and look how any kingdom got toppled. Man weakness is woman. Woman weakness is her emotion. Okay, and Hasatan knows that, so he plays off her emotion. So that's the only thing that has me a little, I'm not too sure. I'm a little nervous about a woman being up there. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Now, yeah, so whatever. Y'all know, shout out to my woman. Shout out to the women of the world. All right, so now, the woman that's righteous woman, righteous men. All right, let's continue.
Jamaica is a country, not a race. That's a nationality. There are Chinese Jamaicans, European Jamaicans. Every Jamaican is not black. And obviously you didn't get the memo because Obama not clean out here either. No, we do not want Obama 2.0.
That's so, it's just the Amber Rose and everybody got all these videos and stuff and talking about Kamala Harris talking out of both sides of her. How would you say something so disrespectful? Even if you felt that way, I wouldn't dare make a video or say nothing like that to the vice president of the United States of America that's trying to stand up.
Let me get this straight. We can criticize Bush for 8 years while he was in office. We can criticize Trump for 4 years while in office and 4 years after. We can criticize Biden for 4 years, but we can't criticize Kamala or ask you.
Ricky is super cooning. You talk about, he like, how dare you? I wouldn't figure, how dare you? My goodness, bro, what did she give you? What? Shout out to Sabaya in the building. This dude is super cooning. Yeah, see exactly what you gonna get. Obama 2.0.
No questions at all? And I know you're not talking about disrespect when this woman is up here wearing black like a costume and told black people to our face that she wasn't going to do anything for us. We're talking about the same woman who took our resources meant for the descendants of the freedmen slaves and opened up those resources to other people. Specifically her own people, taken away from us. That's what you call disrespectful.
And that's going to possibly pick 2 United States Supreme Court justices or whatever to try to keep the laws in place that Thurgood Marshall and all of the people that have paved the way.
He literally just crowbarred Thurgood Marshall's name into his mouth. Said all that, but still said nothing at all. Kamala, she's done nothing but use the names of prominent black people and the color of black people, like Thurgood Marshall, as a pretendian. She's a pretendian chameleon. Yeah, Kamala the pretendian chameleon. Kind of got a ring to it. Why? Because that's her.
And try to redo and get back into some of this settled law, women's rights to choose, your voting rights, and Brown versus the Board of Education. Do your homework.
Ricky just started yelling stuff out. He's like, Thurgood Marshall, women's rights, Brown versus Board of Education, curry fried chicken. Oh, no limit soldier, mystical looking self. Didn't say nothing, just yelling random stuff out.
Hold up. Did she just say his old no limit soldier, mystical looking self? This girl funny. I like this part. This is hilarious. She actually hitting some keys.
No context, no explanation, no nothing. They have the nerve to tell us to do our homework. Ricky, obviously you or your staff didn't do your homework. You're pushing this lady on us and can't pull together one complete sentence on her policies. What are we voting for, Ricky? What policies are you telling us?
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was talking about. The policies. What are the policies? Because she get up there and when she talks, she say a whole bunch of nothing. She really don't talk the policies. All right?
Support. Yeah, we get she's an AKA. Well, what's the policy?
Hold up. Let me just tell you something right here that could be very historic. And Kay pointed this out to me. If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first black Supreme Court,
and possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does that not give you chills?
Come on,
Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
Just make your whole body vibrate?
Maria,
oh my
I can go deep into that. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
There you go. Bingo. Introducing the boule. Bingo. Let's go on back to old Egypt. Go on back to Canaan. Okay? Canaanite. You got a member of this. She's supposed to be black. Ain't the vein. But she ain't black. She Greek. I'm sorry. Not sorry. You got a member of the AKA and a hookah beka buka. You heard? This the boule. This fool up here, and he's part of Gamma Kappa Koopa or something. He part of, this is the old boule. It never changed. You heard? All right? So listen, that's what I'm talking about.
Tell us to do our homework. Ricky, obviously you or your staff didn't do your homework. You're pushing. She's an AKA. Well, what's the policy?
Hold up. Let me just tell you something right here that could be very historic. And Kay pointed this out to me. If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be
on
sworn in
MLK Day
by the first Black Supreme
and
Court
possibly
woman
by
justice.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Wow.
Does that not give you?
For those who knew that story, I did that a long time ago. This Ketanji Brown Johnson into the Supreme Court. Look at them, boy. This is the boule. Let's go.
Chill.
Come on.
Stop
now.
it. Does that not send
Maria?
Just make your whole body vibrate.
Maria,
oh my
It don't make my body vibrate. She talking about this, that sin. These people are cooning for real.
And go deeper than that. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
on MLK holiday.
But y'all mad
Baby,
because she ain't
y'all.
talking about
Who
reparations.
was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity?
You see? You see what he said? On his holiday, who's a member, no disrespect to nobody. We keep it real, unbiased. Boule.
Incorporated.
Come on now.
Come on now. Oh my God,
Game
that just
changer.
gave me chills. That gave me chills.
Game changer, dog.
I'm sorry, I didn't feel it. That didn't give me chills because none of those two women have anything to do with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Zero to do with Auburn Avenue, Atlanta. They have no connection to Alabama. Give me the chills by fixing this economy that's been ruined by Bidenomics while Kamala was just sitting up there cackling for 4 years. Give me chills by fixing the migrant crisis that's destroying this country. Up here paying illegals thousands of dollars while throwing our own out on the streets. Give me chills by fixing this record inflation and high interest rates, making it impossible for millennials and Gen Z to afford a home right now. Give me chills by giving us some tangibles and benefits that she refused to give to us, but promised to help out the immigrants. Or the tangibles she championed for her own community, the AAPI. Cash money. Yeah, give me chills by doing that for the Black people whose costume she's wearing right now trying to get votes.
Game.
Man,
Talk about game.
y'all better come
Go
get
to
me off
sports
this
'cause
radio
you better
today.
come get him.
You can keep going. You want to keep going, dog? You want to keep going?
Hold on. There you go, Athea Vane. just watch and listen. Now, that sister just dropped it. Give me some work. Show me by your fruit. They doing all this Greek, Canaanite worship, fallen angel stuff. Some doggone Greek enslavers.
Be mad at you.
No disrespect to nobody that's Greek. I'm talking about ancient Greco-Roman, the enslavers of our people.
Today, Rick.
Hey, man, I don't care. Well, stop this.
Go, dog. Go.
I don't care about who get mad. I know I'm right.
Exactly.
I know I'm right. Y'all need to stop. Do y'all realize Medgar Evers died for voting rights? All these people that have risked their life from slavery up until the civil rights movement.
Once again, Ricky is just throwing out names. Important names, by the way. We definitely have nothing but genuine love and respect for Medgar Evers. So, Ricky, don't ever bring up Medgar Evers' name with this flip-flop and racially ambiguous cosplaying chameleon. Yes, Medgar Evers fought for equality in our...
Come on, sister. She said this flip-flopping, racially ambiguous... Don't you dare put Medgar Evers' name in the same sentence with this. Boy, these boule dudes, these effeminate
rights, which include the right to make the decision to not support Kamala if we don't want to.
Just where we can have an opportunity to do what we do, to do what we can do. We ain't seen nothing like this since Barack Obama was running for president in 2008. We need to stop.
The great John Lewis.
Right. John Lewis and Ralph Abernathy. All of these people that have...
I'm sorry, but this is the old... They're doing this old cooning 60s civil rights, the ones who actually laid down. It started out, you remember Martin Luther King said, I'm sorry, but I walked my people into a burning house, and then they killed them. You understand? They want us to go back and coon. This generation ain't cooning for you, you boule sellouts. We ain't drinking the Kool-Aid. They want us to coon and drink the Kool-Aid. They want us to do the go along, get along gang, Abernathy and all these old, I'm so sorry.
Paved the way for us. We are the new civil rights.
Akiyama said he sure ain't mentioning her parents in this. I know that's right, because he probably don't even know their history like Unc broke down. And if he did, he sure enough wouldn't be including it because they were against all this cooning stuff. Facts, they probably know Medgar Evers. Facts, they was there through the whole civil rights movement. They was on the front lines too. But look where she at.
We got to get behind people like Ben Crump and Kamala Harris and all these people.
Did this fool just put Benjamin Crump on the screen? Oh my God, the cooning is at an all-time high. This is insane right here.
Out here that's doing like Roland Martin and all of these people that's out here, and Joy Reid. If you want to be educated, if you really want to know the truth, all you got to do is turn to MSNBC and watch Joy Reid, and she gonna give you a whole history.
I'm sorry. I already know the sister about to respond to this, but did y'all hear the chicken bone just flew out of his mouth a couple of. This fool said, Roly-Poly Martin, he said, you want to ever know the truth, go to MSNBC and watch Joy Reid. I can't believe the words that just came out of your mouth. You got to be kidding me. He don't even believe the stuff he's saying now. That's when you get to the point where, like, this fool don't even believe what he's saying. All right, let's see. I know the sister about to rip this to shreds. I ain't no way in the world she ain't about to roast this.
Out here that's doing like Roland Martin and all of these people that's out here, and Joy Reid. If you want to be educated, if you really want to know the truth, all you got to do is turn to MSNBC and watch Joy Reid, and she gonna give you a whole history lesson every night on MSNBC, and then after that, Rachel Maddow. All you gotta do is just watch.
And it's not opinion, it's facts.
It's nothing but opinions. He literally just named a bunch of folks that's been fighting against us. If Roland Martin, Kamala Harris, and Joy Reid is his dream team, then I'm convinced they want us all to stay asleep. None of them care about Black Americans. They are literally working night and day to undermine us and starve us out. Joy Reid need to teach herself how to stop culturally appropriating white women. Trying to call people weird. That's weird.
This fool said Rachel Maddow. He had a whole lineup.
Don't do this right here.
Yeah, and
don't be on the internet doing Kamala Harris like that. Yeah, I don't care what issue you got with Black women. Your mama's a Black woman. How about that? Let's start there. I don't care what and I'm talking to the men right here. Your mother is a Black woman. Don't forget that. Don't forget that your sister is.
But she ain't a. Oh my God. All right, let me.
Is a Black woman.
And Ricky, you must be a Black woman because right now you sound like one. What the Black mamas and Black sisters got to do with Kamala? Kamala is not a Black woman. And even if Kamala was another woman who happened to be Black. And melanin is protection from the sun, not critical.
Come on, sister. That's what I'm talking about. And he like missed us with this black crap. Melanin is protection from the sun. He said, well, his mama ain't running for office either.
Criticism. Anybody that can be quiet.
I would have rather had her mama. See, now y'all just found out who her mama was. I voted for her mama if her mama was running and her mama had some policies that would help the communities, the poor and stuff like that. Over this Kamala, you done lost your mind.
To criticize or held accountable should not be president.
And as a Black man, I stand proudly with Kamala Harris this morning with tears in my eyes.
This man said he had tears in his eyes. Y'all, they are out here crying for Kamala. Bacardi Sellers was first. Now
crying for Kamala. That's the t-shirt. Crying for Kamala. Mel, y'all email me. I'll write it. Don't nobody write it because I don't know what else she posts. I'll have to watch more of her content to see. Because you remember, I don't promote other people till I know really where they at. Because I've been in some other thing. She's been in promoting something else. But just email me, Maria. I'll tell you who it is. But anyway, she said crying for Kamala. I know that's right. This fool, this grown man talking about he crying.
And even if Kamala was another woman who happened to be Black. And melanin is protection from the sun, not criticism. Anybody that can be questioned, criticized, or held accountable should not be president.
And as a black man, I stand proudly with Kamala Harris this morning with tears in my eyes.
This man said he had tears in his eyes. Y'all, they are out here crying for Kamala. Bakari Sellers was first. Now Ricky Smiley. Who's next? Van Jones? Ricky is only up here bringing up sad stories and crying to make you emotional and somehow make you feel the same way about Kamala that he does. I'm sorry. Our people cannot cash a check with tears. When you go to the cashier at the grocery store, next time, see if they'll accept tears as a method of payment. When it's time to pay the mortgage or if you're paying rent, you will definitely find yourself kicked to the curb if all you got is tears. When it's time to fill your gas tank, the gas pump can't compute tears. Stop trying to make black people cry for these people. It's weak. And as much as Kamala has done to black people in California, she should be crying to us begging for forgiveness, having the audacity to tell us she's not doing nothing for us. And while crying, go ahead and give us our tangibles and maybe we'll think about your forgiveness. How about that?
Back, she said it's weak. Got this little weak black man talking about I'm crying for black women tired of seeing you cry. Don't be crying like she said, but cry me a river. For real, like, bro, miss me with the tears. Tears ain't fixing our roads, ain't reducing the price of groceries. You heard?
It means so much to me. Do you know the lady picked up the phone and called me when my son died? How about that? How about how personal her and Joe Biden has been? How about Joe Biden wrote me a letter naming my grandkids and naming my son's name in a personal hand?
What in the Ricky spot? This bad. Somebody go get Ricky. Could somebody go get Ricky, please? Could y'all dial up Ricky? He's sitting up there talking about Kamala called him personally. Cause I mean, you got a number. No wonder you up here promoting her. She ain't calling me personally. She ain't got my number. What is you done lost your mind. This fool just said, you ain't getting paid. He just said Joe Biden called him. Bro, now this is the one. Now, him saying Kamala called him, that's one thing, right? That's one thing. All right, cool. She probably did because you showing pictures with her and all that. You all in the boule, right? You in the Alpha right? You all in that. You all in the Masonic Canaanite fraternity, right? But you talk about Joe Biden called you and named Joseph. Joe Biden can't even call himself. He didn't. Somebody, I call Cap now. He went way too far. He should have stopped at Kamala. Joe Biden ain't calling you. Joe Biden can't even dial a doggone phone. He done lost his bougie boule. What you say? He lost his bougie boule mind. This fool is crazy. Somebody go get Ricky. Boy, that's what I need. I was going to do it, but I started late. I was going to have a clip of that other sister, and she talked about the black leaders, the new black leaders, and do not be following these new black leaders, okay? That's these celebrities. They didn't thank you, Zayana. Let me turn my mic down a little bit. I'm definitely getting loud now. They done lost their mind. This fool, this the new boule, this the new system. They want everybody, I didn't fall for it on the last one. A lot of black Americans, especially the black women, they fell for it on the last go around. I was in Atlanta. They had Biden and Kamala signs all over the lawn. They got this fool in the office. They did it. The black woman did it. That's the ones. I didn't fool me. I got an old video. Go. Back from 2020. I got a video. I exposed it then and it wasn't popular. It wasn't popular. Like now, some people, because of the work that they showed, their fruit from the 4 years they was in office, now some of the people are like, listen, we don't want them. But these boule dudes, they coming out because they know they losing the regular black people, right? So-called, the regular. So now, these boule, he's sitting up, this fool just said, Joe Biden named his kids. Joe Biden don't even know the name of his own damn kids. Pardon my language. Pardon my language. Joe Biden don't remember the name of his own doggone kids. You done lost your mind. This boy lying, boy. It's more than cat. It's sorcery. I call sorcery. All right. I already know the sister about to rip this to shreds. Let's see what the sister got to say about this foolishness. what they say to sister. All right. That's why I say I wish I would have started this early. I should have started this earlier and then did the breakdown of the of who her parents was. But yeah, it is what it is.
How about that? How about how personal her and Joe Biden?
Cry for these people. It's weak. And as much as Kamala has done to black people in California, she should be crying to us, begging for forgiveness, having the audacity to tell us she's not doing nothing for us. And while crying, go ahead and give us our tangibles, and maybe we'll think about your forgiveness. How about that?
It means so much to me. Do you know the lady picked up the phone and called me when my son died? How about that? How about how personal her and Joe Biden has been? How about Joe Biden wrote me a letter naming my grandkids and naming my son's name in a personal handwritten letter? How kind, how thoughtful, how genuine.
Please stop. Joe Biden don't even know his own name.
Oh, look. Did this fool say he wrote it in a personal handwritten letter? Good eye, Sister Roberta. She said that's a Masonic hand symbol. It is. With his thumb on top of it like that. That is a Masonic hand symbol. That's one of their gestures. Absolutely. This fool just said a personal hand. Boy, that's because he's talking to the regular people who really don't know politics and stuff. So this is witchcraft, what he's doing right now. He know, Ricky might know doggone well if it was a letter that came from, it wasn't his writing. It wasn't him writing it.
How about that? How about how personal her and Joe Biden has been? How about Joe Biden wrote me a letter naming my grandkids and naming my son's name in a personal handwritten letter? How kind, how thoughtful, how genuine.
Please stop. Joe Biden don't even know his own name.
They're just genuine and sincere, and I love people like that. And anybody, the person that shot, that got killed at the Trump rally.
Did he just say they genuine and sincere? I'm sorry.
Who do you think called that man wife to offer his condolences? Joe Biden did. Joe Biden did. Trump didn't call him, and he took a bullet at a Trump rally.
Ricky just told a lie, and this is what the old fake traditional black media is doing every day. They sit in front of millions and lie every week, masquerading as a legitimate source. They repeat these lies over and over because they know their audience won't go figure it out on their own. The wife of the man who lost his life at that Trump rally, she said Biden reached out to her, and she also said she spoke to Trump. In addition, Trump raised $6.5 million for her family and the other two victims. Then on top of that, his wife got another $1.3 million alone. But again, if you never pay attention to everybody and see what Kamala is saying, then see what Trump is saying, and then doing your own research for the truth, then you will never know anything besides what Ricky Smiley tell you.
Good work, sister. Good work.
These are kind, loving people. If you look at their policy, you'll know what's going on.
When we look at the Biden-Harris policies of the last 4 years, all we saw was their plan to bury black people. Yeah, that's what they've done. And now Kamala, she's out here running for president and then putting our now policy on her website. So again, Ricky, what policies are you asking us to support? Where are the policies?
We need to stop, black people. Stop it. Stop attacking Kamala Harris. Stop it with the self-hatred.
Now he's turning Kamala into Karen. So critiquing this woman that's asking for...
Oh, look, did this fool just say, stop it? He sounded like the old, he sounded like, what's that dude on that, what's that cartoon? Mr. Ruckus or something, Uncle Ruckus. What's that cartoon? This fool just say, stop it. He said, stop it. He sound like a character. He like the old, he like, yeah, stop it now. You know? You gotta be kidding me.
Policies are you asking us to support? Where are the policies?
We need to stop, black people. Stop it. Stop attacking Kamala Harris. Stop it with the self-hatred.
Now he's turning Kamala into Karen. So critiquing this woman that's asking for our vote and holding her accountable for her own record is, quote, attacking her. How is not agreeing with Kamala's self-hatred? She's not like us. There's no shared commonality. So how is Kamala considered to be ourselves?
Even if you don't agree with everything she do, what do you think she can do as the vice president? She ain't not in control of the Congress and the Senate.
As VP, we wanted her to do for black people what she's done for promoting termination rights. How about that? We want her to do the same thing she's done for the AAPI community. That's what we want. And if you can't and you won't, just say that.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
My bad, she already did. Okay, so get out our face and go ask them for a vote.
If you know how government works, come on. Come on. We got an opportunity here of a lifetime. We'll be dead and gone, but we can say our generation, because we're not going to live ever, that we voted a Black man and a Black woman to become president of the United States.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me one time, shame on you. fool me, can't get fooled again.
Hold me twice, can't put the blame on you. That's history. This is what Dr. King died for. This is what Medgar Evers died for. This is what Rosa Parks went to jail for. All of the sacrifices that Black people had to make. Your grandmother's cleaning up white people's house and cleaning and scrubbing floors and doing all of this stuff. All these Black people made all these sacrifices for us.
I'm telling you, this was Ricky's best.
Hold on. Did he just cry? And the Oscar goes to Ricky. This fool is doing the whole theatrics.
Bro, yet. Somebody go call Tyler Perry. Go ahead and put Ricky on one of them shows. Dr. King did not die for no Kamala Harris. This woman does not represent what he was preaching. Go listen.
So I know that's right.
Listen to his last speech. Nah, Kamala does not represent that nor support it. She's defiant with it too. Ricky is having a complete meltdown. Up here crying for this lady. Oh, sound of the rain against my window pane. I'm going down, Mary J. Blige looking self. Oh, break my heart, Tony Braxton looking self. Like, stop it.
Well, we can have this opportunity, and then you get a woman, now you want to question her race and question her ability and all this stuff. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we like...
We ain't questioning her race. She said she is the first Asian American. She the one who keeps saying she's the first Indian. You hear this fool?
Cry me a river, Ricky. Crying is not going to turn this lady into a Black American woman. So dry it up.
What is wrong? And I'm sitting here, I should be voting for Trump with the tax bracket that I'm in. But if I have to pay more taxes in order to do what's right, just where somebody else can have food in their mouth and do the right thing or whatever, I want to be on the right side of history.
What?
Oh, he just proved something. See, I can read through. I don't know if she's going to catch this. He said, with my tax bracket, I should be voting for Trump to get in so he can save on his taxes. But he's going to take where he'll rather pay more taxes and stuff and paying for her, right? For them to get in. I know y'all going to talk about the capital gains and stuff, but what y'all don't realize, I'm not sure if she's planning to raise capital gains tax to almost 50%. So for those who don't realize, that's just not for the wealthy. Guys, capital gains tax is a tax that you pay when you make a lot of gains increase on money. So if you have a house and you bought a house, you did the American thing, you worked to get a house, you built equity in the house increased in value. When you go to sell the house, you have to pay a capital gains tax. She want to raise that to 50%. So 50% of your, yeah, Matt, he told on himself on that one. 50% of your gains that you made, your monies, will go to the system. But he said he want a Black woman in. It would have a different, it would hit different if she was actually Black. I'm just saying, if she was actually Black, then I could say, well, he's still cooning. You still need to man up, because as Just Darling said, it ain't about skin. I mean, if we can get a Black woman, I don't know about president. I'm talking about a woman, period, president. That's just me. No disrespect, sisters. Y'all know what I mean. I don't mean anything about that. I'm still on the fence with the woman thing, and because of the emotions. But if we could get let's say if we could get a black woman, then cool. If we could get a black man, then cool. Because Obama he wasn't so-called black either. They tell you that in a minute. He was, these other tethers, these other African stuff. Ain't no black American been a president because Obama wasn't. They'll tell you that in a minute, right? It's the same thing with her, right? So again, but it's bigger than that. That's emotional. That's what I mean. A man, we supposed to control our emotions. These are feminized things, right? So the man is not supposed to, I'm supposed to bridle my emotions and understand, yeah, I want to see a black something in, but really I need to see the best person in. You get what I'm saying? A man's supposed to understand, man, what is that? Man, who cares? That's playing a Joneses race. And I can say, hey, he gonna cry. I can finally say that a black man, miss me with all that. Cry me rivers, man. The rivers are full. We got 400 years of crying in these rivers. We got lakes in Lake Lanier. We got lakes in the cities in America was covered over with water. You heard? Central Park, all these cities made to lakes. So cry me a lake. Miss me. Miss us. We almost finished with this Ricky Criley. Now his name Ricky Criley. That's his new name. Ricky Criley. You're crying.
Opportunity, and then you get a woman, now you want to question her race and question her ability and all this stuff. Why? Why are we doing this? Why are we like this?
Cry me a river, Ricky. Crying is not going to turn this lady into a black American woman. So dry it up.
What is wrong? And I'm sitting here, I should be voting for Trump with the tax bracket that I'm in. But if I have to pay more taxes in order to do what's right, just where somebody else can have food in their mouth and do the right thing or whatever, I want to be on the right side of history.
What other people going to eat? You mean the illegals Kamala sending to the black cities to replace black people?
And I mean this. I'm not. I just been holding my peace. I ain't been saying nothing. But man, some of these videos are disturbing, and these memes are disturbing. What we as a people doing to each other. We need to stop.
What do you mean doing to each other? In the way you're talking about doing to each other, you're acting like we're both the same. Kamala is not like us, Ricky. So no, she's not the other part of you. She's literally other.
We need to stop. And I'm done. We're going to have her on the show. We're going to support her on this show. We're going to support her. And I cannot wait if God let me live to see a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated swear in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. Man, as being in the Greek family myself.
In the Greek family, this man Greek. So he telling you she black, but you Greek, bro. You know them by the fruit, guys. Again, this is a sellout. It's literally, he keeps telling you, this is a Greek, this is a boule, this is Masonic.
Man, listen, come on, y'all, come on.
Ricky Smiley want us to use their Greek alliances as some sort of tangible benefit for black people. Tell me, what does Kamala's Greek affiliation have to do with tangibles for black American votes? Listen, none of these questions are being addressed, and that's why the issue is not going away. We're all just looking at another episode of benign neglect and the boule telling us to shut up and vote.
You preaching
Kamala Harris.
Ricky.
I'm sorry, Maria.
We with you, dog, and we with her. We needed that. Come on, dog. We needed that.
That put tears in my eyes. And I'm not just saying that, man. I've been out here on the trail, civil rights movement since '79 when Bonita Carter got killed, shot in the back by a white police officer. I've been a lifetime member of the NAACP and the SELCI. I'm on regular.
He a lifetime member of the NAACP. Him and Lil Dub and them.
The text messages and calls with civil rights leaders all over the country. I've been involved. I do comedy and crack jokes on stage, but you don't know what I do behind the scenes.
You hop around tap dancing behind the scenes just like the other boule, Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, Cedric the Entertainer, Bakari Sellout, Jim Jumbo Catfish Clyburn, and Mushmouth Ben Crump. And stop acting like Kamala is in support of the people being taken out by the police. She ignored the family of Mitrice Richardson. She ignored the family of Oscar Grant. This woman had the authority and the power to do something, and she did absolutely nothing to help them.
That woman locked up more black men in the state of California than anybody. And she was proud of it.
I was behind the scenes when Barack Obama ran. I was behind the scenes in the Bill Clinton campaign, in the Al Gore campaign, in the Joe Biden campaign. My whole life, even when I wasn't even old enough to vote.
Look at him, boy. I didn't know he was selling out that long. That boy just showing you who he is.
When I wasn't old enough to vote, I was still behind the scenes working just where I can leave something to my kids and the generation after that, doing my part, using my platform that I built to try to do what's right and not make this thing about me, but make this thing about the rights of the next generation.
Behind the scenes doing what exactly? Because you didn't stump for any tangible benefits. So what favors did you give Ricky? And in exchange, what was given to you? Because nothing was done for us. Yeah, you did nothing behind the scene, so we could care less that you were there. Y'all, this was so crazy. Ricky Smiley literally sat on his show crying. Crying is not going to change a thing for Black Americans. How many more cycles y'all want to play this game? What, you want to go another 4 or 8? We told y'all over and over, no tangibles, no vote. Meg Thee Stallion popping her thought pocket, that's not tangibles.
So Kamala Harris had Meg Thee Stallion twerking for her. This is the black card. This is where I was going to show the picture of her with her Timberlands and her hot sauce. All right? This is her. She had she thinking she going to get the black vote. She needs some, she told the thing, but we need some popping and locking. We need some twerking up there. So she gets this old serpent Meg Thee Stallion to twerk. This is what she think of so-called Black America. Okay?
Beyonce is intangibles, claiming membership of a Greek organization.
Look, Brother Matt said, now I see why the Freemasons put so much effort into indoctrinating the Greek life at colleges and having the Black community as a whole identify with the Divine Nine. Facts. It's association, it's control. Facts.
That's not tangibles. Talking in a fake Southern Black American accent, that's not tangibles either. Oh yeah, getting yelled at by the whole bootleg gang on radio, TV, and social media, that's not tangibles either. Go ahead, keep turning your backs on us, and you're gonna see more and more Black people turn their backs on you. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started below. Did Ricky crying convince you to support Kamala?
Aren't you excited about Kamala? No, I'm not. Liberal white women are the worst. They are the absolute worst. Today, after I finished my day job, I went to go clean a house for this woman. I had never cleaned for this woman before, and I knew that she was going to try to talk to me because she was very friendly. And let me set this up for y'all. You know, when I come in, I'm in my uniform. And so we're talking about my day job at Chick-fil-A, you know, and everybody likes to tell me how they like the food, which is great food, and I don't mind. But, you know, I came straight to her house, so we're talking about this, and I asked her if I could change into my, you know, my cleaning clothes, and she's like, sure, and she introduces me to her husband and her granddaughter. Yay, everything's cool. But then they left, and she just wants to start talking, and I already knew. I knew Kamala was going to come up because we're alone. I'm a Black woman. This is Austin, Texas. I knew it, and she did not fail to deliver. Sure enough, she smiled at me and said, aren't you excited about Kamala? No, I'm not. And I tried my best not to roll my neck too much and frown up and look like I was smelling onions, but it was really hard. And I'm not sure I succeeded. Actually, I know I didn't. Because I told her that not only did I not support Kamala, that the Democrats are the party that started the Klan. She tried to argue with me that the parties switched. And I've heard this goofy argument many times from many other liberals and Democrats that the parties have switched. When? When? Because after they got rid of Lincoln, the Democrats took control and Jim Crow went into effect. That is history. They got rid of Lincoln. After they did that, Jim Crow went into effect. It was the Democratic president. The Democrats had control. They were upset that slavery was over and done with. So I don't.
That's a fact.
When did this party switch? When? Where was the switch? Because Jim Crow went on. I went to history.com to look up when did Jim Crow end. Jim Crow laws named after a black minstrel show character. The laws, which existed for about 100 years from the post-Civil War era until 1968, were meant to marginalize African Americans by denying them the right to vote, hold jobs, get an education, or other opportunities. That was them. That was the people that's why they got rid of Lincoln, so that Reconstruction would never take place. Anyway, there was no switch of the parties, is my point, and I'm tired of everybody trying to alter history. That this is the truth. The truth is the Klan was founded because they didn't want Reconstruction to take place. The Jim Crow laws were all them. Anyway, I digress. That woman then proceeded to tell me that from an educational standpoint, she just thought that the Democrats were so great. I told her they're having struggle sessions in schools. I am part of Moms for Liberty. I know that in the schools, they are teaching the children that one child assaults the other one. We need to now sit down and we need to talk. Those two people, the assaulter and the assaultee, need to sit down and then have a conversation about what did one do to provoke the other one to attack them. This is real. This is not a joke. And when you say these things to him, she just looked at me just blankly. I said, and men beating up women, I'm supposed to get on board with that? I mean, there's so many things. And she was just looking at me blankly. She had nothing to say. I had to be quiet because, again, I'm in her house. But I'm just like, if you can say to me that you think that I support her, then I get to say whatever I want at this point. I mean, what? Because your husband is white, do I get to say, I don't know, I thought he was a Trump supporter, he's white? I'm so sick and tired of the assumption from white, especially liberal women. Whenever they get alone, they always want to try to talk like, aren't we buddies? Aren't we on the same side? Me and you, girl, we both like Kamala. No, we don't. We don't. I said I was going to be calm when I tried to make this video, and I guess this is about as calm as it gets, because it just makes my blood boil that they get to assume that they know anything about me. Oh, I even asked her about the rally that Harris had in Atlanta. I said, do you know about that? And she was excited. Yeah. I said, do you know anything about Megan Thee Stallion's lyrics? Do any of those lyrics you think are appropriate for a political convention of any sort? She said, I don't know about her lyrics.
So she's talking about, she asked her, do you know about the convention in Atlanta where she bought Meg Thee Stallion? That's the epitome of bringing hot sauce and Timberlands. She bought a black Air Force One and said, here, free black Air Force to all the black people. Now vote for me. But that's a disrespect. So that's why I was telling Athea, who was here, we know them by the fruit. So she bring out this twerking lady. That's a disrespect to a community that you're trying to get them to vote for you for your policies. So what, you gonna give us free Meg Thee Stallion albums? So our women can look up to, the little girls can look up to Meg Thee Stallion? That's what you want? I guess that's what you want for our children.
I don't even know what to say. I was fuming. All I know is today I was glad that I could be cleaning so I could be getting out my anger, sweeping the floor real hard, because I was just done. After listening to her and talking to her, I just thought, and these are the we got voting.
So happy you all came out to see me.
Now, this is the last clip. Now, the funny thing, when I watched this clip, I said, this she should be running for some type of office over Kamala. Watch this clip. Shaliam Yadasa, get you some rest.
So,
Humble.
my name is Michaela Montgomery. A lot of you guys know me as the girl from Chick-fil-A, but I am so much more than that.
Oh, that's the girl from Chick-fil-A. Remember that picture where she was hugging Trump and she came out from behind the register just to tell Trump how much he has affected her life in a positive way from him funding the HBCUs. So that's pretty dope that she was able to do that and gain that fame from that little viral moment.
So she benefited from Trump's giving money to the HBCUs because she was in college. All right. So she benefited from his policy. That's what we're talking. Now, I'm not saying this ain't a promotion of no candidate, nothing. Ain't political advice, none of that. I ain't telling you to vote, don't vote, go to space, go to Mars. No, I'm telling you to keep the laws of the Most High in the scriptures. That's what Uncle gonna tell you. Keep the Most High law. Go to page Genesis 1 and 2 and keep those laws. That's what Uncle always tell you. Read Genesis 1 and 2 and do what that says there. That's it. So I ain't telling you no political advice, no financial advice. But watch this so-called black woman do her thing.
And now she's on the stage, which is crazy. So let's hear what she got to say, huh?
Not only do I serve as the CEO of Conserve the Culture, I am also the state director for BLACKNESS down here in Georgia. I'm a Fulton County coordinator for America First Works, and I'm also launching a podcast on the Patriots Prayer Network. So put some respect on my name.
She's busy. She went from Chick-fil-A to Big Boss. That's dope. Love it. Keep on talking.
Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high.
There's actually a meme of a guy saying that rent is too damn high. It's so funny. So every time somebody says rent is too damn high, I think it was actually Kenan Thompson who made a parody of that, and he had like the good job on that one.
I can tell you that as a young black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life.
Wow, that gives me goosebumps. That gives me goosebumps.
Let me get past his commentary.
Quantity of life.
That a lot of seniors to try to afford food and medicine. So if you need medicine or food, what are you gonna pick? You're gonna pick the medicine because that's the thing that's supposed to heal you, but then you have an empty stomach and it's so messed up. Anyways.
Versus the quantity of life. And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else. So it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris.
It's heating up. It's heating up. I don't think she likes Kamala Harris. It's heating up. It's heating up. I don't think she likes Kamala Harris very much.
Losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4. Kamala Harris.
It's heating up. It's heating up. I don't think she likes Kamala Harris very much. What do you guys think, chat?
To vote based on facts and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%.
Oh, no, she didn't. Oh, no. Whoa. She brought receipts.
Oh, come on, bro. Let her talk, man. I was trying to find one without
math is racist.
Commentary.
$60 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us Black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy. So I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November.
Woo! They came to see Trump. They came to
enough.
always tell me sticks and what that means is somebody saying something about you or to somebody else doesn't harm you. The thing that harms you is actual physical action. And if no action is happening, then you are going to, none of that matters.
The black community, but all she's done is hurt the black. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the black community, but all she's done is hurt the black community since she came into the game.
Woo! Ooh.
Come on, bro.
They're trying to make Kamala Harris look like she's trying to help black people, but all she's done is hurt black people since she came in the game. She's going insane. She's doing her thing.
He is a horrible reaction. Like the sister was doing good with her reaction stuff. This dude, bro.
She wants you to remember the name, Michaela. Dang. Go ahead. Light it up. Flame her.
He doing Yo, he doing way too much, right? Don't he need to take some seats? I'm like, bro, enough already, bro. Let her talk.
Wow.
See, the first step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor,
oh, come on,
the first step in destroying the black family is dismantling the first.
Oh my goodness. See, I'm sorry, guys. I would have just, I'm trying to get, because she did a great speech, right? Eloquent, intelligent, all of that. And this dude's just destroying it with his.
Do you hear her? Do you hear her?
Yes, we will hear her if you shut up.
Preaching. Man.
Prosecutor. Why don't we ask black families? So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families?
I can't even get nowhere. He definitely trying to shine. This is horrible. I couldn't. So there was a Willie Brown. There was a politician in California, and he's black. He was in one of the articles that I read earlier. And Kamala Harris had an affair with him when he was married. So that's what she's talking about. And he blackity black too, right? And from San Francisco. And she was smashing him, but he was estranged from his wife. He was estranged. But, so that's what she's talking about. But this dude won't let her speak, man. I can't. Because it was something she was saying, and he just ruined it with his horrible. And look at him, he's sitting there. Bro, come on. Oh my goodness, now he opening the drink. This is seriously what you mean doing too much.
Let's ask Mrs. Willie Brown and ask her if Kamala Harris
all right, I'm about to end
cares.
This. I can't do this with him. Oh, this is literally this is the epitome of doing too much if I ever seen doing too much.
Bruh.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie? The same black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the platinum.
She said no. She said no. Like, the thing is, it's like, there's people getting all upset with all these statements and stuff, but they're not doing no research. They're looking at parts and pieces and clips, and they're not looking at the whole receipt. And that's just not her. You have other
Come
you have
on,
other
bro. I was
people
hoping he would
in the
just
Indian
stop right
community
there.
that are talking about that. It's a fact.
There we go.
If she would ever do anything specifically for black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new black businesses, and would give black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities. And why are we acting like strong borders aren't a thing literally everywhere else in the world? Since when has being patriotic been a crime? See, a few weeks ago at the debate, Trump mentioned black jobs, and a lot of people got in an uproar as if they didn't know what he meant. What we
I really don't understand how people don't understand what
Bro,
black job means.
I'm gonna smack him. I'm gonna pop him in the head because I'm not even interrupting her. See, this is how you know a good reactor. I'm not interrupting her because she's flowing. It's not a space to interrupt her at these spaces, bro. He's killing me. But now, I think when because Trump just be spewing stuff, right? Trump is foolish. He's just funny. Trump makes me laugh anyway. I'm not saying vote for nobody, right? But anyway, Trump be just saying stuff. He should have said black employment, right? So when he was saying black jobs, that could be taken horribly wrong, right? But if he would have said black employment, y'all see how just the wording, the rhetoric of words changes the emotion that it promotes on the person. If he would have said black employment, nobody could have been offended. But he said black job. So yeah, people, what is a black job? A black job is a job that black people got that can get. Probably lower paying. Wendy's is a black job. It's funny because if I tell y'all, if I say right now, I say right today, what is a landscaping job? Most people would be like Hispanic. What is a fruit picking job on fruit? Hispanic, right? So again, but he should have definitely said black employment, right? But, so they have no problem saying a black neighborhood. You see what I mean? Right? You'll say a black neighborhood all day, but a black job. So, but again, Trump is foolish. He just be saying stuff, right? But anyway, like I said, I ain't promoting him. I'm not doing anything. This is just calling out truth to power, all right? And tonight was to find out was her dad a so-called black, and now we found out that her dad and her mom was about that poor people life, was about the upliftment of people. And they fought for Black American rights, hardcore on the front line. So I salute that. All right, so.
It means jobs for black people. When you say black jobs, you're talking.
All right, let me get past him. Let me get back to her.
Trump, because he said black jobs, but you don't get mad at other people who say black Twitter?
There you go. That's a good point.
First of all, Twitter doesn't even exist. Or black X. It's like nobody is being fair with the whole comparison thing. If you're going to get mad at Trump for saying black jobs, you need to get mad at people for saying black Twitter.
Abriya said Trump opens his mouth and words just fall out. I swear that is definitely him. He opened his mouth and words just tumble out. So he definitely got to be, taking back stuff. He's just funny like that. I just. But anyway, that was a good point. They don't get upset with black Twitter and black Facebook and stuff, right? Again, the wording. Now, if he was correctly, I'm like, Trump, you can't say that. Right? If we're around, I'm like, bro. He'd probably be like, what did I say wrong now? You can't say black job, you gotta say black employment. He said, oh, that's better? Yeah, it's better. Now go ahead. Right? Now go. Now, I would only work with him if his policies were helping people. By the fruit. Now, of course, yes, he said stuff in his past. He's done things in his past. I did things in my past and said stuff. That don't mean I feel the same way today. I'm not the same person today. You know him by the fruit. Okay, yeah, he definitely need a black advisor to tailor his tongue. I'm like, he didn't. I would come and say, he didn't mean that. What he meant was black employment. And he'd be like, now proceed. He'd be like, thank you. And then keep going. Okay? All right, so
they keep trying to segregate black folks in this way.
We go to the polls and cast our black vote. We go to the stores and spend our black dollar. We live in our black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a black job.
That was a good point. That was a really good point.
Oh, but wait, because if you're wondering what a black job is, please, I encourage you all to drive through Atlanta at all these beautiful black-owned businesses and check and see who works there. Probably a black person working for a black entrepreneur, recycling the black dollar, creating black generational wealth.
Go ahead. This sister be she dropping some stuff, right? That's what I'm like, well, shoot. If she had some policies and stuff, I need to see what she working with. I'd be definitely you go to a historically black university. Come on, Just Darling, in HBU. So, and that was a great point that she made. And I did it. I went to Atlanta and I was shocked. I had never seen what she's literally a black job. For those who ain't experienced it, I ain't never in all my life. I was in Wakanda. I tell you before, I done said it a bunch of times. Do it really quick. The one I went to Walmart. First of all, everybody black, all black, everything. Atlanta is a big black Air Force One. That's what it is. So I walk in and it's a black cop, first of all, when I walk to go in the thing, black cashiers, black everything. You know how you see the manager up and black people up. I'm like, black managers, black people, black everything. I said, what is this? Blackity black. It scared me a little bit because I had never seen it before, right? So I'm like, what is all this? The crazy one though, as I'm going through the store, I'm blown away because I'm like, I've never seen, it's like I'm in Africa. I have never seen, there's nobody else working in there. The whole thing is black. The one that killed me is when I walked past the pharmacy. Y'all know how you see the pharmacy? It was a black pharmacy thing. The dude behind the thing with the white coat, the black shit, pick up black, this is all black, everything. That's a black job, black business. She is correct about that. And you go, and as you go through it, Atlanta, now it ain't all good sometimes. Because y'all know, all people, we got problems, we got issues. So a bad one was when I went to the restaurant. Oh, that wasn't good. When I went to eat, you get the all black attitude too. Because it was a time with the mask, and I'm not a mask dude. Oh, we got attitude. You got the people in it. I said, at some point, I need balance. Because it ain't all good all the time. I'm like, but there was definitely all black everything. I'm talking about almost every bit. The only other business I seen was an Asian vegan spot. That was it. Everything else was all black. For those who from Atlanta, y'all know what I'm talking about. So she's correct. You want to see a black job, go to Atlanta. You going to see black businesses, all black Air Force One. All right. Bro.
I do got the air conditioning on.
Okay, let me, this bro, he is really, he definitely.
If they come here illegally and they're taking your...
Oh, man.
Right now, this is Michaela's moment. Facts.
If they come here illegally and they're...
This probably is the most electrifying speech I've ever heard on the campaign trail in a long...
Black entrepreneur, recycling the black dollar, creating black generational wealth.
I do got the air conditioning on in here, but I still feel the goosebumps.
Y'all say he needs a wife or some friends. I know it's almost 2:30 in the morning. I know, but we still got 50 people here. So I'm like, some people must be waking up and joining. So I'm like, well, we can get to the end. I'm all good. I'm like, we almost at the end of this. I'm like, it's 2:30 in the morning. It's going to be a 6-hour one tonight. But y'all say he needs a wife and some friends. Where's Saturday night? Where else y'all going to be? Y'all would have been in the club. Y'all have been in the club at 2:30 in the morning. Y'all in the club of the house of Yah with us. All right. I just want her to, and he keeps breaking her speech, and it's like it's chopping it up.
Electrifying speech I've ever heard on the campaign right now. This is Michaela's moment. Facts.
If they come here illegally and they're taking your jobs and your resources, then please believe my cousins in the Appalachians, they coming for you too. And y'all know Kamala Harris has yet to say Laken Riley's name. As borders are, she opened the border to millions of illegal immigrants that have flooded American streets with deadly drugs and gangs that have spiked overdoses by over 124% and brought more crime into minority communities. So how's that for black folks? But let's take race out of it. Just as a woman, period. How can you be a champion for women's rights when you're taking away opportunities from biological women and giving them to transgendered ones?
I agree with him on that one.
Cold.
That was
Sub-Zero wins. Fatality.
This dude is such a clown. But that was definitely that was hardcore. That was a nightcap right there.
Yeah.
That right there was when he should have did his boom. That big fire thing he did. He should have did that right there.
I'll wait, y'all, because I wasn't done. See, how can you promote equity for women and you're allowing men to play in women's sports? And what kind of feminist would still allow men to enter their sacred spaces, i.e. our bathrooms and school locker rooms? Do I even need to mention the opening ceremony at the Olympics?
But everybody is saying everybody on the Trump side is weird. That's weird. That's weird. That part's weird. That part is weird.
I'm sorry, I'm about to say you weird, dude. So shut up. But I don't mean I'll take that back.
Weird.
Carini was forced to fight a man and told us that she's never been punched so hard in her life. We cannot allow dangerous liberals who think things like this are okay into the White House, because my daughter will not be fighting a man at her wrestling match. And what I think both men and women can agree on is that national security is important. So who would y'all rather see lead us into war if it were so to happen? My silk press system.
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say?
Oh, if he don't shut up, will somebody stop him? Whoa. There you go. She about to say, I guess she said, my silk press sisters, when we go to war, let me see. I gotta get to what she said. This fool, if he don't stop his emotion, he got really amped up on that one.
See General Harris leading us anywhere to victory? Do you see General or Commander-in-Chief Harris leading us anywhere towards victory? Do you? No, please, I just hope.
Come on, bro.
Oh, man, I hope there is.
Let me try to go a little further.
Commander-in-Chief. Yes, there are other military individuals underneath that. But do you?
Oh, come on, bro. Then he got these long pauses.
I know. Don't do it.
The Kamala or the big dog Donald Trump.
Oh my goodness. And then he don't put it back enough so she could complete the sentence. He stops and do all his antics and then just let it keep going.
I I cannot get up here without mentioning my farmers, the backbone of this country. And aside from the Biden-Harris administration hurting you guys in ways we can't even comprehend by the rising cost of everything, Black farmers suffered even more due to the delays associated with the Inflation Reduction Act signed in 2022.
It's very important that we take care of our farmers and all the other individuals who know how to harvest and distribute all this produce, food, all that type of stuff, because if we do not, we will be doomed, because then we'll be more dependent on food that is external to the US and we don't know what's in it. You always need to know what's in your food and your resources and things like that. Remember what happened with all the other diseases and COVID and all that type of stuff. All those things came from external sources. So it's very important that we support our farmers and the hardworking blue collar people of America.
True. Now, don't let the Biden-Harris administration fool you, because they waited until the 9th hour to sign off on disbursements as a last-minute attempt to garnish support. But why would they hurt the agricultural industry? Probably because they're looking forward to making more money in the pharmaceutical one.
Ooh, she sang the quiet part.
That was another bomb. That was another bomb. She said because the pharmaceutical, you're going to get people sick. He's probably going to talk for a minute on that. All right, there we go. I really want to hear her speech.
Protecting your medical freedoms. Don't
loud.
And speaking of pharmaceuticals, because I promise I'm going to wrap this up. When they bring up abortion, and they talk about protecting your medical freedoms, don't be afraid to mention COVID. The Biden-Harris administration forced Americans to take an experimental vaccine and took away their jobs, their livelihoods, and their freedoms if they refuse.
If anything is...
Now, hold on. Drop a mic bomb. That is all facts. It was illegal, experimental, and they forced it on the people and made it a mandate, or you lose your jobs. People had to lose their jobs and all of it. Those are facts. See, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm like, she need to be running for something then. Wow. Okay? Yeah.
That's weird. That's weird science.
I know, right? Just thought I think he probably is now. I'm thinking that same thing. He'll be smart. That I guess he like, yeah, I need you, because Kamala can't stand next to this. Can you imagine her? Kamala can't stand next to this. This is a Black woman. Her with her whatever she, not saying her nationality, I'm saying what she, her stance, her gray area thing, can't stand with this.
Trump gave us a choice and Biden gave us a mandate.
Oh my God. And the funny thing is, this is what I'm talking about. I ain't telling y'all to vote for nobody. The fruit. I remember this because he wasn't president. When they was telling everybody with the mask, everybody would like me. Because I was in there looking at people like, we definitely fighting. Don't take nothing to me. I ain't covering my nose and mouth for this foolishness. And I remember Trump wasn't putting a lot of times, he wasn't wearing it. I remember telling him, man, I ain't this foolish stuff. I remember that. I don't got yesterday memory. All right. And I remember I was like, see, I'm rocking with him, dude. Because I'm like, come on, they mandating this foolishness. All right. And she's right. She said they made a mandate. And he was given a choice. Now, if someone choose to cover it, then do it. But don't mess with me, because I don't choose to give myself hypochondria, inhaling my carbon dioxide all day in a mask. You done lost your mind. I ain't about to be having all type of internal diseases and sickness that's going to come later while y'all worried about some foolish virus. When they showed a video of Biden wearing a mask, walking up, and then he got near the podium, took the mask off. And so if you walking up, you need a mask from here, but by the time you get to the podium, you still outside. You don't need a mask. The virus is like, oh, he's at the podium. I can't get him now. This stupid stuff. But they made it mandated. You're going to lose your jobs. You know I'm about to.
I don't even want to speak. I don't want to do anything vocally. I just want to ask Michaela to come and speak for me, for other people, everything. She's just
talking about, bro. Get out of your emotions. He's way too sensitive.
amazing. Hey, Chad, how you feel? Do you want her to be your like spokesperson? You know what? Speaker of the House should be Michaela. Forget all that.
Well, I do believe she should have some type of position or something. She speaks well, and if she follows what she speaks, because again, I'm not caught up with rhetoric either. Because y'all remember she's reading, so don't get it twisted. See, this is where they're playing your emotions and feelings, right? A good orator reader, you see she's looking down and reading and looking up, and she got points. So campaigning is easy. As long as you know how to orate, right? It's very simple and easy. So don't get it twisted. I don't give a crap how it make you see. This is why you need sorry guys, but this is why you need a man, a masculine man. He'll look past the emotions and look at the logic and say, I know this is feeling good and everybody, but I still need to see fruit. Yeah, just sales. So miss me, right? So everybody, like you see him, he emotional. This is a feminized man, no disrespect. He probably masculine, but it's a generation of like, it's a little feminizing of men, right? Where they get triggered off the emotion. He like, I want her, and speak of the house, I want her. You don't even know her. I mean, this all sounds good. I like all that. But now I need to see the record. I need to see the fruit. And you study logically, go back, see, does she stand on what she's doing? What's her real a stance? Or what is she really? Just because she sounds good and all that, I'm good with the sounding good. All right? Mariaha said he don't want to say anything vocally, but he kept on interrupting. Exactly. Right? So anyway, if her policies and her stance, if she is for the downtrodden, the poor of the people, for all people, but not just the hierarchy for a caste system, if she's for equality for all people and rights and all that stuff, and she stands 10 toes down on her policies and everything, she's a great orator. She can read. That feels good, but I miss me with all the feel good, right? Now with that, cool, she need to be in some type of office if she stands on it, but that needs to be proven.
What I said before, Speaker of the House should be,
and then we're gonna close out.
Michaela.
Look at him; he's all in his feelings. I might give him a diaper. He all in his feelings. He didn't name
stupid
her.
question. Man, that would be hilarious. I can't wait.
Because I'm about to kill him with this one. So the next time the left wants to tell you that, hey, abortion is a right and you need to protect your medical freedoms, remember that they took those freedoms away from men and women the second they got in office, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it again.
Oh,
come on, bro.
Can we vote for Michaela for something? Can we just something?
Bro,
can we just? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This has to be. This has to be.
He won't stop either.
Kamala's worst nightmare.
One last thing to say. I'm trying to get to it, and this dude.
That's a hot one. You know how they eating the wings and stuff, and they be like, got any milk or vanilla ice cream? That's what this feel like. That's a hot one. That's a hot one.
And do y'all know this fool got like 100,000 subscribers? You know how many people watching and listening to this fool all the time? And that's the shadow ban. Why we ain't got hundreds of thousands because of, the truth that we bring out in the awakening and stuff. But this is just amazed me all the time when these crazy, these foolish things they just be having, they let them go. They have 500,000 subscribers.
It's a hot one.
Clock it. So lastly, again, I'm going to encourage you all to vote based on the facts and not feelings. Oh, he made me feel so bad when...
Oh, good word, sister. I had to interrupt that. She said, I'm going to tell y'all to vote based on facts and not feelings. Good word. That's a good word.
He said that. Okay, but they hurt your families when they sent all your tax dollars overseas. Oh, it hurts my feelings when he acts like that. Okay, but it hurts all of us when you see an administration failing their country that they were elected to represent. In which case, I'm going to leave y'all with, hey, mama, daddy, I made it.
Oh, man. Flavor on flavor on
And my
flavor.
baby girl Amaya is somewhere in here, so we can all say, hey, Amaya, in unison, because she's the real superstar, y'all.
All right, we got through that. Stop sharing. Ooh, we did a 6-hour one tonight for everybody who hung in there with me. This was a long one tonight. So, well, I'm glad I did do that at the end, because if I would have did the reading part at the end, everybody would have been asleep. So now I see it was good for me to do the reading part at the beginning when we broke down Kamala's mom and dad. So RIP to her mother and salute to her dad for your commitment, for fighting for the struggles of the oppressed people all over the world. Shout out for them, both of them, to fight, and also for the so-called Black people who were really being oppressed insanely in the 60s and 70s in America. All right? You know them by their fruit. So the thumbnail is Mr. Harris Black? I think we can all agree. He got a ticket to the cookout. You know him by the fruit. All right. That's it. I know y'all tired. It's 2:40 in the morning. I ain't went this long in a long time, 6 hours. Now, she said, I'm still here, just a lot of info to take in, getting ready to be fireworks in a few weeks. I know that's right. All right. Hold on, let me see what he said. He said he would fit right in with the Imhotep worshiping the woman of God. He's bowing down. Tell me what to do, girl. LOL. Do needs. Yeah, exactly. That's that effeminized thing. Him and Ricky Criley, right? He almost with the Ricky Criley. You're the opposite side. We need our men to stay men. We need backbone. Nothing wrong with some of the effeminate, but we still need backbone men. We need the masculine men as well to keep balance. That's why they want to emasculate all men and have it matriarchal. That's Babylonian. It's Masonic. It's Canaanitish. It's outside of the order. The Most High said that in the garden with Adam and Eve that she would submit. That's what he said. He would have to cover her. He would lead, and she would be a helpmeet. She was created to help meet. Now, it was the sin of Eve that made further restrictions. Before that, there was equality there. Before Genesis 3 and 6, it never said that she would have to she would have to submit and he would rule over her. It was after her transgression of listening to the serpent. The Most High said of the man, it was a declaration that she was a weaker vessel through her emotions. She can be enticed more than him, and he needs to cover. Okay? He got punished for hearkening, listening to what she did. All right. Now, it's good, Servant. I bought my Earth birthday in with a. Today was your Earth birth. Happy Earth birth, Elder Taj Balayah from Oakland, California. Not only did you bring your Earth birth in with the family, but we were speaking on Oakland all day in the beginning of the lesson. Shalom, Elder Taj Balayah. Happy Earth birth. This was the day that the Most High called you to come on down and get this earth smoke. And I'm thankful to the Most High that in your elder years, you found the path of righteousness and you're sticking to it. Because the elder's older than me, and he was in a lot of darkness in the world. He was in San Quentin prison in the 60s and all that, 70s. That was hell on earth. He's done a lot of darkness in his life like I did in my past. But his was even darker than mine in certain aspects. But now in his elder years, he's found his path of righteousness. So he repent for all his transgressions. So I'm thankful that the Most High allowed him to find our house and also to be an elder of our house. So y'all see him always sitting here. He doesn't speak much, but he's there for have his presence as an elder on our ministry as we go out to the world. His earth birth was on October 24th. Happy earth birth to you, elder. May you have a beautiful day in giving thanks for the Most High for bringing you and into this earth to come on down into this existence to fulfill the purpose, your purpose on this earth. And may you, hopefully you had a beautiful, blessed day. And the day that the Most High sent you down, the day of your earth birth. We love you, elder. And praise Yah. Great way to close out the study. I love y'all all. May y'all go forth. Again, we weren't giving political advice. This is just, I misspoke. Hold on, what did I say? Thank you, elder. I'm a young.
You said October, it's August.
August, thank you. I've been talking for a long time. August 24th. Thank you. Thank you guys for correcting me. Now, again, we didn't give political advice. We just, if you're going to vote anything, don't vote with your emotions. Look at the works, the fruit. Look at people's agendas, people's, I forgot what they call that word, the thing that they're trying to, in the political sense, what they're trying to bring forth, not agendas, I forgot the thing they're running on, the things they're promising you. Look at their record to see if they hold. Don't vote because someone's black or fake black or someone's this or because someone said this. No emotions. Again, not political advice about no parties. Look for the one who does the things that they said. That's only advice I can give you is follow the laws of the Most High. Be a light in the darkness. We love you all, and we're going to continue to come every week and bring truth to power.
Bossy, you know what it is.
All right. I love you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your presence on the screen and helping out. Thank you, young elder Yashiyaha and Ahavaya for your presence and helping out. Thank you, Taz Balaya and Yanapa for your presence, your assistance, for as we bring the word to the Most High's children all over the world. I'll see y'all, what's tonight? Friday? I'll see y'all, not Sunday. Sunday for the 25 to Life. Everybody who watched Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life TV, my other YouTube channel, I'll see y'all Sunday, 8:30 p.m. Everybody else, it's Wednesday for the Q&A. See y'all this Wednesday for the Q&A. I know they don't alert y'all. I know they don't never alert y'all for when I go live. So if y'all see me live, we live and in effect. All right. I love you all. Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. Thank you guys for being, again, a house for us to bring truth to power for the Most High's children all over the world as we try to bring light in the darkness. Go forth. May y'all have a blessed day tomorrow, the Sabbath day, the seventh day. For those who practice that, for everybody else, be careful out there in this world, in these streets. Be careful. Be the light in the darkness. Shabbat Shalom, everyone worldwide. From the house of Yah to all of you. Shabbat Shalom. We love you all.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He had secured